your life.
Right? I'll continue with the story of William Wilson. The feeling of vexation thus engendered grew stronger with every circumstance, tending to show resemblance, moral or physical, between my rival and myself. I had not then discovered the remarkable fact that we were the same age, but I saw that we were of the same height, and I perceived that we were even singularly alike in general contour, person, and outline of feature. I was galled too by the rumour touching a relationship which had grown current in the upper forms. In a word, nothing could be more seriously disturb me, although I scrupulously concealed my disturbance. Any other allusion to a similarity of mind, person, or condition existing between us. But in truth, I had no reason to believe that, with the exception of the matter of relationship and in case of Wilson himself, this similarity had been made a subject of comment or even observed at all by our schoolfellows. But he observed it in all its bearings and as fixedly as I was apparent, but that he could discover in such circumstances so fruitful a field of annoyance can only be attributed, as I said before, to his more than ordinary penetration. His cue, which was too perfect to an imitation of myself, lay both in words and in actions, and most admirably did he play his part. My dress, it was an easy matter to copy. My gait and in general manner were without difficulty appropriate, in spite of his constitutional defect. Even my voice did not escape him. My louder tones were, of course, unattempted, but then the key, it was identical. With a singular whisper, it grew the very echo of my own. How greatly this most exquisite portraiture harassed me, for it could not justify by term a caricature. I will not now venture to describe. I had but one consolation in the fact that the intimation apparently was noticed by myself alone. The imitation was apparently noticed by myself alone, and that I had to endure only the knowing and the strangely sarcastic smiles of my namesake himself, satisfied with his having produced in my bosom the intended effect. He seemed to chuckle in secret over the sting he had inflicted, and was characteristically disregardful of the public applause which the success of his witty endeavours might have so easily elicited. But the school indeed did not feel his design, perceive its accomplishments, and participate in its sneer, was for many anxious months a riddle I could not resolve. Perhaps the graduation of his copy rendered it not too so readily perceptible, or more possibly I owed my security to the master air of the copyist, who, disdaining the letter which in the painting is all the obtruse conceived, gave but the full spirit of the origin of my individual contention and chagrin. I have already more than once spoken of the disgusting air of patronage which he had assumed towards me, and his frequent officious interferences of my will. This interference often took the ungracious character of advice not openly given but hinted or insinuated. I received it with repugnance, which gained strength as I grew in years. Yet, at this distant day, let me do him the simple justice to acknowledge that I can recall no occasion when the suggestions of my rival were on the serious side of errors or follies, so usual to his immature age and seemingly inexperienced that his moral sense, at least if not in gentle talents and worldly wisdom, was far keener than my own, and that I might say today have been better and thus happier man had I less frequently rejected the counsels embodied in those meaning whispers which I had then but too cordially hated and too bitterly despised. As it was, I at length grew restive in the extreme under the distasteful supervision, and daily resented more and more openly what I consider his intolerable arrogance. I have said that in the first years of my connections with the schoolmates, my feelings in regard to him might have been easily ripened into friendship, but in the latter months of my residence at the academy, although the intrusion of the ordinary manner had beyond doubt in some measure abated, my sentiments in nearly every similar proportion partook very much of positive hatred. Upon one occasion he saw this, I think, and afterwards avoided or made a show of avoiding me. It was about the same period, if I remember all right, in an altercation of violence with him, in which he was more than usually thrown off his guard, and spoke and acted with an openness of demeanour rather foreign to his nature. I discovered in his accent, his air, and his general appearance a something which first startled and then deeply interested me by bringing his mind dim divisions of the earliest infancy, wild, confused, and thronging memories of time when memory herself was yet unborn. I cannot better describe the sensation which oppressed me than by saying I could with difficulty shake off her belief in my having acquainted with the being who stood before me at some epoch, very long ago, some point over the past, infinitely remote. The delusion, however, faded as rapidly as it came, and I mentioned it at all but to define the day of the last conversation I there held with the singular namesake. The huge old house, with its countless subdivisions, and several large chambers communicating with each other, where slept the greater number of the students. There were, however, as I must necessarily happen in a building so awkwardly planned, many little nooks and recesses, the odds and ends of the structure, and these the economic ingenuity of Dr. Bransby had also fitted up some dormitories. Although being the nearest closets, they were capable of accommodating but a single individual. One of these small apartments was so occupied by Wilson. One night, about the close of my 5th year at school, and immediately after the altercation just mentioned, finding everyone wrapped in sleep, I rose from bed, lamp in hand, stole through the wilderness of narrow passages from my own bedroom to that of the rival. I had long been plotting one of those ill-natured pieces of practical wit at his expense, in which I had hitherto been so uniformly unsuccessful. It was now my intention to put my scheme in operation, and I resolved to make him feel the whole extent of the malice in which I was imbued. Having reached this closet, I noisily entered, leaving the lamp with the shade over and on the outside. I advanced a step and listened to the sound of his tranquil breathing, assured of his being asleep. I returned to the light, and with it again approached the bed. Closed curtains are around it, which is often the prosecution of my plan. I slowly and quietly withdrew, when the bright rays fell vividly upon his sleeper. With my eyes at the same moment upon his countenance, I looked, and a numbness of iciness of feeling instantly pervaded my frame. My breast heaved, my knees tottered, my whole spirit became possessed with an objectless yet intolerable horror. Gasping for breath, I lowered the lamp and still in near proximity to my face. Where the lamp is still, were these the lineaments of William Wilson? I saw indeed that they were his, but I shook as if in a fit of an ague and fancying they were not. What was there was about about it. What was it about them that confounded me in this manner? I gazed while my brain reeled with a multitude of incoherent thoughts. Not thus as appeared assuredly, not thus in the vivacity of his waking hours, but the same name, the same contour of his person, the same day of arrival at the academy, and then his dog and mechanical imitation of my gait, my voice, my habits, and my manner. Was it in truth within the bounds of human possibility that what I now saw was a result of merely of the habitual practice of the sarcastic imitation? Awe-stricken and with a creeping shoulder, I extinguished the lamp and passed silently from the chamber and left at once. The halls of the old academy, never to entertain them again. After a lapse of some months spent at home in mere idleness, I found myself a student at Eton. The brief interval had been sufficient to enfeeble my reminiscence of the events to Dr. Barnsley, or at least to effect a material change in the nature of the feeling with which I remembered him. The truth of the tragedy of the drama was no more. I could now find room to doubt the evidence of my senses. And seldom called upon the subject at all, but that wonder extent of human credulity and smile at the vivid force of the imagination which I hereditally possessed. Neither was this species of scepticism likely to be diminished by the character of the life I led at Eton. The vortex of thoughtless folly into which I there so immediately and so recklessly plunged, washed away all but the froth of my past hours, engulfed at once every solid or serious impression, and left in memory only the various levities of former existence. I do not wish, however, to trace the course of my miserable profligacy. Here is a profligacy which to set at defiance the laws, while to elude the vigilance of the institution, 3 years of folly passed without profit, but giving me rooted habits of vice, and added in somewhat unusual degree to my bodily stature. When, after a week of soulless dissipation, I invited a small party of the most desolate students to a secret carousal in my chambers. We met at a late hour of the night, for our debaucheries were to be faithfully protracted until morning. The wine flowed freely, and there was no wanting other than perhaps more dangerous seductions, so that the grey dawn had already faintly appeared in the east, while our delirious extravagance was at its height. Madly flushed with cards and intoxication, I was in the act of insisting upon a toast of more than wanted profanity, when my attention was suddenly diverted by the violent although partial unclosing of the door of the apartment, and by the eager voice of a servant from without. He said that some person apparently in great haste demanded to speak with me in the hall. Wildly excited with wine, the unexpected interruption rather delighted than surprised me. I staggered forward at once, and a few steps brought me to the vestibule of the building. In this low and small room there hung no lamp, and now no light at all was attempted, save for the exceedingly feeble dawn which came in through the semicircular window. As I put my footfall over the threshold, I became aware the figure of a youth about my own height was habited in a white kerseymere morning frock cut into novel fashion of one myself wore at the moment. This the faint light enabled me to perceive, but the features of his face I did not distinguish. On entering, he strode hurriedly up to me, and seizing my arm with a gesture of petulant impatience, whispered the words, William Wilson, in my ear. I could be perfectly sober in an instant. There was the manner in which the stranger and the tumultuous shake of his uplifted finger as he held it between my eyes and the light, which lifted me with unqualified amazement. But it was not this which had so violently moved me. It was the pregnancy of solemn admonishment in his singular low hissing utterance. And above all, it was his character, the tone of the character of those who had simply and famously the key of those of the key, and of those simple and familiar yet whispered syllables which came within 1,000 thronging memories of bygone days and struck upon the soul of a galvanic battery. Ere I could recover and use my senses, he had gone. Although this event failed not a vivid effect upon my disordered imagination, yet was in evanescence as vivid. For some weeks indeed I busied myself in earnest inquiry, and was wrapped in a cloud of morbid speculation. I did not pretend to disguise from my perceptions the identity of a singular individual who thus perseveringly interfered in my affairs and harassed me with his insinuated counsels. But who and was this Wilson? And thence became he? And what with his purposes upon either of these points could I be satisfied, merely ascertaining in regard to him that a sudden accident in his family had caused his removal from Dr. Barnes's academy on the afternoon of the day in which I myself had eloped. But in a brief period I ceased to think upon the subject, my attention being all but absorbed in the countenance departure for Oxford. Thither I soon went. Uncalculating vanity for my parents furnishing with me an outfit and an annual establishment which would have enabled me to indulge all at will in the luxury already so dear to my heart, vying for the profoundness of adventure with the haughtiest airs of the wealthiest elders in Great Britain. Excited by such appliances to vice, my constitutional temperament broke forth with redoubled ardour, and I spurned at every one of the common restraints of decency in the mad infatuation of my revels. But it were absurd to pause in the detail of my extravagance. Let it suffice among the spendthrifts, or I out-Heroded Herod, and that giving name to a multitude of novel follies, I added no brief appendix to his long catalogue of vices that in Europe was the most desolate university of Europe. It could hardly be credited, however, that I had even here so utterly fallen from the gentlemanly estate as to seek acquaintance with the vilest arts of the gambler of my profession, and becoming an adept in his despicable science, to practice it habitually as a means of increasing my already enormous income at the expense of the weak-minded among the fellow collegians. Such, nevertheless, was the fact that the very enormity of this offence against all mainly and honourably sentimental provided beyond doubt remain, if not the sole reason for the impunity with which I was committed. Who indeed among my most abandoned associates would not rather have disputed the clearest evidence of his senses than have suspected of the courses, the gay, the frank, the generous William Wilson, the noblest and most liberal commentator at Oxford, him whose follies, said his parasites, were but the follies of the youth and blinded fancy that took errors, with inevitable whim, whose darkest vice, with careless and dashing extravagance. I had been now 2 years successfully busy in this way, when there came to the university a young parvenu nobleman, Glendinning, rich, said report, as Herod's Atticus. His riches too, as easily acquired, I soon found him of weak intellect, and of course marked him as a fitting subject for my skill. I frequently engaged him in play, and contrived with the gambler's usual art to let him win considerable sums, the more effectually, and to entangle him in my snares. At length my schemes began to being ripe. I met him with the full intention of this meeting should be final and decisive. At the chambers of my fellow commoner, Mr. Preston, equally intimate with both, but with who, to do him justice, entertained not even a remote suspicion of my design. To give this a better colouring, I contrived to have assembled the part of some 8 or 10, or so solicitously careful with the introduction of cards, should appear accidental and originate in the proposal of my contemplated dupe himself. To be brief upon the vile topic, none of this low finesse was omitted so customarily upon similar occasions that it was just a matter of wonder how any are still found and besotted as to fall victim. We had protracted our sitting far into the night, and I at length effected the manoeuvre of getting Glendinning as my sole antagonist. The game, too, was my favourite captain. The rest of the company, interested in the extent of our play, had abandoned their own cards and were now standing around us like spectators. The parvenu, who had been induced by my artifices in the early part of the evening to drink deeply, now shuffled, dealt, or played with wild nervousness, of a manner of which his intoxication I thought might partly, but not altogether, account. In a very short period he had become my debtor for a large amount, when, having taken a long draught of the port, he did precisely what I had been coolly anticipating. He proposed to double our already extravagant stakes, with a well-feigned show of reluctance, and now until after my repeated refusal, has reduced him into some angry words which gave him colour of pique to my compliance. I did finally comply. There the result, of course, did but provide how entirely the prey was in my toils. In less than an hour he had quadrupled his debt. For some time his countenance had been losing the florid tinge lent by the wine, but now to my astonishment I perceived that it had grown into a pallor truly fearful. I say to my astonishment, Glendinning had been represented to my eager inquiries as immeasurably wealthy, and the sums which he had not yet lost, although in themselves vast, could not, I suppose, be very seriously annoy, much less than so violently affect him. That he was overcome by the wine just swallowed, the idea which most readily presented itself, and rather with a view to the preservation of my own character in the eyes of my associates, than from any less interested motive, I was about to insist peremptorily upon the discountenance of the play, when some expressions at my elbow and from among the company, and the ejaculation evincing utter despair on the part of Glendinning, gave me to understand that I had effected his total ruin under the circumstances, which, rendering him an object for the pity of all, should have protected him from his ill offences even for a friend. What now might have been my conduct, it is difficult to say. The pitiable condition of my dupe had thrown an air of embarrassed gloom over all, and for some moments profound silence was maintained, during which I could not help feeling my cheeks tingle with the many burning glances of scorn or reproach cast upon me by the less abandoned of the party. I will even own that intolerable weight of anxiety was for a brief instant lifted from my bosom by the sudden and extraordinary interruption which ensued. The wide, heavy folding doors of the apartment were at once thrown open to their full extent, with a vigorous and rushing impetuosity that extinguished, as if by magic, every candle in the room. The light in dying uh, enabled us just to perceive that a stranger had entered about my own height, and closely and muffled in the cloak. The darkness, however, was not total, and we could only feel that he was standing in our midst. Before any of us could recover from the extreme astonishment into which rudeness had thrown all, we heard the voice of an intruder. "Gentlemen," he said, in a low, distinct, and never to be forgotten whisper, which thrilled me to the very marrow of my bones. "Gentlemen, I make no apology for my behaviour, because in thus behaving I have fulfilled a duty. You are not beyond doubt informed of the true character of a person who has tonight tonight won at écarté a large sum of money from Lord Glendinning. I will therefore put you upon an expeditious and decisive plan of obtaining this very necessary information. Please to examine at your leisure and the inner linings of the cuff of your left sleeve, and the several little packages which will be found in the somewhat capricious pockets of his embroidered morning wrapper." While he spoke, so profound was the stillness that one might have heard a pin drop on the floor. In ceasing, he departed at once, and as abruptly as he had entered, shall I describe my sensations? Must I? I felt all the horrors of the damned. Most assuredly, I had little time given for reflection. Many hands roughly seized me upon the spot, and lights were immediately reproduced. A search ensued in the lining of my sleeve, where was found all the court cards essential in the carte, and in the pockets of my wrapper a number of facsimiles of those used in our sittings, with the single exception that mine was what the species allowed technically along days, the honour of being slightly convex at the ends. The lower cards slightly out of the convex at the sides. In this disposition, the duke who cuts in the customary length in the pack will invariably find that he cuts his antagonist an honour, or the gambler cutting at the bread, or as certainly cut nothing for his victim, which many count the records of the game. Any burst of indignation upon which the discovery would have affected me less than the silent contempt or the sarcastic composure from which it was received. "Mr. Wilson," said our host, stooping to remove from beneath his feet the exceedingly luxurious cloak of furs. "Mr. Wilson, this is your property." The weather was cold, and upon quitting my room, I had thrown a cloak over my dressing wrapper. Putting it off upon reaching the scene of play, I presumed its supererogatory to seek here, eyeing the folds of the garment with a bitter smile, for any further evidence of your skill. Indeed, we have had enough. You will see the necessity, I hope, of quitting Oxford at the events of quitting instantly in my chambers. abashed, humbled to the dust as I was then, it was probably that I should have resented this galling language, but immediate personal violence, and not to make the whole decision had been the moment arrested by the fact that the most startling character, the black cloak which I had worn, which was an over rare description of fur, and how extravagantly costly, I shall not venture to say. Its fashion, too, was of my own fantastic invention, for I was fastidious in the absurd degree of the cox ombre, so the cox degree of the coxcombry in matters of this frivolous nature. When therefore Mr. Preston reached me that which I had picked up off on the floor, and nearly folding the door of the apartments, it was with an astonishment nearly bordering upon terror that I perceived my own already hanging on one arm, where I had no doubt unwittingly placed it. And there the one presented me was with an exact counterpart in every and even the minutest possible particular. A singular being who had also so disastrously exposed me had been muffled, I remember, in a cloak, and none had been worn at all by all the members of the party, with the exception of myself. Retaining some presence of mind, I took the one offered to me by Preston, placed it unnoticed over my own, left the apartment with a resolute scowl of defiance, and next morning, at dawn of day, commented a hurriedly journey to Oxford, to the continent, in the perfect agony of horror and shame. I fled in vain. My evil destiny pursued me as if in exultation, and proved indeed that the exercise of the mysterious dominion has only yet begun. Scarcely I had set foot in Paris ere I could find no fresh evidence of the detestable interest taken the whole by this Wilson in my concern. Yeah, years flew while I experienced no relief. Villain! I groan with how untimely yet, with how spectral and officiousness stepped he in between me and my ambition. At Vienna too, at Berlin, at Moscow, where in truth I had not bitter cause to curse him within my heart, for his insecurable tyranny would at length flee panic-stricken from the pestilence, and to the very ends of the earth I fled again. And again, in secret commutation of my own spirit, I would demand the question, who is he? Whence has he came? And what are his objects? But no answer was there found. And then I scrutinized with a minute scrutiny the forms and the models, its forms and the methods, and the leading traits of the impertinent supervision. But even here, there was very little upon which I could base a conjecture. It was noticeable indeed that in no word of the multiple instances in which he had of late crossed my path, had so crossed it to accept, to frustrate those schemes, or to disturb those actions, which, if fully considered out, might have resulted in bitter mischief. Poor justification, this in truth, for an author so imperiously assumed. Poor indemnity for natural rights of self-agency so pertinaciously, so insultingly denied. I had also been forced to notice that my tormentor for a very long period of time, while scrupulously with the miraculous dexterity maintaining his whim of an identical apparel with mine, had so convinced it that the execution of his varied interference with my will I saw not at the moment the features of his face, but Wilson, what he might this at least I've been verified of affection or folly. Could he for an instant suppose that in my admonisher at Eton, in the destroyer of my honour at Oxford, in him who thwarted my ambition at Rome, my revenge at Paris, my passionate love at Naples, or what he falsely termed my avarice in Egypt, that in this, my arch enemy, my evil genius, could fail to recognise that William Wilson of my schoolboy days, the namesake, the companion, the rival, the hated and dreaded rival of Dr. Bransby. Impossible! But let me hasten to the last eventful scene of the drama. Thus far I had succumbed supinely to this imperious domination. The sentiment of deep awe with which I had habitually regarded the elevated character, the majestic wisdom, the apparent omnipresence, the omnipotence of William, added to that feeling of even terror with which certain other traits of my nature and my assumptions inspired me, and had operated hitherto to impress me with the idea of my own utter weakness and helplessness, and to suggest an impact here and here although bitterly reluctant submission to his arbitrary will. But of the late days I had given myself up entirely to wine, and its maddening influence upon my hereditary temper, rendering me more and more impatient of control. I began to murmur, to hesitate, to resist. And what was it that I fancied that induced me to believe that, with the increase of my own fondness, that my own torture would also increase, and my firmness, that of my tormentor, underwent a proportional diminution? Be this as it may, I now feel like the inspiration of burning hope, and at length nurtured in my secret thoughts a stern and desperate resolution that I would submit no longer to be enslaved. It was at Rome during the Carnival of the 18th that I attended a mass in the Palazzo of Neapolitan de Broglio. I had induced more frequently than usual in the excesses of the wine table, and now the suffocating atmosphere of the crowded rooms irritated me beyond endurance. The difficulty, too, of forcing my way through the mazes of the company contributed not a little to the ruffling of my temper, for I was anxiously seeking, let me not say with what uncertain, unworthy motive, the young, the gay, the beautiful wife of the aged and doting de Broglio. With too little unscrupulous confidence, she had previously communicated with me that secret of the costume in which she would be habited. And now, having caught a glimpse of her in person, I was hurriedly to make a way into her presence. At this moment, I felt a light hand pressed upon my shoulder, and that, even remembered, low was the dimmable whisper of my ear. In an absolute frenzy of wrath, I turned at once upon him who had thus interrupted me, and seized him violently by the collar. He was attired, as I expected, in a costume altogether similar to my own, wearing a Spanish coat of blue velvet, begripped round the waist by a crimson belt, a stunning rapier. A mask of black silk entirely covered his face. "Scoundrel," I said, in a husky voice with a rage, with every syllable uttered, and it seemed to fuel him to my fury. New fuel to my fury. "Scoundrel, impostor," accused the villain. You shall not dog me until death. Follow me, and I will stab you where you stand." And as I broke my way from the ballroom into a small antechamber adjoining, dragging him unrestingly with me as I went. Upon entering, I thrust him furiously from me. He staggered against the wall while I closed the door with an oath and commanded him to draw. He hesitated, but for an instant. Then, with a slight sigh, drew in silence and put him upon self-defense and put him upon his defence. The contest was brief indeed. I was frantic with every species of wild excitement, and felt within my single arm the energy and power of a multitude. In a difficult few seconds, I forced him by sheer strength against the wainscoting, and thus getting him at mercy, plunged my sword with brute ferocity repeatedly through his bosom. At that instant, some person tried the latch of the door. I hastened to prevent any intrusion, and then immediately returned to my dying antagonist. But what human language can be adequately portrayed in the astonishment that the horror that possessed me at the spectacle that I presented to the view? The brief moment in which I had averted my eyes had been sufficient to produce apparently a material change in the arrangements of the upper and farther end of the room. The large mirror, so at first so seemed so to me to be my confusion, now stood where none had been perceptible before. And as I stepped up to the extremity of the terror, my own image, but with features all pale and daubed in blood, advanced to meet me with a feeble and tottering gait. Thus it appeared, I say, but it was not. I was the antagonist. I was Wilson, who had then stood before me in the agonies of the dissolution. Then his mask and cloak were laid there. He had thrown them upon the floor. Not all thread is in the raiment, not all line in all the marked and singular lineaments of his face, which was not, even in the most absolute identity my own. It was Wilson, but he spoke no longer in a whisper, and I could have fancied that myself was speaking while he had. You have been conquered, and I yield. Yet henceforth art thou also dead, dead to the world, to heaven and to hope. In me didst thou exist, and in my death see by this image which is thine own, how utterly thou had murdered thyself. Thank you very much. Hello, Ellen.
Hello.
I've not seen you in ages.
Hi there. The next thing we're going on the agenda is MS in a bottle. Of my country and my family, I have little to say. Ill usage and length of years have driven me from the one and estranged me from the other. Hereditary wealth afforded me an education of no common order, and a contemplative turn of mind enabled me to methodize the stores which early study very diligently gathered. Beyond all things, the study of the German moralists gave me great delight. Not from any ill-advised admiration of their eloquent madness, but from the ease with which my habits of rigid thought enabled me to detect their falsities. I have often been imputed to me as a crime, and the Pyrrhonism of my opinion has at all times rendered me notorious. Indeed, a strong relish for physical philosophy has, I fear, tinctured my mind with a very common error of this age. I mean the habit of referring occurrences, even the least susceptible of such reference, to the principles of that science. Upon the whole, no person could be less liable than myself to be led away from the severe precincts of truth by the ignis fatui of superstition. I have thought proper to premise this much, lest the incredible tale I have to tell should be considered rather the raving of a crude imagination than the positive experience of a mind to which the reveries of fancy have been a dead letter and a nullity. After many years spent in foreign travel, I sailed in the year 18 from the port of Batavia, in the rich and populous island of Java, on a voyage to the archipelago in the Sunda Islands. I went as a passenger, having no other inducements than a kind of nervous restlessness which haunted me as a fiend. Our vessel was a beautiful ship of about 400 tons, copper fastened and built at Bombay of Malabar teak. She was freighted with cotton wool and oil from the Laccadive Islands. We also had on board corn, jaggery, ghee, coconuts, and a few cases of opium. The stowage was clumsily done and the vessel consequently crank. We got under way with a mere breath of wind and for many days stood along the eastern coast of Java without any other incident to beguile the monotony of our course than the season's meeting with some of the small crabs of the archipelago to which we were bound. One evening, leaning over the taffrail, I observed a very singular isolated cloud to the northwest. It was remarkable as well for its colour as from its being the first we had seen since our departure from Batavia. I watched it attentively until sunset, when it spread all at once to the eastward and westward, girting in the horizon with a narrow strip of vapour and looking like a long line on the low beach. My notice was soon afterwards attracted by the dusky red appearance of the moon and the peculiar character of the sea. The latter was undergoing a rapid change, and the water seemed more than usually transparent. Although I could distinctly see the bottom, yet heaving the lead, I found the ship in 15 fathoms. The air now became intolerably hot and was loaded with spiritual exhalations similar to those arising from heated iron. As night came on, every breath of wind died away, and a more entire calm it is impossible to conceive. The flame of a candle burned upon the poop without the least perceptible motion, and a long hair held between the finger and thumb hung without the possibility of detecting a vibration. However, as the captain said he could perceive no indication of danger, and as we were drifting unbodily to shore, he ordered the sails to be furled and the anchor let go. No watch was set, and the crew, consisting principally of Malays, stretched themselves deliberately upon the deck. I went below, not without a full presentiment of evil. Indeed, every appearance warranted me in apprehending a simoon. I told the captain of my fears, but he paid no attention to what I said and left me without daring to give a reply. My uneasiness, however, prevented me from sleeping, and about midnight I went up on deck. As I placed my foot upon the upper step of the companion ladder, I was startled by a loud humming noise, like that occasionally by the rapid revolution of a mill wheel, and before I could ascertain its meaning, I found the ship quivering to its centre. In the next instant, a wilderness of foam hurled us upon our beam ends and rushed over us fore and aft, swept the entire deck from stern to stern. The extreme fury of the blast proved, in a great measure, the salvation of the ship. Although completely waterlogged, yet as her masts had gone by the board, she rose, after a minute, heavily from the sea, and staggering a while beneath the immense pressure of the tempest, finally righted. By what miracle I escaped destruction, it is impossible to say. Stunned by the shock of the water, I found myself, upon recovery, jammed in between the stern post and rudder. With great difficulty I gained my feet, and looking dizzily around, was at first struck with the idea of our being among breakers, so terrific, beyond the wildest imagination, was the whirlpool of mountains and foaming ocean within which we were engulfed. After a while, I heard the voice of an old Swede who had shipped with us at the moment of our leaving port. I hallooed to him with all my strength, and presently he came reeling aft. We soon discovered that we were the sole survivors of the accident. All on deck, with the exception of ourselves, had been swept overboard. The captain and mates must have perished as they slept, for the cabins were deluged with water. Without assistance, we could expect to do little for the security of the ship, and our exertions were at first paralysed by the momentary expectation of going down. Our cable had, of course, parted like pack thread at the first breath of the hurricane, or we should have been instantaneously overwhelmed. We scudded with frightful velocity before the sea and the water made clear breaches over us. The framework of our stern was shattered excessively, and in almost every respect we had received considerable injury. But to our extreme joy, we found the pumps unchoked and that we had made no great shifting of our ballast. The main fury of the blast had already blown over, and we apprehended little danger from the violence of the wind, but we looked forward to its total cessation with dismay, well believing that in our shattered condition we should inevitably perish in the tremendous swell which would ensue. But this very just apprehensions seemed by no means likely to be soon verified. For 5 entire days and nights, during which our only subsistence was a small quantity of dragon, procured with great difficulty from the forecastle, the hulk flew at a rate defying computation, before rapidly succeeding flaws of wind, which, without equalling the first violence of this moon, were still more terrific than any tempest I had before encountered. Our course for the first 4 days was, with trifling variations, southeast and by south, and we must have run down the coast of New Holland. On the 5th day the cold became extreme, although the wind had hauled round a point more to the northward. The sun arose with a sickly yellow lustre, and clambered a very few degrees above the horizon, emitting no decisive light. There were no clouds apparent, yet the wind was upon the increase, and blew with a thick and steady fury. About noon, as nearly as we could guess, our attention was again arrested by the appearance of the sun. It gave out no light, properly so called, but a dull and sullen glow without reflection, as if all its rays were polarized. Just before sinking within the turgid sea, its central fire suddenly went out, as if hurriedly extinguished by some unaccountable power. It was a dim, silver-like rim, alone, as it rushed down the unfathomable ocean. We waited in vain for the arrival of the 6th day. That day to me has not arrived. To the Swede never did arrive. Thenceforward we were enshrouded in pitchy darkness, so that we could not have seen an object at 20 paces from the ship. Eternal night continued to envelop us, all unrelieved by the phosphoric sea brilliancy to which we had been accustomed in the tropics. We observed, too, that although the tempest continued to rage with unabated violence, there was no longer to be discovered the usual appearance of surf, of foam, which had hitherto attended us. All around were horror and thick gloom of foam, which had hitherto attended us. All around were horror and thick gloom and a black sweltering desert of agony. Superstitious terror crept by degrees into the spirit of the age, and my own soul was wrapped up in silent wonder. We neglected all care of the ship as worse than useless, and securing ourselves as well as possible to the stump of the mizzenmast, looked out bitterly into the world of ocean. We had no means of calculating time, nor could we form any guess of our situation. We were, however, well aware of having made further to the southward than any previous navigators, and felt great amazement at not meeting with the usual impediments of ice. In the meantime, every moment threatened to be our last. Every mountain's billow hurried to overwhelm us. The swell surpassed anything I had imagined possible, and that we were not instantly buried is a miracle. My companion spoke of the lightness of our cargo and reminded me of the excellent qualities of our ship, but I could not help feeling the utter hopelessness of hope itself. I prepared myself gloomily for that death which I thought nothing could defer beyond an hour, as with every knot of wave the ship made, the swelling of the black, stupendous seas became more dismally appalling. At times we gasped for breath at an elevation beyond the albatross, At times became dizzy with the velocity of our descent into some watery hell, where the air grew stagnant and no sound disturbed the slumbers of the kraken. We were at the bottom of one of those abysses when a quick scream from my companion broke fearfully upon the night. See, see, he cried, shrieking in my ears. Almighty God, see, see! As he spoke, I became aware of a dull, sullen glare of red light, which streamed down the sides of the vast chasm where we lay, and threw a fitful brilliancy upon our deck. Casting my eyes upwards, I beheld a spectacle which froze the current of my blood. At a terrific height, directly above us, and upon the verge of the precipitous descent of a gigantic ship of perhaps 4,000 tons. Although upbeared upon the summit of a wave, more than 100 times her own altitude, her apparent size still exceeded that of any ship of the line of East Indiaman in existence. Her huge hull was of a deep dingy black, unrelieved by any of the customary carvings of the ship. A single row of brass cannon protruded from her open ports and dashed from the polished surfaces the fires of innumerable battle lanterns which swung to and fro about her rigging. But what mainly inspired us with horror and astonishment was that she bore up under a press of sail in the very teeth of that supernatural sea and of that ungovernable hurricane. When we first discovered her, her bows alone to be seen, as she rose slowly from the dim and horrible gulf beyond her. For a moment of intense terror, she paused upon the giddy pinnacle, as if in contemplation of her own sublimity, then trembled and tottered, and came down. At this instant, I know not what sudden self-possession came over my spirit. Staggering as far aft as I could, I awaited fearlessly the ruin that was to overwhelm. Our own vessel was at length ceasing from her struggle and sinking with her head to the sea. The shock of the descending mass struck her, consequently in that portion of her frame which was already under water, and the inevitable result was to hurl me with irresistible violence upon the river street. As I fell, the ship hove in stays and went about, and to the confusion ensuing, I attributed my escape from the notice of the crew. With little difficulty, I made my way unperceived to the main hatchway, which was partially open, and soon found an opportunity of secreting myself in the hold. Why I did so I could hardly tell. An indefinite sense of awe, which at first sight of the navigators of the ship had taken hold of my mind, was perhaps the principal of my concealment. I was unwilling to trust myself with a race of people who had offered, to the cursory glance I had taken, so many points of vague novelty, doubt, and apprehension. I therefore thought proper to contrive a hiding place in the hold. This I did by removing a small portion of the shifting boards in such a manner as to afford me a convenient retreat between the huge timbers of the ship. I had scarcely completed my work when a footstep in the hold forced me to make use of it. A man passed by my place of concealment with a feeble and unsteady gait. I could not see his face, but had an opportunity of observing his general appearance. There was about it an evidence of great age and infirmity. His knees tottered beneath a load of years, and his entire frame quivered under the burden. He muttered to himself in a low, broken tone some words of a language which I could not understand, and groped in a corner among a pile of singular-looking instruments and decayed charts of navigation. His manner was a wild mixture of the peevishness of second childhood and the solemn dignity of the road. He at length went on deck, and I saw him no more. Excuse me. A feeling for which I have no name, has taken possession of my soul, a sensation which will admit of no analysis, to which the lessons of bygone times are inadequate, and for which I fear futurity itself will offer me no key. To a mind constituted like my own, the latter consideration is an evil. I know that I shall never be satisfied with regard to the nature of my conceptions. Yet, it is not wonderful that these conceptions are indefinite, since they have their origin in sources so utterly novel. A new sense, a new entity is added to my soul. It is long since I first trod the deck of this terrible ship, and the rays of my destiny are, I think, gathering to a focus. Incomprehensible men, wrapped up in meditations of a kind which I cannot divine, they pass me by unnoticed. Concealment is utter folly on my part, for the people will not see. It was but just now that I passed directly before the eyes of the maid. It was no longer while ago that I ventured into the captain's own private cabin and took thence the materials from which I write and have written. I shall from time to time continue this journey. It is true that I may not find an opportunity of transmitting it to the world, and I will not fail to make the endeavour. At the last moment, I will enclose the MS in a bottle, cast it into the sea. An incident has occurred which has given me new room for meditation. Are such things the operation of ungoverned chance? I had ventured upon deck and thrown myself down without attracting any notice among a pile of rattling stuff and old sails at the bottom of the yacht. While musing upon the singularity of my fate, I unwittingly daubed with a tar brush the edges of a newly folded studding sail which lay near me in the barrel. The studding sail is now bent upon the ship, and the thoughtless touches of the brush are spread out into the word discovery. I have made many observations lately upon the structure of the vessel. Although well armed she is not, I think the ship a whole. Her rigging, build, and general equipment all negative a supposition of this kind. What she is not, I can easily perceive. What she is, I fear it is impossible to say. I know not how it is, but in scrutinizing her strange model and singular cast of spars, her huge size and overgrown suits of canvas, her severely simple bow and antiquated stern, there will occasionally flash across my mind a sensation of familiar things. And there is always mixed up with such indistinct shadows of recollection an unaccountable memory of old foreign chronicles and ages long ago. I have been looking at the timbers of the ship. She is built of a material to which I am a stranger. There is a peculiar character about the wood which strikes me as rendering it unfit for the purpose to which it has been applied. I mean its extreme porousness considered independently of the worm-eaten condition which is a consequence of navigation in these seas, and apart from the rottenness attendant to the weight. It will appear, perhaps an observation somewhat over-curious, but this would have every characteristic of Spanish oak that is tended by any unnatural means. In reading the above sentence, a curious apothegm of old weather-beaten Dutch navigator comes full upon my recollection. It is as sure, he was wont to say, when any doubt was entertained of his veracity, as sure as there is a sea where the ship itself will grow in bulk like the loving body of the seaman. About an hour ago I made bold to thrust myself among a group of the crew. They paid me no manner of attention, and although I stood in the very midst of them all, seemed utterly unconscious of my presence. Like the one I had at first seen in the hold, they all bore about them the marks of a hoary old age. Their knees trembled with infirmity, their shoulders were bent double with decrepit. decrepitude. Their shriveled skins rattled in the wind. Their voices were low, tremulous, and broken. Their eyes glistened with the rheum of years, and their grey hair streamed terribly in the tempest. Around them, on every part of the deck, lay scattered mathematical instruments of the most quaint and obsolete construction. I mentioned some time ago the bending of the studding sail. From that period, the ship, being thrown dead off the wind, has continued her terrific course due south, with every rag of canvas packed upon her, from her trunks to her lowest studding sail booms, and rolling every moment her topgallant yard arms in the most appalling hell of water which I can enter into the mind of man to imagine. I have just left the deck, where I find it impossible to maintain a footing, although the crew seem to experience little inconvenience. It appears to me a miracle that our enormous bulk is not swallowed up at once and forever. We are surely doomed to hover continually on the brink of eternity without taking a final plunge into the abyss. From billows 1,000 times more stupendous than any I have ever seen, we glide away with the facility of the arrowy seagull, and the colossal waters rear their heads above us like demons of the deep, but like demons confined to simple threats and forbidden to destroy. I am led to attribute these frequent escapes to the only natural cause which can account for such an event. I must suppose the ship to be within the influence of some strong current or impetuous undertow. I have seen the captain face to face and in his own cabin, but as I expected, he paid me no attention. Although in his appearance there is, to a casual observer, nothing which might bespeak him more or less than man, still a feeling of irrepressible reverence and awe mingled with the sensation of wonder with which I regarded him. His stature, he is nearly my own height, that is about 5'8". He is a well-knit and compact frame of body, neither robust nor remarkably otherwise. But it is the singularity of the expression which reigns upon the face. It is the intense, the wonderful, the thrilling evidence of old age, so utter, so extreme, which excites within my spirit a sentiment ineffable. His forehead, although little wrinkled, seems to bear upon it the stamp of a myriad of years. His grey hairs are records of the past, and his greyer eyes are symbols of the future. The cabin floor was thickly strewn with strange iron-clasped globes, and mouldering instruments of science, and obsolete long-forgotten junk. His head was bowed down upon his hands, and he pored with a fiery and quiet eye over a paper, which I took to be a commission, and which, at all events, bore the signature of the monarch. He muttered to himself, as did the first seaman I saw in the road, some low, peevish syllables of a foreign tongue, and although the speaker was close at my elbow, his voice seemed to reach my ears from the distance of a mile. The ship and all in it are imbued with the spirit of it. The crew glide to and fro like the ghosts of brilliant centuries, their eyes have an eager and uneasy meaning, and when their fingers fall athwart my path in the wild glare of battle lanterns, I feel as I have never felt before, although I have been all my life a dealer in antiquities, and combined the shadows of fallen calls at Baalbec and Tadmor, and their symbols until my very soul has become a ruin. When I look around me, I feel ashamed of my former apprehensions. If I trembled at the blast which has hitherto attended us, shall I not stand aghast at a warning of wind and ocean to convey any idea of which was tornado and simile and trivial and ineffective? All in the immediate vicinity of the ship is the blackness of eternal night and a chaos of formless water. But about a league on either side of us may be seen indistinctly and at intervals stupendous ramparts of ice, towering away into the desolate sky and looking like the walls of the universe. As I imagined, the ship proves to be in a current, if that appellation can properly be given to a tide, which, howling and shrieking by the white ice, thunders onto the southward with a velocity like the headlong dashing of a catapult. To conceive the horror of my sensation is, I presume, utterly impossible. Yet a curiosity to penetrate the mysteries of these awful regions predominates even over my despair, and will reconcile me to the most hideous aspects of death. It is evident that we are hurrying onwards to some exciting knowledge, some never to be imparted secret is a fragrant of destruction. Perhaps this current leads us to the goal itself. It must be confessed that a supposition, a pathway so wild, has every possibility of escape. The crew pace the deck with unquiet and tremulous step, but there is upon their countenance an expression more of the eagerness of hope than the apathy of despair. In the meantime, the wind is still in our poop, and as we carry a cloud of canvas, the ship is at times lifted bodily out from out of the sea. Oh, horror upon horror! The ice opens suddenly to the right and to the left, and we are whirling dizzily in immense concentric circles, round and round the borders of a gigantic amphitheatre, the summit of whose walls is lost in the darkness and the distance. But little time will be left for me to ponder upon my destiny. The circles rapidly grow smaller, they're plunging madly within the grasp of the whirlpool, and amid a roaring and bellowing and thundering of ocean and of tempest, the ship is quivering. Oh God, I grieve.
Thanks, Helen. That was excellent. Back again in this other order. I'm going to start with Ligeia. I cannot, for my soul, remember how, when, or even precisely where I first became acquainted with the Lady Ligeia. Long years have since elapsed, and my memory is feeble too much suffering. Or perhaps I cannot now bring these points to mind, because in truth the character of my beloved, her rare learning, her singularly placid cast of beauty, and the thrilling and enthralling eloquence of her low musical language made their way into my heart by paces so steadily and stealthily progressive that they have been unnoticed and unknown. Yet I believe I met her first and most frequently in some large old decaying city near the Rhine. Of her family I have surely heard her speak. That it is of a remotely ancient date can't be doubted. Ligeia, Ligeia. Buried in studies of a nature more than all else adapted to deadened impressions of the world, it is by that sweet word alone, by Ligeia, that I bring before my eyes and fancy the image of her, risen more. And now while I write, a recollection flashes upon me that I have never known the paternal name of her who was my friend and my betrothed, and who became the partner of my studies and finally the wife of my bosom. Was it a playful charge on the part of my Ligeia? Or was it a test of my strength of affection that I should institute no inquiries upon this point? Or was it rather a caprice of my own, a lovely romantic offering in the shrine of the most passionate devotion? I but indistinctly recall the fact itself. What wonder I have utterly forgotten the circumstances which originated or attended it. And indeed, if that spirit which is entitled romance, if it was she, the warm and masculine aspect of idolatrous Egypt, presided, as he tell, over marriages elopement, then surely she presided over mine. There is one dear topic, however, in which my memory fails me not. It is the person of Ligeia. In stature she was tall, somewhat slender, and in her latter days, even emaciated. I would in vain attempt to portray the majesty, the quiet ease of her demeanour, the incomprehensible lightness and elasticity of her footfall. She came and departed as a shadow. I was never made aware of her entrance into my close study, save by the dear music of her low, sweet voice, as she placed her marble hand upon my shoulder. In beauty of face, no maiden ever equalled her. It was the radiance of an opium dream, an airy and spirit-lifting vision more wildly divine than the fantasies which hovered about the slumbering souls of the daughters of Belos. Yes, her features were not of that Edgar regular mold which would have been falsely taught to worship in the classical labours of the Eden. There is no exquisite beauty, says Bacon, Lord Vernon, speaking truly of all the forms and genera of beauty, without some strangeness in the proportion. Yet although I saw that the features of Ligeia were not of a classic regularity, although I perceived that her loveliness was indeed exquisite, and felt that there was much of the strangeness pervading it, yet I had tried in vain to detect the irregularity, and to trace home my own perception of the strange. I examined the contour of the lofty and pale forehead. It was faultless. How cold and deep that was when applied to her majesty so divine. The skin rivaling the purest ivory, the commanding extent and repose, the gentle prominence of the regions about the temples, and then the waving black, the glossy, the luxuriant and naturally curling tresses, setting forth the full force of the Homeric epithet, hyacinthine. I looked at the delicate outlines of the nose and nor but in the graceful medallions of the Hebrews that I beheld with similar perfection. They were the same luxurious smoothness of surface, the same scarcely perceptible tendency to the aquiline, the same harmoniously curved nostrils, speaking the free spirit. I regarded the sweet mouth. Here was indeed the triumph of all things heavenly, the magnificent tongue of the short upper lip, the soft, voluptuous slumber of the under the dimples which sported, and the colour which spoke, the teeth glancing back with a brilliancy almost startling, every ray of the holy light which fell upon them, serene and placid, yet most exultantly weary of all smiles. I scrutinise the formation of the chin, and here too I find the gentleness of the breath, the softness and the majesty, the fullness and the spirituality of the Greek, the contour which the god Apollo revealed but in a dream to Cleomenes, the son of the Olympian. And then I peered into the large eyes of Ligeia. For eyes we have no models in the old and antique. It may have been too that in these eyes of my beloved lay the secret to which Lord Allan alludes. They were, I must believe, far larger than the ordinary eyes of the rainbows. They were even fuller than the fullest of the gazelle eyes of the tribe of the valley, or Nurjan had. Yet it was only at intervals, in moments of intense excitement, this peculiarity became more than slightly noticeable in Ligeia. And at such moments was her beauty, in my heated fancy thus it appeared perhaps, the beauty of beings either above or apart from the earth. The beauty of the fabulous hue of the tuck, the hue of the orbs was the most brilliant of black, and far over them, and jetty lashes of great men. The brows, slightly irregular in outline, the same tint. The strangeness, however, which I found in the eyes, was of a nature distinct from the formation of the colour or the brilliancy of the features, and it must, after all, be referred to expression. Ah, word of no meaning behind whose vast latitude of mere sounds, we entrench our ignorance with so much of the spiritual expression of the eyes of Ligeia. How for long hours I have pondered upon it. How have I, through the whole of a midsummer night, struggled to fathom it? What was it? That something more profound than the well of Democritus, which lay far beneath the pupils of my beloved. What was it? I was possessed with a passion to discover. Those eyes, those large, those shining, those divine orbs. They became to me twin stars of Leda, and I to them devoutest of astrologers. There is no point in any incomprehensible anomalies of the science of mind more thrilling and excited than the fact, never I believe noticed in schools, but in our endeavours to recall to memory something long forgotten, we often find ourselves upon the very verge of remembrance without being able in the end to remember. And thus how frequently in my tense scrutiny of Ligeia's eyes have I felt approaching the full knowledge of her expression, felt it approaching, yet not quite in mine, and so at length entirely depart. And strange, oh strangest mystery of all, I found in the commonest objects of the universe a circle of analogies to that expression. I mean to say that subsequent to the period when Ligeia's beauty passed into my spirit, there dwelling as a shrine, I derived, from many existences in the material world, a sentiment such as I felt always aroused within me by a large and luminous orbs. Yet not nor could I define that sentiment, or analyse, or even steadily view it. I recognised it in the repeat, sometimes in the survey of a rapidly growing vine, in the contemplation of a moth, a butterfly, a chrysalis, a stream of running water. I have felt it in the ocean, in the falling of a meteor. I have felt it in the glances of unusually aged people. And there are one or two stars in heaven, one especially a star of the sixth magnitude, double and changeable to be found in the large star in Lyra, in a telescopic scrutiny of which I have been made aware of the feeling. I have been filled with it by certain sounds from stringed instruments, and not infrequently by passages from books. Among innumerable other instances, I well remember something in a volume of Joseph Blandel, which, perhaps merely from its quaintness, who shall say, never failed to inspire me with the sentiments. And the will therein lieth which dieth not. Who knoweth the mysteries of the will, with its vigour? For God is but a great will pervading all things by nature of intentness. Man doth not yield unto the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. Length of years and subsequent reflection have enabled me to trace indeed some remote connection between this passage in the English moralist and a portion of the character of Ligeia, an intensity in thought, action, or speech which possibly in her a result, or at least an index of that gigantic volition which during our long intercourse failed to give other and more immediate evidence for its existence. Of all the women whom I have ever known, she, the outwardly calm, the ever-placid Ligeia, was the most violently a prey to the tumultuous vultures of stern passion. And of such passions I could form no estimate, save by the miraculous expansion of those eyes which at once so delighted and appalled me, by the almost magical melody, modulation, distinctness, and placidity of her very low voice, and by the fierce energy rendered doubly effective by contrast with her manner of utterance, of the wailing words she habitually uttered. I have spoken of the learning in Ligeia. It was immense, such as I have never known her own. In the classical tongue she was deeply proficient, and as far as my own acquaintance extended in regard to the modern dialects of Europe, I have never known her at fault. Indeed, upon any theme of the most admired, because simply the most obtrusive the boasted erudition of the Academy, have I ever found Ligeia at fault. How singularly, how thrillingly, this one point in the nature of my life enforced itself at this late period only upon my attention. I said her knowledge was such as I've never known a woman, but where breeds a man who has traversed and successfully in all wide areas of moral, physical, and mathematical science? I saw then, but I now clearly perceive, that the acquisitions of Ligeia were gigantic, were astounding. Yet I was sufficiently aware of her infinite supremacy to resign myself with a childlike confidence to her guidance through the chaotic world of metaphysical investigation at which I was most busily occupied during the earlier years of our marriage. With how vast a triumph, and with how vivid a delight, with how much of that was all ethereal and hope did I feel as she bent over me in studies but little sought, but less known, that delicious vista by slow degrees expanded before me, down whose long, gorgeous, and all untrodden path I might at last pass onward to the goal of wisdom, too divinely precious not to be forbidden. How poignant then must have been the grief with which, after some years, I beheld my well-grounded expectations take wings to themselves and fly away. Without Ligeia, I was but a child, groping benighted. Her presence, her readings alone, rendered vividly luminous the many mysteries of the transcendentalism in which we were immersed. Wanting the radiant lustre of her eyes, letters, lambent and golden grew duller than Saturn red, and now those eyes shone less and less frequently upon the pages over which I pored. Ligeia prevailed. The wild eyes blazed with a too glorious effulgence. The pale fingers became the transparent waxen hue of the grave, and the blue veins upon the lofty forehead swelled and sank impetuously the tides of the gentle emotion. I saw that she must die, and I struggled desperately in spirit with the dim Azrael. And the struggles of the passionate wife were, to my astonishment, even more energetic than my own. There had been much in her stern nature to impress me with the belief that, to her, death would have come without its terrors, but not so. Words are impotent to convey any just idea of the fierceness of resistance with which she wrestled in the shadow. I groaned in anguish at the pitiable spectacle. I would have sued, I would have reasoned, but in the intensity of a wild desire for life, but for life, solace and reason were the utmost folly. Yet, not until the last instance amid the most convulsive writhings of a fierce spirit was shaken the external placidity of her demeanour. Her voice grew more gentle, grew more low, yet I would not wish to dwell upon the wild ringing of the quiet uttered thoughts. My brain reeled as I hearkened entranced to a melody more than mortal, to assumptions and aspirations which mortality had never before known. That she loved me I should not have doubted, and I might have been easily aware that a bosom such as hers love would have waned no ordinary passion. But in death only was I fully impressed with the strength of affection. For long hours, detaining my hand, she would pour out before me the overflowing of a heart whose more than passionate devotion amounted to idolatry. How had I deserved to be blessed with such confessions? How had I deserved to be so cursed with the removal of my beloved in the hour of her losing them? But upon this subject I cannot bear to dilate. Let me see only that in Ligeia's more than womanly abandonment to a love, alas, all unmerited, all unworthily bestowed, I at length recognised the principle of her longing, with so wildly earnest a desire for the life which she was now fleeing so rapidly away. It is this wild longing, it is this eager vehemence of desire for life, but for life, that I have no power to portray, no utterance capable of expressing. At high noon of the night in which she departed, beckoning me peremptorily to her side, she bade me repeat certain verses composed by herself not many days before. I obeyed her. They were these. Lo, 'tis a gala night, within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng beling, bedight in veils and drowned with tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, where the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Minds in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, and their puppets they become and go, but bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping out from their condor wings in invisible woe. That mortal drama, oh be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth into the same spot, and much of madness and more of sin and horror, the soul, the plot. But see amid the mimic rout a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that rises from out the scenic solitude. It rise with mortal pangs, and minds become its food, and the seraphs saw that vermin fangs and human gore imbued. Out of the lights, out all, and over each quivering form, the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising and veiling affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and terror Hero, the conqueror, won. Oh God, half shrieked Ligeia, leaping to her feet and extending her arms aloft with a spasmodic movement as I made an end of these lines. O God, O divine Father, shall these things be infuriatingly so? Shall this conqueror not once be conquered? Are we not part and parcel in me? Who knew the mysteries of the world with its vigour? Man doth not yield unto the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. And now, as if exhausted with emotion, she suffered her white arms to fall and returned solemnly to the bed of death. And as she breathed her last sighs, there came mingled with them a low murmur from her lips. I beckoned to my ear and distinguished again the concluding words of the passage in Glanville. Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. She died, and I, crushed into the very dust with sorrow, could no longer endure the lonely desolation of my dwelling in the dim and decaying city by the Rhine. I had no lack of what the world calls wealth. Ligeia had brought me far more, very far more than ordinarily falls to the lot of mortals. After a few months, therefore, of weary and aimless wandering, I purchased and put in some repair an abbey which I shall not name, in one of the wildest and least frequented portions of fair England. The gloomy and dreary grandeur of the building, the almost savage aspect of the domain, the many melancholy and time-honoured memories connected with both, had much in unison with the feeling of utter abandonment which had driven me into that remote and social region of the country. Yet although the external abbey with its verdant decay hung about its subtle purposeful alteration, I gave way with a childlike perversity, and perchance with a faint hope of alleviating my sorrows, to a display of more than regal magnificence within. For such follies, even in childhood, I had imbibed a taste, and now they came back to me as if in a dosage of grief. Alas, I feel much even of incipient madness might have been discovered in the gorgeous and fantastic draperies, in the solemn carvings of Egypt, in the wild cornices and furniture, in the bedlam patterns of the carpets of tufted gold. I had become a bound slave to the charms of opium, and my labours and my orders had taken a colouring from my dreams. But these absurdities I must not pause to detail. Let me speak only of that one chamber, ever accursed, whither in a moment of mental alienation I led from the altar to my bride, as a successor of the unforgotten Ligeia, the fair-haired and blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Germania. There is no individual portion of the architecture and decoration of that bridal chamber which is now visibly before me. Where were the souls of the haughty family of the bride when, through thirst of gold, they permitted to pass the threshold of an apartment so bedecked, a maiden and daughter so loved? I have said it and usually remember the details of the chamber, yet I am sadly forgetful in topics of deep moment. And here there was no system, no keeping, in the fantastic display to take hold upon the memory. The room lay in a high turret of the castle abbey, was pentagonal in shape and of capacious size. Occupying the whole southern face of the pentagon was the sole window, an immense sheet of unbroken glass from Venice, a single pane and tinted of a leaden hue, so that the rays of either sun or moon passing through it fell with a ghastly lustre on the objects within. Over the upper portion of this huge window extended the trellis work of the aged vine, which clambered up the massy walls of the turret. The ceiling of gloomy-looking oak was excessively lofty, vaulted, and elaborately fretted with the wildest, most grotesque specimens of a semi-Gothic, semi-druidical device. From out the most central recess of this melancholy vaulting depended by a single chain of gold with long links, a huge censer of the same metal, Saracenic in pattern, with many perforations circumscribed that writhed in and out of them, as if endued with a certain vitality, a continual succession of particular fires. Some few ottomans and golden candelabra of Eastern figure were in various stations about, and there was a couch too, bridal couch, of an Indian model, and low and sculpted of solid ebony with a pall-like canopy above. In each of the angles of the chamber stood an end a giant sarcophagus of black granite from the tombs of the kings over against Luxor, with their aged lids full of immemorial sculpture. But in the draping of the apartment lay, alas, the chief fantasy of all. The lofty walls, gigantic in height, even unproportionably so, were hung from summit to foot in vast folds, with a heavy and massive-looking tapestry. Tapestry of a material which was hung alike as a carpet on the floor, as a covering for the ottomans and ebony bed, as a canopy for the bed, and as the gorgeous volutes of the curtains which partially shaded the window. The material was the richest clotted gold. It was spotted all over at irregular intervals with arabesque figures, about a foot in diameter, and wrought upon the cloth in patterns of the most jetty black. But these figures partook of the true character of the arabesque only when regarded from a single point of view, by a contrivance now common and indeed traceable to a very remote period of antiquity, they were not changeable in aspect. To one entering the room, they bore the appearance of simple monstrosities, but upon further advance, this appearance gradually departed, and step by step, as the visitor moved his station in the chamber, he saw himself surrounded by an endless succession of the ghastly forms which belonged to the superstition of the Norman or arise in the guilty slumbers of the monk. The phantasmagoric effect is vastly heightened by the artificial introduction of a strong, continual current of wind behind the draperies, giving a hideous and uneasy animation to the whole. In halls such as these, in a bridal chamber such as this, I passed with a lady of Tremaine, the unhallowed hours in the first months of her marriage, passed them with but the full disquietude. But my wife dreaded the fierce moodiness of my temper, but she shunned me and nothing but little, I could not help but perceiving. But it gave me rather pleasure than otherwise. I loathed her with a hatred belonging more to demon than to man. My memory flew back, oh, with what intensity of regret, to Ligeia, the beloved, the august, the beautiful, the entombed. I revelled in the recollections of her purity, of her wisdom, of her lofty, her ethereal nature, of her passionate, her idolatrous love. Now then did my spirit fully and freely burn with more than all the fires of my own. In the excitement of my opium dreams, for I was habitually fettered in the shackles of the drug, I would call aloud upon her name during the silence of the night, or among the sheltered recesses of the glens by day, as if, through the wild earnest, the solemn passion, the consuming ardour of my longing for the departed, I could restore her to the pathway she had abandoned. Ah, could it be forever? Upon me. About the commencement of the second month of the marriage, the Lady Rowena was attacked with sudden illness, from which her recovery was slow. The fever which consumed her rendered her nights uneasy, and in a perturbed state of half slumber, she spoke of sounds and of motions in and about the chamber of the turret, which I concluded had no origin save in the distemper of her fancy, or perhaps in the phantasmagoric influences of the chamber itself. She became at length convalescent, finally well. Yet with a brief period elapsed ere a single more violent disorder again threw her upon a bed of suffering, and from this attack her frame, at all times feeble, never altogether recovered. Her illnesses were after this epoch of alarming character, and of more alarming recurrence, to find alike the knowledge and the great exertions of her physicians. With the increase of the chronic disease which had thus apparently taken too sure a hold upon our constitution to be eradicated by human means, I could not fail to observe a similar increase in the nervous irritation of her temperament, and in her inexcitability by trivial causes of fear. She spoke again, and then more frequently and pertinaciously, of the sounds, of the slight sounds, of the unusual motions among the tapestries to which she formerly alluded. One night, near the closing in of September, she pressed this distressing subject with more than usual emphasis upon my attention. She had just awakened from an unquiet slumber, and I had been watching with feelings half of anxiety, half of vague terror, the workings of her emaciated countenance. I sat by the side of her ebony bed upon one of the ottomans of India. She partly rose and spoke in an earnest, low whisper of sounds which she had heard, but which I could not hear, with motions which she then saw, but which I could not perceive. The wind was rushing heavily behind the tapestries, and I wished to show her, for let me confess it, I could not all believe, that these almost inarticulate breathings and those very gentle variations of the figures upon the wall were but the natural effects of that customary rushing of the wind. With a deadly power overspreading her face, it proved to me that my exertions to reassure her would be fruitless. She appeared to be fainting, and no attendants were within call. I remembered where was deposited the decanter of light wine which had been ordered by our physicians, and hastened across the chamber to procure it. But as I stepped beneath the light of the censer, two circumstances of a startling nature attracted my attention. I had felt that some palpable though invisible object had passed lightly by my person, and I saw that there lay upon the golden carpet, in the very middle of the rich lustre thrown from the censer, a shadow, a faint and definite shadow of angelic aspect, such as might be fancied for the shadow of a shade. But I was wild with the excitement of an immoderate dose of opium, and heeded these things but little nor spoke of them to Rowena. Having found the wine, I recrossed the chamber and poured out a goblet, which I held to the lips of the fainting lady. She had now partially recovered, however, and took the vessel herself, while I sank upon an ottoman near me, with my eyes fastened upon her person. It was then that I became distinctly aware of a gentle footfall upon the carpet, and near the couch, and the second day after, as Rowena was in the act of raising the wine to her lips, I saw, nay, I dreamed that I saw, fall within the goblet as if from some invisible spring in the atmosphere of the room, 3 or 4 large drops of a brilliant and green coloured fluid. If this I saw, not so Rowena. She swallowed her own hesitantly, and I forbore her to speak to her of a circumstance which much, after all, can consider have been but a suggestion of a vivid imagination rendered morbidly by the terror of the lady, by the opening, and by the other. Yes, I cannot conceal it from my own perception that immediately subsequent to the fall of the ruby drops, a rapid change for the worse took place in the disorder of my life, so that on the third subsequent night, the hands of her menials prepared for the tomb, and on the fourth, I sat alone with her shrouded body in that fantastic chamber which had received her as my bride. Wild visions, opium engendered, flitted shadow-like before me. I gazed with an quiet eye upon the sarcophagi angles of the room, upon the varying figures of the drapery, and upon the writhing of the party-coloured fires in the centre overhead. My eyes then fell, as I called to mind the circumstances of a former night, to the spot beneath the glare of the censer when I had seen the faint traces of the shadow. It was there, however, no longer, and breathing with greater freedom, I turned my glances to the pallid and rigid figure upon the bed. Then rushed upon me 1,000 memories of Ligeia, and then came back into my heart with the turbulent violence of a flood, the whole of that unutterable woe with which I had regarded her thus enshrouded. The night waked, and still with a bosom full of bitter thoughts of the only one and only supremely beloved, I remained gazing upon the body of Rowena. It might have been midnight, or perhaps earlier or later, for I had taken no note of time, when a sob, low, gentle, but very distinct, startled me from my reverie. I felt that it had come from the bed of ebony, the bed of death. I listened in an agony of superstitious terror, but it was no repetition of the sound. I strained my vision to detect any motion in the corpse, but there was not the slightest perceptible. Yet I could not have been deceived. I had heard the noise, however faint, and my soul was awaiting within me. I had resolutely and perseveringly kept my attention riveted upon the body. Many minutes elapsed before any circumstances allowed occurred tending to throw light upon the mystery. At length it became evident that a slight, a very feeble, and barely noticeable tinge of colour had flushed up within the cheeks, and along the sunken small veins of the eyelids. Through a species of unutterable horror and awe, for which a language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression. I felt my heart cease to beat, my limbs grow rigid where I sat. Yet a sense of duty finally operated to restore my self-possession. I could no longer doubt there had been precipitating in our preparations, that the room is still lived. It was necessary that some immediate exertion be made, yet the turret was altogether apart from the portion of the abbey tenanted by the servants. There were none within call. I had no means of summoning them to my aid without leaving the room for many minutes, and this I could not venture to do. I therefore struggled alone in my endeavours to call back the spirit still hovering. In a short period it was certain, however, that the relapse had taken place. The colour disappeared from the violating cheek, leaving a wanness even more than that of marble. The lips became doubly shrivelled and pinched up in the ghastly expression of death. A repulsive clamminess and coldness overspread rapidly the surface of the body, and all the usual vigorous illness immediately supervened. I fell back with a shudder upon the couch from which I had been so startlingly aroused, and again gave up to passionate, waking visions of Ligeia. An hour thus elapsed, when, could it be possible, I was a second time aware of some vague sound issuing from the region of the bed. I listened in extremity of horror. The sound came again. It was a sigh. Rushing to the corpse, I distinctly saw, a tremor upon the lips. In a minute afterward, they relaxed, disclosing a bright brown and pearly teeth. Amazement now struggled in my bosom with the profound awe which had hitherto reigned there alone. I felt that my vision had dimmed, that my reason wandered, and it was only by a violent effort that I at length succeeded in nerving myself to the task which duty thus once more had pointed out. There was now a partial blow upon the forehead and upon the cheek and throat. A perceptible warmth pervaded the whole frame. There was even a slight pulsation of the heart. The lady lived, and with redoubled ardour I betook myself to the task of restoration. I chafed and bathed the temples and hands, and used every exertion which experience and no little medical reading could suggest. But in vain. Suddenly the colour fled, the pulsation ceased, the lips resumed the expression of the dead, and in an instant afterwards the whole body took upon itself the icy chilliness, the livid hue, the intense rigidity, the sunken outline, and all the lonesome peculiarities of that which has been, for many days, a tenant of the tomb. And again I sank into visions of Ligeia, and again, what marvel if I shudder when I write. Again there reached my ears a low sob from the region of the ebony bed. But why shall I minutely detail the unspeakable horrors of that night? Why shall I pause to relate how time after time, until near the period of grey dawn, this hideous drama of revivification was repeated, how each terrible relapse was only into a sterner and apparently more irredeemable death, how each agony wore the aspect of a struggle with some invisible foe, and how each struggle was succeeded by, I know not what overwhelming change in the personal appearance of the corpse. But they hurried to a conclusion. The greater part of the fearful night had worn away, and she who had been dead once against her, and now more vigorously than hitherto, although arousing from a dissolution more appalling in its utter hopelessness than any. I had long ceased to struggle or to move, and remained sitting rigidly upon the ottoman, a helpless prey to a whirl of violent emotions, of which extreme awe was perhaps the least terrible, the least consuming. The corpse, I repeat, stirred, now more vigorously than before. The hues of life flushed up with unwonted energy into the countenance, the limbs relaxed, and save that the eyelids were yet pressed heavily together, and that the bandages and draperies of the grave still imparted the charnel character to the figure. I might have dreamed that the woman had indeed shaken off utterly the fetters of death. But if this idea was not even then altogether adopted, I could at least doubt no longer when arising from the bed, tottering, with feeble steps, with closed eyes, with the manner of one bewildered in a dream, the thing that was enshrouded advances boldly and palpably into the middle of the apartment. I trembled not, I stirred not, for a crowd of unutterable fancies connected with the air. The stature, the demeanour of the figure, rushing huddled through my brain, had paralysed, had chilled me into stone. I stirred not, but gazed upon the apparition. There was a mad disorder in my thoughts, a tumult unappeasable. Could it indeed be living Rowena who confronted me? Could it indeed be Rowena at all, the fair-haired, the blue-eyed lady, Rowena Trevanion of Germain? Why should I doubt it? The bandage lay heavily about the mouth, but then might it not be the mouth of the breathing lady of Germain? And the cheeks, there were the roses in the bloom of life. Yes, these might indeed be the fair cheeks of the living lady of Germain. And the chin with its dimples as in hell, might it not be hers? But had she then grown taller since her malady? What inexpressible madness seized me with that thought. One bound and had reached her feet. Shrinking from my touch, she let fall from her head, unloosened, the ghastly sentiments which had been binding. And there streamed forth into the rushing atmosphere of the chamber, huge masses of long and dishevelled hair. It was blacker than the raven wings of the midnight. And now slowly opened the eyes of the figure which stood before me. Here then at least, I shrieked aloud, can I never be mistaken? These are the full and the black and the wild eyes of my lost love, of the lady Ligeia. Right. We're going to follow that with Eleonora. Excuse me. I am come of a race noted for vigour of fancy and ardour of passion. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled, whether madness is or not the loftiest intelligence, whether much of it is glorious, whether all that is profound does not spring from disease of thought, from moods of mind exalted at the expense of the general intellect. Those who dream by day are cognizant of many things which escape those who dream only by night. In their grey visions they obtain glimpses of eternity and thrill in awakening to find that they have been upon the verge of some great secret. In snatches they learn something of the wisdom which is good and more of the mere knowledge which is evil. They penetrate, however rudderless or compassless, into the vast ocean of the light ineffable. And again, like the adventures of the myriad geographer, agressi sunt mare tenebrium, hic in eo esse explorature. We will say then, that I am mad. I grant at least that there are two distinct conditions of my mental existence. The condition of a lucid reason, not to be disputed and belonging to the memory of events forming the first epoch of my life, and a condition of shadow and doubt appertaining to the present, to the recollection of what constitutes the secondary being of my being. Therefore, what shall I tell of the earlier period? Believe. And to what I may relate to the later time, give only such credit as may be due, or doubt it altogether, or if doubt it you cannot, then play into its riddles the Oedipus. She whom I loved in youth, and of whom I now pen calmly and distinctly these remembrances, was the sole daughter of the only sister of my mother long departed. Eleonora was the name of my cousin. We'd always dwelled together beneath a tropical sun in the valley of many-coloured grass. No unguided footstep ever came upon that vale, but it lay away up among a range of giant hills that hung beetling about it, shutting out sunlight from its sweetish recesses. No path was trodden in its vicinity, and to reach our happy home, there was no need of putting back with force the foliage of many thousands of forest trees, and of crushing to death the glories of many millions of fragrant flowers. Thus it was that we lived all alone, knowing nothing of the world within the valley, I and my cousin and our mother. From the dim regions beyond the mountains at the upper end of our encircled domain, there crept out a narrow and deep river, brighter than all save the eyes of Eleonora, and winding stealthily about many mazy courses, it passed away at length through a shadowy gorge, among hills still dimmer than those whence it had issued. We called it the River of Silence, for there seemed to be a hushing influence in its flow. No murmur arose from its bed, but so gently it wandered along, the pearly pebbles upon which we loved to gaze, far down within its bosom, stirred not at all, but lay in a motionless content, each in its own old station, shining on gloriously forever. The margin of the river and of the many dazzling rivulets that glided through devious ways into its channel, as well as the spaces that extended from the margins away down into the depths of the streams until they reached the bed of pebbles at the bottom. These spots, not less than the whole surface of the valley from the river to the mountains of Girton, were carpeted all by a soft green grass, thick, short, perfectly even, and vanilla perfumed, but so besprinkled throughout with the yellow buttercup, the pink daisy, the purple violet, and the ruby red asphodel, that its exceeding beauty spoke to our hearts in loud tones of the love and glory of God. And here in the erring groves about this grass, like wilderness of dreams, sprang up fantastic trees, whose tall, slender stems stood not upright, but slanted gracefully towards the light that peered at noonday into the centre of the valley. Their mark was speckled with the vivid alternate splendour of ebony and silver, and was smoother than all save the cheeks of Eleanora, so that but for the brilliant cream of the hues that spread to their summits in long tremulous lines, dallying with the zephyrs, one might have fancied them giant serpents of Syria, doing homage to their sovereign son. Hand in hand about this valley for 15 years I have roamed with Eleanora before love entered the Miller house. It was one evening at the close of the third lustre of her life, and of the fourth of my own, that we sat, locked in each other's embrace, beneath the serpent-like trees, and I looked down to the water of the River of Silence at her images therein. We spoke no words during the rest of that sweet day, and our words, even upon the morrow, were tremulous and few. We had drawn the broad eros from that wave, and then we felt we had enkindled within us the fiery souls of our forefathers, the passions which had for centuries distinguished our race, came thronging with the fancies for which they had been equally noted, and together breathed and built various bliss over the valley of the many-coloured grass. A change fell upon all things. Strange, brilliant flowers, star-shaped, burned out upon the trees where no flowers had been known before. The tints of the green carpet deepened, and when, one by one, the white daisies shrank away, there sprang up in place of them 10 by 10 of the ruby red asphodel. And life arose in our path, the tall flamingo hitherto unseen, with all gay glowing buds, flaunted with scarlet plumage before us. The gold and silver fish haunted the river, out of the bosom of which issued the leviathan, and murmured and swelled at length into a lulling memory more divine than after the harp of Eos, sweeter than all save the voice of Eleanor. And now too the luminous cloud which you had watched in the region of the Hesper floated out thence, all gorgeous and crimson and gold, and settling in peace above us, sank day by day lower and lower, until its edges rested upon the tops of the mountains, turning all their dimness into magnificence and shutting us up as if forever within a magic prison house of grandeur and glory. The loveless of Eleanora was that of the seraphim, but she was a maiden artless and innocent, that brief life she had led amongst the flowers. Excuse me. No girl disguised the fervour of love which animated her heart, and she examined me with its most inmost recesses as we walked together in the valley of the many-coloured grass, and discoursed of the mighty changes which had lately taken place therein. Excuse me again. At length, having spoken one day in tears of the last sad change which must befall humanity, she then spoke where only in the one sorrowful theme, interweaving it into all her converse, as in the songs of the bard of Shiraz. The same images are found occurring again and again in every impressive variation of phrase. She had seen that the finger of death was upon her bosom, that like the ephemeron, She had been made perfect in loveliness, only to die. But the terrors of the grave to her lay solely in a consideration which she revealed to me one evening at twilight by the banks of the river of silence. She grieved to think that having entombed her in the valley of many-coloured grass, they would quit forever its happy recesses, transferring a love which was now so passionately held into some maiden of the outer and everyday world, and there and then I threw myself hurriedly at the feet of Eleanora and offered up a vow to herself and to heaven that I would never bind myself in marriage to any daughter of Ellen, that I would in no manner prove recreant to her dear memory or the memory of a devout affection which she had blessed me. Is the water here? And I called the mighty ruler of the universe to witness the pious solemnity of my vow, and the curse which I invoked of him and her, the same illusion, should I prove traitorous to that promise, involved a penalty, the exceeding great horror of which will not permit me to make record of it here. And the bright eyes of Eleanor grew brighter at my voice, and she sighed as if a deadly burden had been taken from her breast, and she trembled and very bitterly wept, but she made acceptance of the vow, for she was but a child, and it made it easy for her the bed of her death. And she said to me not many days afterward, tranquil and darling, that because of what I had done for the comfort of her spirit, she would watch over me in that spirit when departed, and if it were permitted to return to me visibly in the watches of the night. But if this thing were indeed beyond the power of the souls in paradise, that she would at least give me frequent indications of her presence, sighting upon me in the evening winds or filling the air which I breathed with the perfume of the senses of the angels. And with these words upon her lips, she yielded up her innocent life, putting an end to the first epoch of my own. Thus far I have faithfully said, but as I pass the barrier in time's path, formed by the death of my beloved, and proceed to the second year of my existence, I feel a shadow gathers over my brain, and I mistrust the perfect sanity of the record. But let me on. Years drag themselves along heavily, and still I dwell within the valley of the many-coloured grass. But the second change had come upon all things. The star-shaped flowers shrank into the stems of the trees and appeared no more. The tints of the green carpet faded, and one by one the ruby red asphodels withered away. And there sprang up in place of them, 10 by 10 dark island violets that writhed uneasily in the river encumbered with dew. And life departed from her past, the tall flamingo flaunted no longer his scarlet plumes before us, but flew sadly from the veil of the hills. With all the gay glowing birds that arrived in his company, and the golden and silver fish swam down the gorge at the lower end of our domain, and bedecked the sweet river never again. And the lulling melody that had been softer than the wind harp of Eros, and more divine than all save the voice of Eleanora, it died little by little away, in murmurs growing lower and lower until the stream returned at length utterly into the solemnity of the original silence. And then, lastly, the luminous cloud uprose, and abandoning the tops of the mountains to the dimness of old, fell back into the regions of Hesper, and took away all its manifold golden and glorious glories from the valley of the many-coloured grass. Yet the promises of Eleanor were not forgotten, for I heard the sounds of the swing of the censers of the angels, and streams of a holy perfume floated over and out about the valley. And at lone hours when my heart beat heavily, the winds that bathed my brow came unto me laden with soft sighs and indistinct murmurs, filled often in my ear, and once soothed but one sober. I was awakened for a slumber like the slumber of death, by the pressing of spiritual lips upon my own. But the void within my heart refused even thus to be filled. I longed for a love which had filled it before to overflowing. At length the valley paid me to my memories of Eleanor, and left forever the vanities and troubling triumphs of the world. I found myself within a strange city where all things might have served, well, from recollection of the sweet dreams I had dreamed so long in the valley of the many-coloured grass. The pomps and pageantries of a stately court and the mad clangor of arms and the radiant loveliness of women bewildered and intoxicated my brain. But as yet my soul had proved true to its vows, and the indications of the presence of Eleanor were still given to me in the silent hours of the night. Suddenly these manifestations ceased, and the world grew dark before my eyes, and I stood aghast at the dominant thoughts which possessed, the terrible temptations which beset me. For there came from some far, far distant and unknown land into the gay court of the king I served, a maiden to whose beauty my whole recreant heart yielded at once, at whose footstool I bowed down without a struggle, in the most ardent and the most abject passion of love. What indeed was my passion for the young girl of the valley in comparison with the fervour and delirium and spirit-lifting ecstasy of adoration with which I poured out my whole soul in tears at the feet of imperial Ermengarde? Oh, bright was the seraph Ermengarde, and in that knowledge I had dreamed for no other. Oh, divine was the age of Ermengarde, and as I looked down into the depths of her memorial eyes, I thought only of them and of her. I wedded, not dreaded the curse I had invoked, and its bitterness was not visited upon me, and once, but once again, in the silence of the night, there came through my lattice the soft sighs which had forsaken me, and they moulded themselves into familiar and sweet voice, saying, "Sleep in peace, for the spirit of love reunited and ruled, and in taking to thy passionate heart, how he is Ermengarde, thou art absolved the reasons which were made known to thee in heaven, of the vows unto Eleanor." Thank you.
Oh, thanks for your patience. It's now 5:30 in the morning. We're all a bit gut, but we're getting there. And I am going to be designing the spectacles. I've been told it's a long one, so yeah, I got that. Second, okay. The spectacles. Many years ago, it was the fashion to ridicule the idea of love at first sight. But those who think not less and those who feel deeply have always advocated its existence. Modern discoveries, indeed, and what may be termed ethical magnetism or magnoid aesthetics render it probable that the most natural and consequently the truest and most intense of the human affections are those which arise in the heart as if by an electric sympathy. In a word, that the brightest and most enduring of the physical psycho factors are those which are riveted by the glance. The confession I'm about to make will add another to the already almost innumerable instances of the truth of the position. My story requires that I should be somewhat minute. I'm still a very young man, not yet 22 years of age. My name at present is a very usual and rather plebeian one, Simpson. I say at present, for it is only recently that I've been so called, having legislatively adopted this surname within the last year, in order to receive a large inheritance left me by a distant no relative, Adolphus Simpson, Esquire. The bequest was conditioned upon my taking the name of the testator. The family, not the Christian name. My Christian name is Napoleon Bonaparte, or more properly, these are my first and middle appellations. I assumed the name Simpson with some reluctance, as in my true patronym, Prozac, I felt a very pardonable pride. believing that I could trace a descent from the immortal author of the Chronicles. While on the subject of names, by the by, I may mention a singular coincidence of sound attending the names of some of my immediate predecessors. My father was a Monsieur Froissart of Paris. His wife, my mother, whom he married at 15, was a Mademoiselle Froissart, eldest daughter of Froissart, the banker, whose wife, again being only 16 when married, was the eldest daughter of one Victor Froissart. Monsieur Froissart, very singularly, had wedded a lady of similar name. And Mademoiselle Moissart, she too was quite a child when married, and her mother also, Madame Moissart, was only 14 when wed to the altar. These early marriages are usual in France. Here, however, are Mozart, Mozart, Croissart, and Froissart, all in the direct line of descent. My own name, though, as I say, became Simpson by act of legislature, and with so much repugnance on my part that at one period I actually hesitated about accepting the legacy with the useless and annoying proviso attached. As to personal endowments, I am by no means deficient. On the contrary, I believe that I am well made and possess what 9/10 of the world would call a handsome face. In height, I am 5'11". My hair is black and curling. My nose is sufficiently good. My eyes are large and grey, and although in fact they are weak to a very inconvenient degree, still no defect in this regard would be suspected from their appearance. The weakness itself, however, has always much annoyed me, and I have resorted to every remedy short of wearing glasses. Being youthful and good-looking, I naturally dislike these and have resolutely refused to employ them. I know nothing, indeed, which so disfigures the countenance of a young person, or so impresses every feature with an air of demureness, if not altogether of sanctimoniousness and of age. An eyeglass, on the other hand, has a savour of downright foppery and affectation. I have hitherto managed as well as I could without either, but something too much of these merely personal details which, after all, are of little importance. I will content myself with saying, in addition, that my temperament is sanguine, rash, ardent, enthusiastic, and that all my life I have been a devoted admirer of the women. One night last winter, I entered a box at the theatre in company with a friend, Mr. Talbot. It was an opera night, and the bills presented a very rare attraction, so that the house was excessively crowded. We were in time, however, to obtain the front seats which had been preserved for us, and into which, with some little difficulty, we elbowed our way. For 2 hours, my companion, who was a musical fanatical, gave his undivided attention to the stage. And in the meantime, I amused myself by observing the audience, which consisted in chief part of the very elite of the city. Having satisfied myself upon this point, I was about turning my eyes to the prima donna, when they were arrested and riveted by a figure in one of the private boxes which had escaped my observation. If I live 1,000 years, I can never forget the intense emotion with which I regarded this figure. It was that of a female, the most exquisite I had ever beheld. The face was so far turned towards the stage that for some minutes I could not obtain a view of it, but the form was divine. Nor the word can sufficiently express its magnificent proportion, and even the term divine seems ridiculously feeble as I write it. The magic of a lovely form in woman, the necromancy of a female gracefulness, was always a power which I found it impossible to resist. But here was grace personified, incarnate, the beau ideal of my wildest and most enthusiastic visions. The figure, nearly all which the construction of the box permitted to be seen, was somewhat above the medium height, and merely approach, without positively reaching, the majestic. Its perfect fullness and tournure were delicious. The head, of which only the back was visible, rivaled in outline that of the Greek Psyche, and was rather displayed than concealed by an elegant cap of des Ariennes, which put me in mind of the ventum textilium of Apuleius. The right arm hung over the balustrade of the box, and thrilled every nerve of my frame with its exquisite symmetry. Its upper portion was draperied by one of the loose open sleeves now in fashion. This extended but little below the elbow. Beneath it was worn an under one of some frail material, close-fitting and terminated by a cuff of rich lace which fell gracefully over the top of the hand, revealing only the delicate fingers, upon one of which sparkled a diamond ring, which I at once thought was of extraordinary value. The admirable roundness of the wrist was well set off by a bracelet which encircled it, and which also was ornamented and clasped by a magnificent aigrette of jewels, telling in words that could not be mistaken at once of the wealth and fastidious taste of the wearer. I gazed at this queenly apparition for at least half an hour, as if I had been suddenly converted to stone. And during this period, I felt the full force and truth of all that has been said or sung concerning love at first sight. My feelings were totally different from any which I had hitherto experienced. In the presence of even the most celebrated specimens of the female loveliness, an unaccountable and what I am compelled to consider a magnetic sympathy of soul for soul seemed to rivet not only my vision, but my whole powers of thought and feeling upon the admirable object before me. I saw, I felt, I knew that I was deeply, madly, irrevocably in love. And this even before seeing the face of the person beloved. So intense indeed was the passion that consumed me. I really believe it would have received little of any abatement had the features, yet unseen, proved of merely ordinary character. So anomalous is the nature of the only true love, of the love at first sight, and so little really dependent is it upon the external conditions which only seem to create and control it. While I was wrapped in admiration of this lovely vision, a sudden disturbance among the audience caused her to turn her head partially towards me, so that I beheld the entire profile face. Its beauty even exceeded my anticipations. And yet, there was something about it which disappointed me, without my being able to tell exactly what it was. I said disappointed, but this is not altogether the word. My sentiments were at once quieted and exalted. They partook less of transport and more of calm enthusiasm, of enthusiastic repose. The state of feeling arose perhaps from the Madonna-like and matronly air of the face, and yet I at once understood that it could not have arisen entirely from this. There was something else, some mystery which I could not develop, some expression about the countenance, while slightly disturbed me, also it greatly heightened my interest. In fact, I was just in that condition of mind which prepares a young and susceptible man for any act of extravagance. Had the lady been alone, I should undoubtedly have entered her box and accosted her at all hazards. But fortunately, she was attended by two companions, a gentleman and a strikingly beautiful woman, to all appearance a few years younger than herself. I revolved in my mind 1,000 schemes by which I might obtain hereafter an introduction to the elder lady, or, for the present at all events, a more distinctive view of her beauty. I would have removed my position to one nearer her own, but the crowded state of the theatre rendered this impossible. and the stern decrees of fashion had of late imperatively prohibited the use of opera glass. In a case such as this, even had I been so fortunate as to have one with me, but I had not, and was thus in despair. At length I bethought me of applying to my companion. "Talbot," I said, "you have an opera glass, let me have it." "An opera glass? No! What do you suppose I would be doing with an opera glass?" "Oh, they!" He returned impatiently towards the stage. "But Talbot," I continued, pulling him by the shoulder, "listen to me, will you? Did you see the stage box? There, no, the next. Did you ever behold as lovely a woman?" "She was very beautiful, no doubt," he said. "I wonder who she can be." "Why, in the name of all that is angelic, do you know who she is?" "Don't you know?" "Not to know her argues yourself unknown. She is the celebrated Madame Lalande, the beauty of the day par excellence, and the talk of the whole town, immensely wealthy too, a widow and a great match, has just arrived from Paris." "Do you know her?" "Yes, I have the honour." "Will you introduce me?" "Assuredly, with the greatest pleasure. When shall it be?" "Tomorrow. At 1, I will call upon you." "Very good. And now do hold your tongue, if you can." In this latter respect, I was forced to take Talbot's advice, for he remained obstinately deaf to every further question or suggestion, and occupied himself exclusively for the rest of the evening with what was transacting upon the stage. In the meantime, I kept my eyes riveted upon Madame Lalande, and at length had the good fortune to obtain a full view of her face. It was exquisitely lovely. This, of course, my heart had told me before, even had not Talbot fully satisfied me upon the point, but still the unintelligible something disturbed me. I finally concluded that my senses were impressed by a certain air of gravity, sadness, or still more properly of weariness, which took something from the youth and freshness of the countenance, only to endow it with a seraphic tenderness and majesty. And thus, of course, to my enthusiastic and romantic temperament, with an interest tenfold. While I thus feasted my eyes, I perceived at last, to my great trepidation, by an almost imperceptible start on the part of the lady, that she had become suddenly aware of the intensity of my gaze. Still, I was absolutely fascinated and could not withdraw it, even for an instant. She turned aside her face, and again I saw only the chiselled contour of the back portion of her head. After some minutes, as if urged by curiosity to see if I was still looking, she gradually brought her face round again, and again encountered my burning gaze. Her large dark eyes fell instantly, and a deep blush mantled her cheek. But what was my astonishment at perceiving that she not only did not a second time avert her head, but that she actually took from her girdle a double eyeglass, elevated it, adjusted it, and then regarded me intently and deliberately for the space of several minutes. Had a thunderbolt fallen at my feet, I could not have been more thoroughly astounded. Astounded only, not offended or disgusted in the slightest degree, although an action so bold that any other woman would have been likely to offend or disgust. But the whole thing was done with so much quietude, so much nonchalance, so much repose, and so evident an air of the highest breeding. In short, that nothing of mere effrontery was perceptible, and my sole sentiments were those of admiration and surprise. I observed that upon her first elevation of the glass, she had seemed satisfied with a momentary inspection of my person, and was withdrawing the instrument when, as if struck by a second thought, she resumed it, and so continued to regard me with fixed attention for the space of several minutes. For 5 minutes, at the least, I am sure. This action, so remarkable in an American theatre, attracted very general observation, and gave rise to an indefinite movement or buzz among the audience, which for a moment filled me with confusion, but produced no visible effect upon the countenance of Madame Lalande. Having satisfied her curiosity, if such it was, she dropped the glass and quietly gave her attention again to the stage, her profile now being turned towards myself as before. I continued to watch her unremittingly, although I was fully conscious of my rudeness in doing so. Presently, I saw the head slowly and slightly change its position, and soon I became convinced that the lady, while pretending to look at the stage, was in fact attentively regarding himself. It is needless to say what effect this conduct on the part of so fascinating a woman had upon my excitable mind. Having thus scrutinized me for perhaps a quarter of an hour, the fair object of my passion addressed the gentleman who attended her, and while she spoke, I saw distinctly, by the glances of both, that the conversation had reference to myself. Upon its conclusion, Madame Lalande again turned toward the stage and for a few minutes seemed absorbed in performances. At the expiration of this period, however, I was thrown into an extremity of agitation by seeing her unfold for the second time the eyeglass which hung at her side, fully confront me as before, and disregarding the renewed buzz of the audience, surveyed me from head to foot with the same miraculous composure which had previously so delighted and confounded my soul. The extraordinary behaviour, by throwing me into a perfect fever of excitement, into an absolute delirium of love, served rather to embolden than to disconcert me. In the mad intensity of my devotion, I forgot everything but the presence and the majestic loveliness of the vision which confronted my gaze. Watching my opportunity, when I thought the audience were fully engaged with the opera, I at length caught the eyes of Madame Lalande, and upon the instant made a slight but unmistakable bow. She blushed very deeply, then averted her eyes, then slowly and cautiously looked around, apparently to see if my rash action had been noticed, then leaned over towards the gentleman who sat by her side. I now felt a burning sense of the impropriety I had committed, and expected nothing less than instant exposure, while a vision of pistols upon the morrow floated rapidly and uncomfortably through my brain. I was greatly and immediately relieved, however, when I saw the lady merely hand the gentleman a playbill, without speaking, that the reader may form some feeble conception of my astonishment, of my profound amazement, my delirious bewilderment of heart and soul, when instantly afterwards, having again glanced furtively around, she allowed her bright eyes to settle fully and steadily upon my own. And then, with a faint smile, disclosing a bright line of her pearly teeth, made two distinct, pointed, and unequivocal affirmation inclinations of the head. It is useless, of course, to dwell upon my joy, upon my transport, upon my illimitable ecstasy of heart. If ever man was mad with excess of happiness, it was myself at that moment. I loved. This was my first love. So I felt it to be. It was love supreme, indescribable. It was love at first sight. And at first sight, too, it had been appreciated and returned. Yes, returned. How and why should I doubt it for an instant? What other construction could I possibly put upon such conduct on the part of a lady so beautiful, so wealthy, evidently so accomplished, of so high breeding, of so lofty a position in society, in every regard so entirely respectable, as I felt assured was Madame Lalande? Yes, she loved me. She returned the enthusiasm of my love with an enthusiasm as blind, as uncompromising, as uncalculating, as abandoned, and as utterly unbound as my own. These delicious fancies and reflections, however, were now interrupted by the falling of the drop curtain. The audience arose and the usual tumult immediately supervened. Quitting Talbot abruptly, I made every effort to force my way into closer proximity with Madame Lalande. Having failed in this on account of the crowd, I at length gave up the chase and bent my steps homewards, consoling myself for my disappointment in not having been able to touch even the hem of her robe, by the reflection that I should be introduced by Talbot in due form upon the morrow. This morrow at last came. That is to say, a day finally dawned upon a long and weary night of impatience, and then the hours until 1 were snail-paced, dreary and innumerable. But even some rule, it is said, shall have an end, and there came an end to this long delay. The clock struck. As the last echo ceased, I stepped into and inquired for Talbot. Out, said the footman, Talbot's own. Out, I replied, staggering back half a dozen paces. Let me tell you, my fine fellow, that this thing is thoroughly impossible and impracticable. Mr. Talbot is not out. What do you mean? Nothing, sir. Only Mr. Talbot is not in, that's all. He rode over to immediately after breakfast, and left word that he should not be in town again for a week. I stood petrified and in horror. With horror and rage, I endeavoured to reply, but my tongue refused its office. At length I turned on my heel, livid with wrath, and inwardly consigning the whole tribe of the Talbots to the innermost regions of Erebus. It was evident that my considerate friend, Il Fanatico, had quite forgotten his appointment with myself. Had forgotten it as soon as it was said. At no time was he a very scrupulous man of his word. There was no help for it. So smothering my vexation as well as I could, I strolled moodily up the street, propounding futile inquiries about Madame Lalande to every male acquaintance I met. By report she was known, I found to all, to many by sight, that she had been in town only a few weeks, and there were very few, therefore, who claimed her personal acquaintance. These few, being still comparatively strangers, could not or would not take the liberty of introducing me through the formality of a morning call. While I stood thus in despair, conversing with a trio of friends upon the all-absorbing subject of my heart, it so happened that the subject itself passed by. As I live, there she is, cried one. Surpassingly beautiful, exclaimed another. An angel upon earth, ejaculated the third. I looked, and in an open carriage, which approached us passing slowly down the street, sat the enchanting vision of the opera, accompanied by the younger lady who had occupied the portion of the box. Her companion also wears remarkably well, said one of my trio who had spoken first. Astonishingly, said the second, still quite brilliantly there. But art will do wonders. Upon my word, she looks better than she did at Paris 5 years ago. A beautiful woman still. Don't you think so, Frossa? Simpson, I mean. Still, said I. And why shouldn't she be? But compared with her friend, she is as a rushlight to the evening star, a glowworm to Antares. Why, Simpson, you have an astonishing tact at making discoveries. Original ones, I mean. And here we separated, while one of the trio began humming a gay vaudeville, of which I caught only the lines Ninon, Ninon, Ninon Abbas, Ninon, de Gloss. During this little scene, however, one thing had served greatly to console me, although it fed the passion by which I was consumed. As the carriage of Madame Lalande rolled by our group, I had observed that she recognized me, and more than this, she had blessed me by the most seraphic of all imaginable smiles, with the more clerical mark of the recognition. As for an introduction, I was obliged to abandon all hope of it until such time as Talbot should think proper to return from the country. In the meantime, I perseveringly frequented every reputable place of public amusement, and at length at the theatre where I first saw her, I had the supreme bliss of meeting her and of exchanging glances once again. This did not occur, however, until the lapse of a fortnight. Every day in the interim, I had inquired for Talbot at his hotel, and every day had been thrown into a spasm of wrath by the everlasting "not come home yet" of his footman. On the evening in question, therefore, I was in a condition little short of madness. Madame Lalande, I had been told, was a Parisian, had lately arrived from Paris. Might she not suddenly return? Return before Talbot came back? And might she not be thus lost to me forever? The thought was too terrible to bear. Since my future happiness was at issue, I resolved to act with a manly decision. In a word, upon the breaking of the play, I traced the lady to her residence, noted the address, and the next morning sent her a full and elaborate letter, in which I poured out my whole heart. I spoke boldly, freely. In a word, I spoke with passion. I concealed nothing even of my weakness. I alluded to the romantic circumstances of our first meeting, even to the glances which had passed between us. I went so far as to say that I felt assured of her love. While I offered this assurance and my own intensity of devotion as two excuses for my otherwise unpardonable conduct. As a third, I spoke of my fear that she might quit the city before I could have the opportunity of a formal introduction. I concluded the most wildly enthusiastic epistle ever penned with a frank declaration of my worldly circumstances, of my affluence, and with an offer of my heart and of my hand. In an agony of expectation, I awaited the reply. After what seemed the lapse of a century, it came. Yes, actually came. Romantic as all this may appear, I really received a letter from Madame Lalande. The beautiful, the wealthy, the idolized Madame Lalande. Her eyes, magnificent eyes, had not belied her noble heart, like a true Frenchwoman. And she had obeyed the frank dictates of her reason, the generous impulses of her nature, despising the conventional pruderies of the world. She had not scorned my proposals. She had not sheltered herself in silence. She had not returned my letter unopened. She had even sent me, in reply, one penned by her own exquisite fingers. It ran thus: Monsieur Smithson will pardon me for not compose the beautiful poem of his country so well as he might. It is only delayed that I am alive, and not yet have the opportunity for the l'étudier. With this apology for une manière, I will now say that, hélas, Monsieur Simpson, I guess, but it was too true. Mais I say to moi, alas, and I'm not ready to speak too much. Eugenie Lalande. This noble, spirited note I kissed 1,000,000 times, and committed, no doubt, on its account, 1,000 other extravagances that have now escaped my memory. Still, Talbot would not return. Alas, could he have formed even the vaguest idea of the suffering his absence occasioned his friend? Would not his sympathizing nature have flown immediately to my relief? Still, however, he came not. I wrote. He replied. He was detained by urgent business, but would shortly return. He begged me not to be impatient, to moderate my transports, to read soothing books, to drink nothing stronger than hop, and to bring the consolations of philosophy to my aid. Oh, the fool! If he could not come himself, why, in the name of everything rational, could he not have enclosed me a letter of presentation? I wrote him again, entreating him to forward one forthwith. My letter was returned by that footman, with the following endorsement in pencil. The scoundrel had joined his master in the country. Left yesterday for parts unknown. Did not say where or when be back, so thought best to return letter, knowing your handwriting, and as how you is always more or less in a hurry. Yours sincerely, Stubbs. After this, it is needless to say that I devoted to the infernal deities both master and valet. But there was little use in anger, and no consolation at all in complaint. I had yet a resource left in my constitutional audacity. But there too, it had served me well, and I now resolved to make it bear me to the end. Besides, after the correspondence which has passed between us, What act of mere informality could I commit within the bounds that ought to be regarded as indecorous as Madame Lalonde? Since the affair of the letter, I had been in the habit of watching her house, and thus discovered that about twilight it was her custom to promenade, attended only by a negro in livery, in a public square overlooked by her windows. Here amid the luxuriant and shadowing groves, in the grey gloom of a sweet midsummer evening, I observed my opportunity and accosted her. The better to deceive the servant in attendance, I did this with the assured air of an old and familiar acquaintance, with a presence of mind truly Parisian. She took the cue at once, and to greet me, held out the most bewitchingly little of hands. The valet at once fell into the rear, and now, with hearts full to overflowing, we discoursed long and unreservedly of our love. As Madame Lalonde spoke English even less fluently than she wrote it, our conversation was necessarily in French. In the sweet tongue so adapted to passion, I gave loose to all the impetuous enthusiasm of my nature, and with all the eloquence I could command, besought her consent to an immediate marriage. At this impatience she smiled. She urged the old story of decorum, that bugbear which deters so many from bliss until the opportunity for bliss has forever gone by. I had most imprudently made it known among my friends, she observed, that I desired her acquaintance, thus that I did not possess it, thus again there was no possibility of concealing the date of our first knowledge of each other. And then she adverted with a blush to the extreme recency of this date. To wed immediately would be improper, would be indecorous, would be outre. All this she said with a charming air of naivete, which enraptured while it grieved and convinced me. She went even so far as to accuse me laughingly of rashness, of imprudence. She bade me remember that I really even knew not who she was. What were her prospects, her connections, her standing in society? She begged me, but with a sigh, to reconsider my proposal, and termed my love an infatuation, a will o' the wisp, a fancy or fantasy of the moment, a baseless and unstable creation rather than of the imagination of the heart. These things she uttered as the shadows of the sweet twilight gathered darkly and more darkly around us, and then with a gentle pressure of her fairy-like hand, overthrew in a single sweet instant all the argumentative fabric she had reared. I replied as best I could, as only a true lover can. I spoke at length and perseveringly of my devotion, of my passion, of her exceeding beauty, and of my own enthusiastic admiration. In conclusion, I dwelt with a convincing energy upon the perils that encompass the course of love, that course of true love that never did run smooth, and thus deduced the manifest danger of rendering that course unnecessarily long. This latter argument seemed finally to soften the rigour of her determination. She relented. But there was yet an obstacle, she said, which he felt assured I had not properly considered. This was a delicate point for a woman to urge, especially so in mentioning it. She saw that she must make a sacrifice of her feelings. Still, for me, every sacrifice should be made. She alluded to the topic of age. Was I aware? Was I fully aware of the discrepancy between us? That the age of the husband should surpass by a few years, even by 15 or 20, the age of the wife, was regarded by the world as admissible and indeed as even proper, but she had always entertained the belief that the years of the wife should never exceed in number those of the husband. A discrepancy of this kind unnatural gave rise too frequently, alas, to a life of unhappiness. Now she was aware that my own age did not exceed 22, and I, on the contrary, perhaps was not aware that the years of my Eugenie extended very considerably beyond that sum. About all this, there was a nobility of soul, a dignity of candour which delighted, which enchanted me, which eternally riveted my chains. I could scarcely restrain the excessive transport which possessed me. My sweetest Eugenie, I cried, what is all this about which you are discoursing? Your years surpass in some measure my own, but what then? The customs of the world are so many conventional follies. To those who love as ourselves, in what respect differs a year from an hour? I am 22, you say, granted. Indeed, you may as well call me at once 23. Now you yourself, my dearest Eugenie, can have numbered no more than, than. Here I paused for a brief instant, in the expectation that Madame Lalande would interrupt me by supplying her true age. But a Frenchwoman is seldom direct, and is always, by way of answer to an embarrassing query, some little practical reply of her own. In the present instance, Eugenie, who for a few moments past had seemed to be searching for something in her bosom, at length let fall upon the grass a miniature, which I immediately picked up and presented. Keep it, she said, with one of her most ravishing smiles. Keep it for my sake, for the sake of her whom it too flattering represents. Besides, upon the back of the trinket, you may discover perhaps the very information you seem to desire. It is now, to be sure, growing rather dark, but you can examine it at your leisure in the morning. In the meantime, you shall be my escort home tonight. My friends here are about holding a little musical meeting. I can promise you too some good singing. We French are not nearly so punctilious as you Americans, and I shall have no difficulty in smuggling you in the character of my acquaintance. With this, she took my arm and I attended her home. The mansion was quite a fine one, and I believe furnished in good taste. Of this latter point, however, I am scarcely qualified to judge, for it was just dark as we arrived, and in American mansions of the better sort, lights seldom, during the heat of summer, make their appearance at this the most pleasant period of the day. And about an hour after my arrival, to be sure, a single shaded solar lamp was lit in the principal drawing room, and this apartment, I could thus see, was arranged with unusual good taste and even splendour. But two other rooms off the suite, and in the company of which chiefly assembled, remained during the whole evening in a very agreeable shadow. This is a well-conceived custom, giving the party at least a choice of light or shade, and one which our friends over the water could not do better than immediately adopt. The evening thus spent was unquestionably the most delicious of my life. Madame Lalande had not overrated the musical abilities of her friends, and the singing I here heard, I had never heard excelled in any private circle out of Vienna. The instrumental performers were many and of supreme talents. The vocalists were chiefly ladies, and no individual sang less than well. At length, upon a peremptory call from Madame Lalande, she arose at once, without affectation or demur, from the chaise longue upon which she had stayed by my side, and accompanied by one or two gentlemen and a female friend of the opera, repaired to the piano in the main drawing room. I would have escorted her myself, but I felt that under the peculiar circumstances of my introduction to the house, I'd better remain unobserved where I was. I was thus deprived of the pleasure of seeing, although not of hearing, her sing. The impression she produced upon the company seemed electrical, but the effect upon myself was something even more. I know not how adequately to describe it. It arose in part, no doubt, from the sentiment of love which I was imbued, but chiefly from my conviction of the extreme sensibility of the singer. It is beyond the reach of art to endow either air or recitative with more impassioned expression than was hers. Her utterance of the romancing tone, the tone with which she gave the words "so mio sa so" in the Capuletti are ringing in my memory yet. Her lower tones were absolutely miraculous. Her voice embraced 3 complete octaves, extending from the contralto D to the D upper soprano, and though sufficiently powerful to have filled the San Carlos, executed with the minutest precision every difficulty of vocal composition, ascending and descending scales, cadences or fiorature. In the finale of the Sonnambula, she brought about a most remarkable effect of the words. Ah, non bien human pensiero, al contento en Dios non pieno. Here, in imitation of Malibran, she modified the original phrase of Bellini, so as to let her voice descend to the tenor G, when by a rapid transition she struck the G above the treble stave, springing over an interval of 2 octaves. Upon rising from the piano after these miracles of vocal execution, she resumed her seat by my side, when I expressed to her in terms of the deepest enthusiasm my delight at her performance. Of my surprise, I said nothing, and yet was I most unfeignedly surprised. But a certain feebleness, or rather a certain tremulous indecision of voice in ordinary conversation had prepared me to anticipate that in singing she would not equip herself with any remarkable ability. Our conversation was now long, earnest, uninterrupted, and totally unreserved. She made me relate many of the earlier passages of my life and listened with breathless attention to every word of the narrative. I concealed nothing. I felt that I had right to conceal nothing from her confiding affection, encouraged by my candour upon the delicate point of her age. I entered with perfect frankness not only into a detail of my many minor vices, but made full confession of those moral and even those physical infirmities, the disclosure of which, in demanding so much higher a degree of courage, is so much surer an evidence of love. I touched upon my college indiscretions, upon my extravagances, upon my carousals, upon my debts, upon my flirtations. I even went so far as to speak of a slightly hectic cough which at one time I had been troubled, of a chronic rheumatism, of a twinge of hereditary gout, and in conclusion of the disagreeable and inconvenient but hitherto carefully concealed weakness of my eyes. Upon this latter point, said Madame Lalande laughingly, you have been surely injudicious in coming to confession, for without the confession I take it for granted that no one would have accused you of the crime. By the by, she continued, have you any recollection? And here I fancied that a blush, even through the gloom of the apartment, became distinctly visible upon her cheek. Have you any recollection, mon cher ami, of this little ocular assistant which now depends from my neck? As she spoke, she twirled in her fingers the identical double eyeglass which she so overwhelmed me with confusion at the opera. Full well, alas, too well do I remember it, I exclaimed, pressing passionately the delicate hand which offered the glass for my inspection. They formed a complex and magnificent toy, richly chased and filigreed and gleaming with jewels, which even in the deficient light I could not help perceiving were of high value. She resumed with a certain impressment of manner, but rather surprised me. You have earnestly besought of me a favour which you have been pleased to denominate priceless. You have demanded of me my hand upon the morning. Should I yield to your entreaties, and I may add to the pleadings of my own bosom, would I not be entitled to make demand of you a very little boon in return? Name it, I exclaimed, with an energy that I had nearly drawn upon as the observation of the company, and restrained by their presence alone from throwing myself impetuously at her feet. Name it, my beloved, my Eugenie, my own, name it. But alas, it is already yielded ere named. You shall comprehend, mon ami, she said, for the sake of Eugenie, whom you love, this little weakness, which you have at last confessed. This weakness, neither moral nor physical, and which, let me assure you, is so unbecoming the nobility of your real nature, so inconsistent with the candour of your usual character, and which, if permitted further control, will assuredly involve you, sooner or later, in some very disagreeable scrape. you shall conquer for my sake. This affectation which leads you, as you yourself acknowledge, to the tacit or implied denial of the infirmity of vision. For this infirmity you virtually deny, and refusing to employ the customary means for its relief. You will understand me to say that when I wish you to wear spectacles. Ah, hush! You have already consented to wear them for my sake. You shall accept the little toy which I now hold in my hand, and which, though admirable as an aid to vision, is really of no immense value as a gem. You perceive that by a trifling modification thus, or thus, it can be adapted to the eyes in the form of spectacles, or worn in the wrist or pocket as an eyeglass. It is in the form of one, however, and habitually, that you have already consented to wear it for my sake. This request, must I confess, it confused me in no little degree, but the condition with which it was coupled rendered hesitation, of course, a matter altogether out of the question. It is done, I cried, with all the enthusiasm I could muster at the moment. It is done, it is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake. Tonight I wear this dear eyeglass as an eyeglass, and upon my heart, but the earliest dawn of that morning, which gives me the privilege of calling you wife, I will place it upon my nose, and there wear it ever afterwards in the less romantic and less fashionable, but certainly in the more serviceable form which you desire. Our conversation now turned upon the details of an arrangement for the morrow. Talbot, I learned from my own betrothed, had just arrived in town. I was to see him at once and procure a carriage. The soirée could scarcely break up before 2, and by this hour the vehicle was to be at the door, when in the confusion occasioned by the departure of the company, Madame L. could easily enter it unobserved. We were then to call at the house of the clergyman, who would be in waiting, there be married, drop Talbot, and proceed on a short tour of the East, leaving the fashionable world at home to make whatever comments upon the matter they thought best. Having planned all this, I immediately took leave and went in search of Talbot, but on the way I could not refrain from stepping into a hotel for the purpose of inspecting the miniature. And this I did by the powerful aid of the glasses. The countenance was a surpassingly beautiful one. Those large, luminous eyes, that proud Grecian nose, those dark, luxuriant colours. Ah, said I, exulting to myself. This is indeed the speaking image of my beloved. I turned the reverse and discovered words, Eugenie Lalande, aged 27 years and 7 months. I found Talbot at home and proceeded at once to acquaint him with my good fortune. He professed excessive astonishment, of course, but congratulated me most cordially, and proffered every assistance in his power. In a word, we carried out our arrangements to the letter, and at 2 in the morning, just 10 minutes after the ceremony, I found myself in a close carriage with Madame Lalande, with Mrs. Simpson, I should say, and driving at a great rate out of town, in the direction northeast and by north half north. It had been determined for us by Talbot that as we were to be up all night, we should make our first stop at a village about 20 miles from the city, and there get an early breakfast and some repose before proceeding upon our route. At 4 precisely, therefore, the carriage drew up at the door of the principal inn. I handed my adored wife out and ordered breakfast forthwith. In the meantime, we were shown into a small parlour and sit down. It was now nearly as if not altogether daylight, and as I gazed enraptured at the angel by my side, the singular idea came all at once into my head that this was really the very first moment since my acquaintance with the celebrated loveliness of Madame Lalande, that I had enjoyed a near inspection of all that loveliness by daylight at all. And now, Madame, she said, taking my hand, and so interrupting this train of reflection, and now, mon cher ami, since we are indissolubly one, since I have yielded to your passionate entreaties and performed my portion of our agreement, I presume you have not forgotten that you also have a little favour to bestow. A little promise, which it is your intention to keep, huh? Let me see. Let me remember. Yes, full easily do I call to mind the precise words of the dear promise you made to Eugenie last night. Listen, You spoke thus. It is done. It is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake. Tonight I will bestow eyeglasses and eyeglass and upon my heart, but with the earliest dawn of that morning which gives me the privilege of calling you wife, I will place it upon my nose, and there wear it ever afterwards in the less romantic and less fashionable, but certainly in the more serviceable form which you desire. These were the exact words, my beloved husband, ready not. They were, I said. You have an excellent memory, and assuredly, my beautiful Eugenie, there is no disposition on my part to evade the performance of the trivial comedy and fine. See, behold, they are becoming, rather, are they not? And here, having arranged the glasses in the ordinary form of spectacles, I applied them gingerly in their proper position. While Madame Simpson, adjusting her cap and folding her arms, sat bolt upright in her chair in a somewhat stiff and prim, and indeed in a somewhat undignified position. "Goodness gracious me!" I exclaimed, almost at the very instant that the rim of the spectacles had settled upon my nose. "My goodness gracious me! Why, what can be the matter with these glasses?" And then taking them quickly off, I wiped them carefully with a silk handkerchief and adjusted them again. But if, in the first instance, there had occurred something which occasioned me surprise, in the second, this surprise became elevated to astonishment. And this astonishment was profound, was extreme. Indeed, I may say it was horrific. What in the name of everything hideous did this mean? Could I believe my eyes? Could I? That was the question. Was that rouge? And were those wrinkles upon the visage of Eugenie Lalande? And oh, Jupiter and every one of the gods and goddesses, little Annabeth, what had become of her teeth? I dashed the spectacles violently to the ground and, leaping to my feet, stood erect in the middle of the floor, confronting Mrs. Simpson, with my arms set akimbo and grinning and foaming, but at the same time utterly speechless and helpless with terror and with rage. Now, I have already said that Madame Eugenie Lalande, that is to say Simpson, spoke the English language, but very little better than she wrote it, and for this reason she very properly never attempted to speak it upon ordinary occasions. But rage will carry a lady to any extreme, and in present case, it carried Mrs. Simpson to the very extraordinary extreme of attempting to hold a conversation in a tongue that she did not altogether understand. "Well, monsieur," said she, after surveying me in great apparent astonishment for some moments. "Well, monsieur, and what then? And what am I done now? Is it the dance of the Saint Vitus that you have? If not like me, but for my pagan the poke?" "You wretch," said I, catching my breath. You villainous old hag." "Hag? Old? Me not a very. Me no one single day more than 82. 82! I ejaculated, staggering to the wall. 82,000 of sheep-a-boons, the miniature, said 27 years and 7 months. To be sure, that is so very true, but in the portraiture I've been taken for my 25th year. When I go marry my second husband, Monsieur Lalande, at that time I had no portrait to take my daughter by my first husband, Monsieur Moziat. Moziat? Said I. "Yes, Moziat," said she, mimicking my pronunciation, which, to speak the truth, was none the best. "And what then? What do you know about Moziat?" "Nothing, you old fright. I know nothing about him at all, only I had an ancestor of that name once upon a time." "That name? And what you have to say that name? It is very good name, and so is Moziat. That is very good name too. My daughter, Mademoiselle Moziat, she married Monsieur Moziat, and the name is but very respectable name." "Moziat?" I exclaimed. "And what's that?" "Why, what is it you mean?" "What I mean? I mean Moziat, and for that matter, I mean Croissant and Croissant too, if I only think proper 2 minutes. My daughter's daughter, Mademoiselle Boissat, she married Monsieur Boissat. And then again, my daughter's granddaughter, Mademoiselle Boissat, she married Monsieur Boissat. And I suppose you say that that is not one very respectable name. Boissat, said I, beginning to faint. Why, surely you don't say Mossad and Vossat and Hossat and Hossat. Yes, she replied, leaning fully back in her chair and stretching out her lower limbs at great length. Yes, Mossad and Vossat and Hossat and Hossat. But Monsieur Hossat, he was one very that you call fool. He was one very great big dunce like yourself. For he left La Belle France for come to this stupid America. And when he get here, he went to have one very stupid son, so I hear, though I have not yet have the pleasure to meet with him. Neither me nor my companion, the Madame Stephanie Lalande, is named Napoleon Bonaparte Frossart, and I suppose you say that that too is not one very respectable name. Either the length of the nature of this speech had the effect of working up Mrs. Simpson into a very extraordinary passion indeed, and as she made an end of it with great labour, she jumped up from her chair like somebody bewitched, dropping upon the floor an entire universe of bustle as she jumped. Once upon her feet, she gnashed her gums, brandished her arms, rolled up her sleeves, shook her fist in my face, and concluded the performance by tearing the cap from her head, and with it, an immense sprig of the most valuable and beautiful black hair, the whole of which she dashed upon the ground with a yell, and there trampled and danced a fandango upon it, in an absolute ecstasy and agony of rage. Meantime, I sank against aghast into the chair which she vacated. Mossad and Mossad, I repeated thoughtfully, as she cut one of her pigeon wings, and Mossad and Mossad, as she completed another. Mossad and Fossat, Fossat and Napoleon Bonaparte Fossat. Hi, you ineffably old serpent. That's me. That's me. Do you hear? That's me. Here I screamed at the top of my voice. That's me. I am Napoleon Bonaparte Fossat. And if I haven't married my great-great-grandmother, I wish I may be everlastingly compounded. Madame Eugenie Lalande, quasi Simpson, formerly Mossad, was in sober fact my great-great-grandmother. In her youth, she had been beautiful, and even at 82, retained the majestic height, the sculptural contour of head, the fine eyes, and the Grecian nose of her girlhood. By the aid of these, of pearl powder, of rouge, of false hair, false teeth, and false tournure, as well as of the most skillful modiste of Paris, she contrived to hold a respectable footing among the beauties en passés of the French metropolis. In this respect, indeed, she might have been regarded as little less than the equal of the celebrated Ninon de l'Enclos. She was immensely wealthy, and being left for the second time a widow without children, she bethought herself of my existence in America, and for the purpose of making me her heir, paid a visit to the United States, in company with a distant and exceedingly lovely relative of her second husband's, a Madame Stephanie Lalande. At the opera, my great-great-grandmother's attention was arrested by my notice, and upon surveying me through her eyeglass, she was struck with a certain family resemblance to herself. Thus interested, and knowing that the heir she sought was actually in the city, she made inquiries of her party respecting me. The gentleman who attended her knew my person and told her who I was. The information thus obtained induced her to renew her scrutiny. And the scrutiny it was which so emboldened me that I behaved in the absurd manner already detailed. She returned my bow, however, under the impression that by some odd accident I had discovered her identity. When deceived by my weakness of vision and the arts of the toilette in respect to the age and charms of the strange lady, I demanded so enthusiastically of Talbot who she was. He concluded that I meant the young younger beauty, as a matter of course, and so informed me with perfect truth that she was the celebrated widow Madame Lalonde. In the street next morning, my great-great-grandmother encountered Talbot, an old Parisian acquaintance, and the conversation very naturally turned upon myself. My deficiencies of vision were then explained, for those were notorious, although I was entirely ignorant of the notoriety, and my good old relative discovered, much to her chagrin, that she had been deceived in supposing me aware of her identity, and that I had been merely making a fool of myself and making open love in a theatre to an old woman unknown, by way of punishing me for this imprudence. She concocted with Talbot a plot. He purposely kept out of my way to avoid giving me the introduction. My street inquiries about the lovely widow Madame Lalonde were supposed to refer to the younger lady, of course, and thus the conversation with the three gentlemen whom I encountered shortly after leaving Talbot's hotel will be easily explained, as also their allusion to Ninon de Vinclos. I had no opportunity of seeing Madame Lalonde closely during daylight, and at her musical soiree, my silly weakness in refusing the aid of glasses effectually prevented me from making a discovery of her age. When Madame Lalonde was called upon to sing, the younger lady was intended, and it was she who arose to obey the call. My great-great-grandmother, to further the deception, arising at the same moment and accompanying her to the piano in the main drawing room, had I decided upon escorting her thither. It had been her design to suggest the propriety of my remaining where I was, but my own prudential views rendered this unnecessary. The songs which I so much admired, and which so confirmed my impressions of the youth of my mistress, were executed by Madame Stephanie Lalonde. The eyeglass was presented by way of adding a reproof to the hopes, a sting to the epigram of the deception. This presentation afforded an opportunity for the lecture upon affectation, with which I was so especially edified. It is almost superfluous to add that the glasses of the instrument, as worn by the old lady, had been exchanged by her for a pair better adapted to my years. They suited me, in fact, to a T. The clergyman, who merely pretended to tie the fatal knot, was a boon companion of Talbot's and no priest. He was an excellent whip, however, and having donned his cassock to put on a great coat, he drove the hack which conveyed the happy couple out of town. Talbot took a seat at his side. The two scoundrels were thus in at the death, and through half-open window of the back parlour of the inn, amused themselves in grinning at the denouement of the drama. I believe I shall be forced to call them both out. Nevertheless, I am not the husband of someone whose place I have now lost. What a shame I got so far. Wait, is it? The dangers of reading on a phone. Nevertheless, I am not the husband of my great-great-grandmother, and this is a reflection which affords me infinite relief. But I am the husband of Madame Lalonde and of Madame Stephanie Lalonde, with whom my good old relative, besides making me her sole heir when she dies, if she ever does, has been at the trouble of concocting me a match. In conclusion, I am done forever with billet doux, and I am never to be met without spectacles. That was fun.
Well done, Kat.
Bedtime. Good night, everyone.
Hi there. We move on to the system of Dr. Tara and Professor Vera. During the autumn of 1800s, while on tour through the extreme southern provinces of France, my route led me within a few miles of a certain Machon de Santé, or private madhouse, about which I had heard much in Paris from my medical friends. As I had never visited a place of the kind, I thought the opportunity too good to be lost, and so proposed to my travelling companion, a gentleman with whom I had made casual acquaintance a few days before, that we should turn aside for an hour or so and look through this establishment. To this he objected, pleading haste in the first place, and in the second, a very unusual horror at the sight of a lunatic. He begged of me, however, not to let any mere courtesy towards himself interfere with the gratification of my curiosity, and said that he would ride on leisurely so that I might overtake him during the day, or at all events during the next. As he bade me goodbye, I bethought me that there might be some difficulty in obtaining access to the premises, and mentioned my fears on this point. He replied that, in fact, unless I had personal knowledge of the superintendent, Monsieur Malard, or some credential in the way of a letter, a difficulty might be found to exist, as the regulations of these private madhouses are more rigid than the public hospital rooms. For himself, he added, he had, some years ago, since made the acquaintance of Malard, and would so far assist me as to ride up to the door and to introduce me, although his feelings on the subject of lunacy would not permit of his entering the house. I thanked him, and turning from the main road, we entered a grass-grown bypath, which in half an hour nearly lost itself in a dense forest, clothing the base of a mountain. Through this dank and gloomy wood we rode some 2 miles when the Maison de Santé came into view. It was a fantastic chateau, much dilapidated and indeed scarcely tentable through age and neglect. Its aspect inspired me with absolute dread, and checking my horse, I half resolved to turn back. I soon, however, grew ashamed of my weakness and proceeded. As we rode up to the gateway, I perceived it slightly opened, and the visage of a man peering through. In an instant afterwards, this man came forth, accosted my companion by name, shook him cordially by the hand, and begged him to alight. It was Monsieur Maillard himself. He was a portly, fine-looking gentleman of the old school, with a polished manner and a certain air of gravity, dignity, and authority, which was very impressive. My friend, having presented me, mentioned my desire to inspect the establishment, and received Monsieur Maillard's assurance that he would show me all attention. I took leave, and I saw him no more. When he had gone, the superintendent ushered me into a small and exceedingly neat parlour, containing, amongst other indications of refined taste, many books, drawings, pots of flowers, and musical instruments. A cheerful fire blazed upon the hearth. At a piano, singing an aria from the Bellini, sat a young and very beautiful woman, who, at my entrance, paused in her song and received me with graceful courtesy. Her voice was low and her whole manner subdued. I thought too that I perceived a trace of sorrow in her countenance, which was excessively, although in my bosom a feeling of mingled excessively, although to my taste not unpleasingly pure. She was attired in deep mourning and excited in my bosom a feeling of mingled respect, interest, and admiration. I had heard at Paris that the institution of Monsieur Maillard was managed upon what is vulgarly termed the system of soothing, that all punishments were avoided, that even confinement was seldom resorted to, that the patients, while secretly watched, were left much apart liberty, and that most of them were permitted to roam about the house and grounds in the ordinary apparel of persons of right mind. Keeping these impressions in view, I was cautious in what I said before the young lady, for I could not be sure that she was sane, and in fact there was a certain restless brilliancy about her eyes, which half led me to imagine she was not. I confined my remarks, therefore, to general topics, and to such as I thought would not be displeasing or exciting even to a lunatic. She replied in a perfectly rational manner to all that I said, and even her original observations were marked with the soundest good sense. But a long acquaintance with the metaphysics of mania had taught me to put no faith in such evidence of sanity, and I continued to practice throughout the interview the caution with which I commenced it. Presently, a smart footman in livery brought in a tray with fruit, wine, and other refreshments, of which I partook. The lady soon after was leaving the room. As she departed, I turned my eyes in an inquiring manner towards my host. No, he said. Oh no, a member of the family, my niece, and a most accomplished woman. I beg 1,000 pardons for the suspicions, I replied, but of course you will know how to excuse me. The excellent administration of your affairs here is well understood in Paris, and I thought it was just possible, you know. Yes, say no more. Or rather, it is myself who should thank you for the commendable prudence you have displayed. We seldom find so much forethought in young men, and more than once some unhappy contretemps has occurred in consequence of thoughtlessness on the part of their visitors. While my former system was in operation, and my patients were permitted the privilege of roaming to and fro at will, they were often aroused to a dangerous frenzy by injudicious persons who called to inspect the house. Hence, I was obliged to enforce a rigid system of exclusion, and none obtained access to the premises upon whose discretion I could not rely. Well, your former system was in operation, I said, repeating his words. Do I understand you then to say that the soothing system of which I've heard much is no longer in force? Excuse me. It is now, he replied, several weeks since we have concluded to renounce it forever. Indeed, you astonish me. We found it, sir, he said with a sigh, absolutely necessary to return to the old usages. The danger of the soothing system was at all times appalling, and its advantages have been much overrated. I believe, sir, that in this house it has been given a fair trial of every moment. We did everything that rational humanity could suggest. I am sorry that you could not have paid us a visit at an earlier period that you might have judged for yourself, but I presume you are conversant with the soothing practice, with its details. Not altogether. What I have heard has been at third or fourth hand. I may state the system then, in general terms, as one in which the patients were menages humoured. We contradicted no fancies which entered the brain to be mad. On the contrary, we not only indulged but encouraged them, and many of our more permanent cures have been thus affected. There is no argument which so touches the feeble reason of the madman as the reductio ad absurdum. We have had men, for example, who fancied themselves chickens. The cure was to insist upon the thing as a fact, to accuse the patient of stupidity in not sufficiently perceiving it to be a fact, and thus to refuse him any other diet for a week than that which properly advertised to a chicken. In this manner, a little corn and gravel were made to perform wonders. What was this species of acquiescence? Oh, by no means. We put faith in amusements of a simple kind, such as music, dancing, gymnastic exercises generally, cards, certain classes of books, and so forth. We affected to treat each individual as if for some ordinary physical disorder, and the word lunacy was never employed. A great point was to set each lunatic to guard the action of all the others, to repose confidence in the understanding or discretion of a madman is to gain in body and soul. In this way, we were enabled to dispense with the expense of body of keepers. And you had no punishment of any kind? None. And you never confined your patients? Very rarely. Now and then the malady of some individual growing to a crisis, or taking a sudden turn of fury, we conveyed him to a secret cell. This, it is lest this disorder should affect the rest, and there kept him until he could dismiss him to his friends. For with the raging maniac we have nothing to do. He is usually removed to the public hospitals. And you have now changed all this, and you think for the better. Oh, decidedly, the system had its disadvantages and even its dangers. It is now happily exploding throughout all the maisons de santé of France. I am very much surprised, I said, at what you tell me, but I'm not sure that at this moment no other method of treatment for mania existed in any portion of the country. You are young yet, my friend, replied my host, but the time will arrive when you will learn to judge for yourself of what is going on in the world, without trusting to the gossip of others. Believe nothing you hear, and only one half that you see. Now about Madame Maisons de Santé. It is clear that some ignoramus has misled you. After dinner, however, when you have sufficiently recovered from the fatigue of your ride, I will be happy to take you over the house and introduce you to a system which, in my opinion, and in that of everyone who's witnessed its operation, is incomparably the most effectual and yet advanced. Your own, I inquired. One of your own invention. I am proud, he replied, to acknowledge that it is, at least in some measure. In this manner, I conversed with Monsieur Malin for an hour or two, during which he showed me the garden and conservatories of the place. I cannot let you see my patients, he said, just at present. To a sensitive mind, there is always more or less of the shopping in such exhibitions, and I do not wish to spoil your appetite for dinner. You will dine. I can give you some veal à la Saint-Maribou with cauliflowers and a velouté sauce. After that, a glass of close de rouge, and your mess will be sufficiently sated. At 6, dinner was announced, and my host conducted me into a large salle à manger where a very numerous company were assembled, 25 or 30 in all. They were apparently people of rank, certainly of high breeding, although their habiliments, I thought, were extravagantly rich, partaking somewhat too much of the ostentatious finery of the veal poor. I noticed that at least 2/3 of these guests were ladies, and some of the latter were by no means pictured in what a Parisian would consider good taste in the present day. Many females, for example, whose age could not have been less than 70, were bedecked with a profusion of jewellery such as rings, bracelets, and earrings, and wore their bosoms and arms shamefully bare. I observed too that very few of the dresses were well made, or at least that very few of them fitted the wearers. In looking about, I discovered the interesting girls to whom Monsieur Millard had presented me in the little parlour, but my surprise was great to see her wearing a hoop and farthingale, with high-heeled shoes and a dirty cap of Brussels lace, so much too large for her that it gave her face a ridiculously diminutive expression. When I had first seen her, she was attired most becomingly in deep mourning. There was an air of oddity, in short, about the dress of the whole party, which at first caused me to recur to my original idea of the soothing system, and to fancy that Monsieur Millard had been willing to deceive me until after dinner, that I might experience no uncomfortable feelings during the past, finding myself down with lunatics. But I remembered having been informed in Paris that the southern provincials were a peculiarly eccentric people with a vast number of antiquated notions, and then, too, upon conversing with several members of the company, my apprehensions were immediately fully dispelled. The dining room itself, although perhaps sufficiently comfortable and of good dimensions, had nothing too much of elegance about it. For example, the floor was uncarpeted. In France, however, a carpet is frequently extra. The windows, too, were without curtains. The shutters being shut were securely fastened with iron bars, applied diagonally after the fashion of our shop shutters. The apartment I observed formed in itself a wing of the chateau, and thus the windows were on three sides in parallel order, the door being at the other. There were no less than 10 windows long. The table was superbly set out. It was loaded with plate, and more than loaded with delicacies. The profusion was absolutely barbaric. There were meats enough to have feasted the American. Never in all my life had I witnessed so lavish, so wasteful an expenditure of good things of life. There seemed very little taste, however, into the arrangements, and my eyes, accustomed to quiet lights, were sadly offended by the prodigious glare of a multitude of wax candles, which in silver candelabra were deposited on the table and all about the room, wherever it was possible to find a place. There were several active servants in attendance, and upon a large table at the farther end of the apartment were seated 7 or 8 people, with fiddles, fifes, trombones, and a drum. These fellows annoyed me very much at intervals during the repast by an infinite variety of noises which were intended for music, and which appeared to afford much entertainment to all present, with the exception of myself. Upon the whole, I could not help thinking that there was much of the bizarre about everything I saw. But then the world is made up of all kinds of persons, with all moods of thought, and all sorts of conventional customs. I have travelled too, so much as to be quite an adept at the mill and Madeira at this, so I took my seat very coolly at the right hand of my host, and having an excellent appetite, did justice to the great cheer set before me. Excuse me. The conversation in the meantime was spirited in general. The ladies, as usual, talked a great deal. I soon found that nearly all the company were well educated, and my host was a world of good-humoured anecdote in himself. He seemed quite willing to speak of his position as superintendent for Maison de Santé, and indeed, the topic of lunacy was, much to my surprise, a favourite one with all present. A great many amusing stories were told having reference to the whims of the patients. "We had a fellow here once," said a fat little gentleman who sat at my right, "a fellow that fancied himself a teapot. And by the way, is it not especially singular how often this particular crotchet has entered the brains of the lunatic? There is scarcely an insane asylum in France which cannot supply a human teapot." Our gentleman was a Britannia-ware teapot, and was careful to polish himself every morning with buckskin and whiting. "And then," said the tall man just opposite, "we had here not long ago a person who had taken it into his head that he was a donkey," which, allegorically speaking, you will see, is quite true. He was a troublesome patient, and we had much ado to keep him within bounds. For a long time he would eat nothing but thistles, but this idea we soon cured him by insisting upon his eating nothing else. Then he was perpetually kicking out his heels. So, "Mr. de Kock, I will thank you to behave yourself," here interrupted an old lady who sat next to the speaker. "Please keep your feet to yourself. You have spoiled my brocade. Is it necessary, pray, to illustrate a remark in so practical a style? Our friend here can surely comprehend you without all this. Upon my word, you're nearly as great a donkey as the poor unfortunate imagined himself. Your acting is very natural, as I know." "Mille pardons, mademoiselle," replied Monsieur de Kock, thus addressed, "1,000 pardons. I had no intentions of the thing. Mademoiselle Laplace, Monsieur de Kock will do himself the honour of taking me with you." Here Monsieur de Kock bowed low, kissed his hand with much ceremony, and took leave of Mademoiselle Laplace. "Allow me, mon ami, now," said Monsieur Mallard, addressing myself. "Allow me to send you a morsel of the steel. Alice, and then go. You will find it particularly funny. At this instant, these sturdy waiters had just succeeded in depositing safely upon the table an enormous dish or trencher containing what I supposed to be in monstrum horrendum informe inges cui lumen ademptum. A closer scrutiny assured me, however, that it was only a small calf, roasted whole and set upon its knees within a blameless mouth, as is the English fashion for dressing a baby. Thank you, no, I replied. To say the truth, I am not particularly partial to beer. Allah said, what is it? For I do not find it altogether agrees with me. I will change my plate, however, and try some of the rabbit. There were several side dishes on the table containing what appeared to be the ordinary French rabbit, a very delicious morsel which I could recommend. Pierre, cried the host, change this gentleman's plate and give him a side piece of this rabbit au chat. This what? This rabbit au chat. Why, thank you. Upon second thoughts, no. I will just help myself to some of the ham. There is no knowing what one eats, thought I to myself, at the tables of these peoples of the province. I will have none of the rabbit au chat. And for the matter of that, none of their cat or rabbit either. And then, said a cadaverous looking personage, near the foot of the table, taking up the thread of conversation we had broken off. And then, among other oddities, he had a patient once upon a time who very perniciously maintained himself to be a Cordova cheese, and went about with a knife in his hand, soliciting the strength to try a small slice from the middle of his leg. He was a great fool beyond doubt, interposed someone, but not to be compared to a certain individual who we all know, with the exception of this strange gentleman. I mean the man who took himself for a bottle of champagne and always went off with a pop and fizz in his fashion. Here, the speaker, very rudely as I thought, put his right thumb in his left cheek and withdrew it with a sound resembling popping of a collar, and then, by a dexterous movement with a tongue upon the teeth, created a sharp hissing and fizzing which lasted for several minutes, in imitation of the dropping of champagne. This behaviour, I saw plainly, was not very pleasing to Monsieur Millard, but that gentleman said nothing, and the conversation was resumed by a very lean little man in a big wig. And then there was an ignoramus that he mistook himself for a frog, which, by the way, he resembled in no little degree. I wish you could have seen him, sir. Here, he could address myself. It would have done your heart good to see the natural ears that he put on. Sir, if that man was not a frog, I can only observe that it is a pity he was not. His throat was thus, was the finest nose in the world, flat, and when he put his elbows upon the table thus, after taking a glass or two of wine, and extended his mouth thus and rolled up his eyes thus, and winked them with excessive rapidity. Thus, why then, sir, I take it upon myself to say positively that he would have been lost in admiration of the genius of the man. I have no doubt of it, I said. And then, said someone else, then there was Petit Galard, who thought himself a pinch of snuff, and was truly distressed because he could not take himself between his own finger and thumb. And then there was Jules Desullier, who was a very singular genius indeed, and went mad with the idea that he was a pumpkin. He persecuted the cook to make him up into pies, a thing which the cook indignantly refused to do. For my part, I am by no means sure that a pumpkin pie and la Desullier berries would have been very capsulated indeed. You astonish me, said I, and I looked inquisitively at Monsieur Millard. Ha ha, said the gentleman. Very good indeed. You must not be astonished, mon ami. Our friend here is a wit, a droll. You may not understand him to the letter. And then, said some other one at the party, then there was Buffon, Le Grand, another extraordinary personage in his day. He grew deranged through love and fancied himself possessed of two heads. One of these he maintained to be the head of Cicero, the other he imagined a composite one, being Demosthenes from the top of the forehead to the mouth, and Lord Brown's from the mouth to the chin. It is not impossible that he was wrong, but he would have convinced you of his being in the right, for he was a man of great eloquence. He had an absolute passion for oratory and could not refrain from display. For example, he used to leap upon the dinner table thus, and here a friend at the side of the speaker put a hand upon his shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear, upon which he ceased talking with great suddenness and sank back in his chair. And then, said the friend who had whispered, there was Bullard, the teetotum. I call him the teetotum because in fact he was seized with the droll but not altogether irrational notion that he had been converted into a teetotum. He would have roared with laughter to see him spin. He would turn round upon one heel by the other in this manner. So here the friend whom he had just interrupted by a whisper informed in exactly similar office what he said. But then, cried an old lady at the top of her voice, your Monsieur Bullard was a madman, and a very silly madman at best. For who, allow me to ask you, ever heard of a human teetotum? The thing is absurd. Madame Joyce was a more sensible person, as you know. She had a crochet, but it was instinct with common sense, and gave pleasure to all who had the honour of her acquaintance. She found upon mature deliberation that by some accident she had been turned into a chicken coop, but as such she behaved with propriety. She flapped her wings with prodigious effect, so, and as for her crow, it was delicious. Cock-a-doodle-doo, 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 do. Madam Joyce, I will thank you to behave yourself here, interrupted our host very angrily. You can either conduct yourself as a lady should do, or you can quit the table forthwith. Take your choice. The lady, whom I was much astonished to hear, addressed as Madam Joyce, after the description of Madam Joyce she had just given, blushed up to the eyebrows and seemed exceedingly abashed at the reproof. She hung down her head and said not a syllable in reply. But another younger lady resumed the theme. It was my beautiful girl, Japan. Oh, Madam Joyce was a fool, she exclaimed, but there was really much sound sense, after all, of the opinion of Eugenie Salsafette. She was a very beautiful and painfully modest young lady who thought the ordinary mode of habiliment indecent, and wished to dress herself, always by getting outside instead of inside of her clothes. Which is a thing very easily done after all. You only have to do so, and then so, and then so, and then, Mon Dieu, Madame Salsafette, here cried a dozen voices at once. What are you about? Forbear, that is sufficient. We see very plainly how it is done. Hold, and several persons were already leaping from their seat to withhold Madame Salsafette from putting herself upon a par with the Medicean Venus, when the point was very effectually and suddenly accomplished by a series of loud screams or yells from some portion of the main body of the chateau. My nerves were very much affected, indeed, by these yells, but the rest of the company I really pitied. I never saw any set of reasonable people so thoroughly frightened in my life. They all grew as pale as so many corpses, and shrinking within their seats, sat quivering and gibbering with terror, and listening for a repetition of the sound. It came again, louder and seemingly nearer, and then a third time, very loud, and then a fourth time, with a vigour evidently diminished. At this apparently dying away of the noise, the spirits of the company were immediately regained, and all was life and anecdote as before. I now venture to inquire the cause of this disturbance. A mere bagatelle, said Monsieur Mullard. You're used to these things, and care really very little about them. The lunatics every now and then get up a howl in concerts, one starting another, as is sometimes the case with a bevy of dogs at night. It occasionally happens, however, that the concerto yells are succeeded by a simultaneous effort at breaking loose, when of course some little danger is to be apprehended. And how many have you in charge? At present we have not more than 10 altogether. Principally females, I presume? Oh no, every one of them, men, and stout fellows too, I can tell you. Indeed, I have always understood that the majority of lunatics are of the gentler sex. It is generally so, but not always. Some time ago, there were about 27 patients here, and of that number, no less than 18 were women. But lately, matters have changed very much, as you see. Yes, have changed very much, as you see. Here, interrupted the gentleman with broken shins on Mademoiselle replies. Yes, have changed very much, as you see, chimed in the whole company at once. Hold your tongues, every one of you, said my host, in a great rage, whereupon the whole company maintained a dead silence for nearly a minute. As for one lady, she obeyed Monsieur Mullard to the letter, and thrusting out her tongue, which is an excessively long one, held it very resignedly with both hands until the thing began to take. And this gentlewoman, said I to Monsieur Mullard, bending over and dressing him with a whisper, this good lady has just spoken, and to give us the cock-a-doodle-dee-doo, she, I presume, is harmless, quite harmless, eh? Harmless, ejaculated he in unclean surprise. Why, what can you mean? Only slightly touched, I said, touching her head. I take it for granted that she is not particularly, not dangerously affected, eh? Oh, June, what is it you imagine? This lady, my particular old friend, Madame Joyeuse, is as absolutely sane as myself. She has her little eccentricities, to be sure, but then you know all old women, all very old women, are more or less eccentric. To be sure, I said, to be sure, and then the rest of these ladies and gentlemen are my friends and keepers, interrupted Monsieur Mullard, drawing himself up before two, my very good friends and assistants. What, all of them, I asked, the women and all? Assuredly, he said, we could not do at all without the women. They are the best lunatic nurses in the world. They have a way of the knowing. Their bright eyes have a marvellous effect, something like the fascination of the snake, you know. To be sure, said I, to be sure. They may be a little odd, eh? They are a little queer. Don't you think so? Odd, queer. Why do you usually think so? You're not very prudish, to be sure, here in the South. Do plenty much as we please, enjoy life and all that sort of thing, you know. To be sure, said I, to be sure. And then perhaps this Rose de Beaujeu is a little heady, you know, a little strong, you understand. To be sure, said I, to be sure. By the by, Monsieur, did I understand you to say that the system you were adopting in place of the celebrated soothing system was one of very rigorous severity? By no means. Our confinement is necessarily close. But the treatment, the medical treatment, I mean, is rather agreeable to the patients than otherwise. And the new system is one of your own invention. Not altogether. Some portions of it are referable to Professor Tarr, of whom you have necessarily heard. And again, there are modifications in my plan, which I am happy to acknowledge as belonging of right to the celebrated fellow, with whom I mistake not you have the honour of an intimate acquaintance. I am quite ashamed to confess, I replied, that I had never even heard the names of either gentleman before. Good heavens, ejaculated my host, drawing back his chair abruptly and uplifting his hands. I surely do not hear you right. You do not intend to say that you've never heard either of the learned Dr. Tarr or the celebrated Professor Feather. I am forced to acknowledge my ignorance and replied, but the truth should be held inviolate above all things. Nevertheless, I feel humbled to the dust not to be acquainted with the works of these, no doubt, extraordinary men. I will seek out their writings forthwith, and peruse them with very deliberate care. Monsieur Miller, you have really, I must confess it, you have really made me ashamed of myself, and this is the fact. Say no more, my good young friend, he said, kindly pressing my hands. Join me now in a glass of sauterne. We drank. The company followed our example without stint. They chatted, they jested, they laughed, they perpetrated 1,000 absurdities. The fiddle shrieks, the drums road, the trombones bellowed like so many brazen bulls of Alargus, and the whole scene growing gradually worse and worse as the lines gained the ascendancy, became at length a sort of pandemonium in petto. In the meantime, Monsieur Millard and myself, with some bottles of sauterne and a bonjour between us, continued our conversation at the top of the voice. A word spoken in an ordinary key stood no more chance of being heard than the voice of a fish from the bottom of Niagara Falls. And sir, said I, screaming in his ear, you mentioned something before dinner about the danger incurred in the old system of soothing. How is that? Yes, he replied, there was occasionally very great danger indeed. There is no accounting for the courtesies of madmen, and in my opinion, as well as that of Dr. Tarr and Professor Feather, it is never safe to permit them to run at large unattended. A lunatic may be soothed, as it is called, for a time, but at the end he is very apt to become obscure. His cunning too is powerful and great. If he has a project to view, he conceals his design. With a marvellous wisdom and the dexterity with which he counterfeits sanity presents to the metaphysician one of the most singular problems in the study of mind. When a madman appears thoroughly sane, indeed it is high time to picture in a straight jacket. But the danger, my dear sir, of which you speak in your own experience during your control of this house, have you had practical reason to think liberty hazardous in this age? Here, in my own opinion, why I may say yes. For example, no very long while ago, a similar circumstance occurred in the same house. The soothing system, was then in operation, and the patients were at large. They behaved remarkably well, especially so. Anyone sense might have known that some devilish scheme was brewing from that particular fact, and that the fellows behaved so remarkably well. And sure enough, one fine morning, the keepers found themselves pinioned hand and foot and thrown into the cells, where they were attended as if they were the lunatics, by the lunatics themselves who had usurped the offices of the keepers. You don't tell me so. I've never heard of anything so absurd in my life. Fact, it all came to pass by means of a stupid fellow, a lunatic, who by some means had taken it into his head that he had invented a better system of government than I ever heard of before. A lunatic government, I mean. He wished to give his invention a trial, I suppose, and so he persuaded the rest of the patients to join him in a conspiracy for the overthrow of the ruling powers. And he really succeeded. No doubt of it. The keepers and kept were soon made to exchange places, not as exactly either, for the madmen had been free, but the keepers were shut up in cells forthwith, and treated, I am sorry to say, in a very cavalier manner. But I presume a counter-revolution was soon effected. This condition of things could not have long existed. The country people in the neighbourhood, visitors coming in to see the establishment, would have given them up. There you're out. The head rebel was too cunning for that. He admitted no visitors at all, with the exception one day of a very stupid-looking young gentleman, of whom he had no reason to be afraid. He let him in to see the place, just by way of advice. To have a little fun with him. As soon as he had gathered him sufficiently to let him out, and send him about his business. And how long then did the madman reign? Oh, a very long time indeed, a month certainly. How much longer I can't precisely say. In the meantime, the lunatics had a jolly season of it, that you may swear. They doffed their own shabby clothes, and made free with the family wardrobe and jewels. The cellars of the chateau were well stocked with wine. These men were just the devils to know how to drink it. They knew people I could tell you. And the treatment, what was the particular species of treatment which the leader of the rebels put into operation? Why, as for that, a madman is not necessarily a fool, as I have already observed, and it is my own honest opinion that his treatment was a much better treatment than that which it supersedes. It was a very capital system, system, neat. No trouble at all, in fact, it was delicious. It was, here my host's observations were cut short by another series of years of the same character as those that had previously disconcerted us. This time, however, we seemed to proceed from persons rapidly approaching. Good heavens, the lunatics must have undoubtedly broken loose. I very much fear it is so, replied Monsieur Milan, now becoming excessively pale. He has scarcely finished the sentence before loud shouts and imprecations were heard beneath the windows, and immediately it was evident that some persons outside were endeavouring to gain entrance to the room. The door was beaten with what appeared to be a sledgehammer, hammer, and the shutters were wrenched and shaken with prodigious violence. A scene of the most terrible confusion ensued. Monsieur Milan, with excessive judgment, threw himself under the sideboard. I had expected more resolution at his hands. The members of the orchestra of the last concert, seemingly too much intoxicated to do duty, rushed down, altered us, and to the instruments, and scrambling upon the table, broke out with one accord into the activity, which they performed, if not exactly in tune, at least with an energy superhuman during the whole of the uproar. Meantime, upon the main dining table, among the bottles and glasses, meet the gentleman who with such difficulty had been restrained from weeping near before. As soon as he fairly settled himself, he commenced a narration, which no doubt was a very capital one. If it could only have been heard at the same time, the man with the teetotum predilection set himself to spinning around the apartment with immense energy, and he was outstretched at right angles with his body so that he had all the air of a teetotum. In fact, I knocked everybody down that happened to get in his way. And now, too, hearing an incredibly popping and fizzing of champagne, I discovered at length that it proceeded from the person who performed the bottle of that delicate drink during dinner. And then again, Frogman croaked away as if the salvation of his soul depended upon every note that he uttered. And in the midst of all this, the continuous braying of a donkey arose all over. As for my old friend, Madame Joyeuse, I really could have wept for the poor lady. She appeared so terribly perplexed. All she did, however, was to stand in a corner by the fireplace and sing out incessantly at the top of her voice, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" And now came the climax, the catastrophe of the drama. as no resistance beyond whooping and yelling and cock-a-doodling was offered to the encroachments of the party without, the 10 windows were very speedily and almost simultaneously broken in. But I shall never forget the emotions of wonder and horror with which I gazed when leaping through these windows and down among us, pell-mell, fighting, stamping, scratching and howling, we rushed a perfect army of what I took to be chimpanzees, orangutans, or big black baboons of the Cape of Good Hope. I received a terrible beating, after which I rolled under a sofa and lay still. After lying there for some 15 minutes, however, during which time I listened with all my ears to what was going on in the room, I came to some satisfactory denouement of this tragedy. Monsieur Miller, it appeared, was giving me the account of the lunatic who had excited his fellows to rebellion, and been merely relating his own exploits. This gentleman had, indeed, some 2 or 3 years before, been the superintendent of the establishment that grew crazy himself, and so became a patient. This fact was unknown to the travelling companions who introduced me. The keeper, 10 in number, having been suddenly overpowered, were first well tarred, then carefully feathered, then shut up in underground cells. They had been so imprisoned for more than a month, during which period Monsieur Millard had generously allowed them not only the tar and feathers which constituted his system, but some bread and an abundance of water. The latter was pumped from him daily. At length, one escaping through a sewer gate gave freedom to all the rest. The soothing system, with important modifications, had been resumed at the chateau. Yet I cannot help agreeing with Monsieur Millard that his own treatment was a very capital one of its kind. As he justly observed, it was simple, neat, and gave no trouble at all, not the least. I have only to add that although I have searched every library in Europe for the works of Dr. Tyler and Professor Feller, I have up to the present day utterly failed in my endeavours to procure it.
Thank you very much, Helen.
What would you do this? What's the easiest way
I think, if we,
to? Shall I put it on that table and then move the camera towards it? Does that work?
yeah, let's try that.
Yes, people who wanted to participate in videos or pre-recorded some stuff, and we're going to share them with you now. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. We're going to try our best. Bear with us. Oh, can you bring that laptop closer to the edge? And maybe I'll give you a bit of view. Excellent. Right, here we go. Beautiful. Let's go.
One Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most part, yet homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed, I need to expect it. In a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet, mad I am not. Very surely do I not. tomorrow I die. Today I would burden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. Their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet, I'm all attempt to explain them. To me, they presented little bit horror. To many, they will seem less terrible than rocks. Hereafter, perhaps some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, far less excitable than my own. So perceiving the circumstances I detail with awe, nothing more than an ordinary succession of the very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and the humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals. I was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. In these I spent most of my time, and I was never so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly take the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. Something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute, which goes directly to the heart of it, is on frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early. I was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my impartiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those most agreeable kind. Birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. Speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point. I mention the matter at all for no better reason than it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto. This was the cat's name. My favourite name. I alone fed him, and he attended me whenever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the brutality of fiend and impertinence, had, I was to confess it, experienced a radical altercation for the worse. I grew, day by day, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use temperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected, but ill used them. For Pluto, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him. But I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog when by accident or through affection became marry in my way. My disease grew upon me. For what disease is fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him. When he was frightened by violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of the demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed once to take flight from its body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife. I opened it. Grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. A blush. I burned my shudder. Will I pay the damnable atrocity? When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced the sentiment, half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. It was the best of evil and equivocal feeling. The soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess and soon drowned in light all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered the shock of the lost eye presented. It is true, a frightful appearance, but he had no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went into the house as usual, and, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. So much of my old heart left was to be first grieved for this evident dislike on the part of a creature which once so loved me. This feeling soon gave place to meditation. It came as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perversiveness. The spirit of philosophy. Look, I am not more sure that my soul lives. I am that perversiveness, one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not 100 times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason because he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law merely because we understand it as such? The spirit of perversiveness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue, and finally consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the offending brute. One morning in cool blood, I slipped a noose about its neck, and hung it to the limb of a tree. I hung it with tears streaming from my eyes, with the bitterest remorse in my heart. Hung it because I knew it loved me. Because I had felt it had given me no reason of offence. Hung it because I knew that in doing so, I was committing a sin. A deadly sin that so jeopardised my immortal soul as to place it. If such a thing was possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and the most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruelty was done, I was aroused from my sleep by the cry of fire. The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entirely worldly wealth was swallowed up. I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, and detail the chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible imperfect. When the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins fallen in. Its section was found in a compartment wall, a very thick which came in the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. Plastering it here in great measure resisted the action of fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. When this wall a dense cloud were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute, eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in base relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. Impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There was a rope around the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. A light reflection came to my head. The cat, I remembered, hung in a garden adjacent to the house. When the alarm of fire in the garden had been immediately filled by the crowd by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshness of red plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, then had accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Will I thus readily account to my reason, if not altogether for my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not less fail to convey a deep impression upon my fancy. For months, I cannot rid myself of the phantasm of the cat. And during this period there came back into my spirit a half sentiment that seemed but was not. So far as to regret the loss of the animal. To look about me among the vile haunts which are in it, jolly frequented for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance to with which to supply its place. One night as I sat, half stupefied at the terror more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense orchids of the gin or the rum, or as constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. Looking steadily at the top of this hog's head for some minutes, and now what caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it, touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every aspect, every respect but one. Pluto had not white hair upon any portion of his body. This cat had a large, although definite, defining splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, barked loudly, rubbed against my hand, and delighted with my notice. This very creature which I was in search. Once I offered to purchase him of the landlord with a spade. This person made no claim to it. Knew nothing of it, I'd never seen it before. I continued my gaze. When I prepared to go home, the animal, convinced that the disposition to accompany me, I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting as I proceeded. When I reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favourite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found that the sleep that arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. But I don't know how or why it was. Its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust, annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature. sense of shame, remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. Not for some strike or otherwise violently ill-use it. Gradually, very gradually, I came to look at one with to flee silent from its odious presence. As for the breath of pestilence, what added no doubt to my hatred of the beast was the discovery of the morning after I brought him home that, like Pluto, had also been deprived of one of his eyes, a circumstance I only endeared it to my wife, who, as I already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait and the source of my many simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, his partiality for myself seemed to increase. Follow my footsteps with a tenacity which would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with some loathsome caresses. If I rose to walk, it between my feet must nearly throw me down. Or fastening its long, sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, I longed to destroy with a blow. I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess at once, by absolute dread of the beast. Was that the dread of physical evil, and yet I should be almost aware of how otherwise to define it. I'm almost ashamed to own. Yes, even in this felon cell, I am almost ashamed to own the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been hyped by one of the nearest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large and spiritually very indefinite, definite, but by slow degrees nearly perceptible, in which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, and had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name. And for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would now have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of hideous of a gaslighting of the gallows. Mournful and terrible engine of horror, of crime, of agony. Death. Now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity. The brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me. For me, a man fashioned in the image of a high God, so much of insufferable woe, alas, neither by day nor by night knew I left the blessing of rest any more. The form of the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of intolerable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent entirely upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnant of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my soul. Intimates. Darkest and most evil of thoughts. My moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things, of all mankind. Well, from the sudden, frequent and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, I was the most usual and most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs and nearly thrown me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Lifting an axe, forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the arm, which of course would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. This blow was arrested by the high hand of my wife, goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal. I withdrew my arm from her and grasped, buried the axe. as such, the cellar was well adapted. Its floors were loosely constructed and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere prevented from hardening. Moreover, in the walls was a projection, a false chimney or fireplace that filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt I could readily displace the bits at this point and set the cogs and wall the hole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. In this calculation, I was not deceived. The means of having a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, and with little trouble I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured water, sand, and air with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. All did not present the slightest means of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with a minute care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, at least then, my labour has not been in vain. The next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. I then able to meet it. At the moment, I could have been no doubt of its fate, but it appeared that that crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my prison. It did not make its appearance due right. It must not want mentally since its introduction into the house. I sounded and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second of the day, the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not once again. I breathed as a free man. The monster in terror had fled the premises forever. I should hold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deeds from here, not until some few inquiries had been made, but these had readily answered. Even a search had been instituted. Of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future. Felicity is secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, Arthur proceeded very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the suitability of my place of concealment, without no embarrassment whatever, the officers made me accompany in a search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At the third, the length of the third or fourth day, they descended to the cellar. So my heart calmly as that of one who spoke was of innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and rolled easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. Clearly my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to save the one word that we had tried and tender doubly sure the assurance of my guiltiness. Gentlemen, I said, the last of the party ascended the stage. I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. Bye-bye, gentlemen. This is a very well-constructed house. The rabbi desired to say something easily, I scarcely knew, but I had uttered it all. I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls are you going, gentlemen? Walls are solid together. Here. The mere frenzy of bravado and wrapped heavily. The cane I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork. The hand which stood at the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by the voice from within the tomb. By a cry, first muffled and broken like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a horrible, wailing shriek. Half of horror and half of triumph such as might only have risen out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned and One thought it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For one instant, the party on the stairs remained motionless, no extremity of terror and of awe. The next, a dozen stout arms were toiling in the wall, veiled bodily. The corpse already greatly decayed and clotted with gore stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into the murder, whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb.
Cracking read by Chris there. So let's see what else have we got. Mask of the Red Death. Red Death.
The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar, and it sealed the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest band which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. No seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the instance of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave neither ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The examining provision with such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of this seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a mass ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bazaar. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one. At a time, there was a sharp turn every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose colour varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. where the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange. The fifth with white. The sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the colour of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood colour. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof, there was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And this one produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood, against the western wall, a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang. And when the minute hand made the circuit of the face and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound, and thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company, and while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter had once pervaded the assembly, that the musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly made whispering bows each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then with the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery. His conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has since been seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the seven chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams. And these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking cue from the rooms and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet. And then for a moment all is still, and all is silent, save for the voice of the clock. The dreams are swift frozen as they stand, and the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro, more merrily than ever, taking cue from the many tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the seven, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-coloured panes. The blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal, more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heat of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, till at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock, and then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things, as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bear of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps that more of thought crept, and more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. Thus too it happened, before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence. There were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before, and the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur expressive of disapprobation and surprise, and finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion, even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests. There are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company did seem now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny might have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder, either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely at the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares us? Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know from whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was an eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero. He uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms, loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side, and first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now with deliberate and stately step, with closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet. Ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the stable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one he dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. himself to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. Joseph Glanville. I cannot, for my soul, remember how, when, or even precisely where I first became acquainted with the Lady Ligeia. Long years have since elapsed, and my memory is feeble through much suffering. Or perhaps I cannot now bring these points to mind because, in truth, the character of my beloved, her rare learning, her singular yet placid cast of beauty, the thrilling, the enthralling eloquence of her low musical language made their way into my heart by paces so steadily and stealthily progressive that they have been unnoticed and unknown. Yet I believe that I met her first and most frequently in some large, old, decaying city near the Rhine. Of her family I have surely heard her speak. That it is of a remotely ancient date cannot be doubted. Ligeia. Studies of a nature more than all else adapted to deaden impressions of the outward world. It is by that sweet word alone, by Ligeia, that I bring before mine eyes and fancy the image of her who is no more. And now, while I write, a recollection flashes upon me that I've never known the paternal name of her who was my friend and my betrothed, and who became the partner of my studies and finally the wife of my bosom. Was there a playful charge on the part of my Ligeia? Or was the test of my strength of affection that I should institute no inquiries upon this point? Or was it rather a caprice of my own, a wildly romantic offering on the shrine of the most passionate devotion? I can indistinctly recall the fact itself. What wonder that I have utterly forgotten the circumstances which originated or attended it. And indeed, if ever that spirit which is entitled romance, if ever she, the wan and the misty-winged Ashtophet of idolatrous Egypt, presided, as they tell, over marriages ill-omened, then most surely she presided over mine. There is one dear topic, however, on which my memory fails me not. It is the person of Ligeia. In stature she was tall, somewhat slender, and in her latter days even emaciated. I would in vain attempt to portray the majesty, the quiet ease of her demeanour, or the incomprehensible lightness and elasticity of her footfall. She came and departed as a shadow. I was never made aware of her entrance into my close study, save by the dear music of her low, sweet voice, as she placed her marble hand upon my shoulder. In beauty of face, no maiden ever equaled her. It was the radiance of an opium dream, an airy and spirit-lifting vision more wildly divine than the fantasies which hovered vision about the slumbering souls of the daughters of Delos. Yet her features were not of that regular mould which we have been falsely taught to worship in the classical labours of the heathen. There is no exquisite beauty, says Bacon nor Verulum, speaking truly of all the forms and genera of beauty, without some strangeness in the proportion. Yet, although I saw that the features of Ligeia were not of a classic regularity, although I perceived that her loveliness was indeed exquisite and felt that there was much of strangeness pervading it, yet I tried in vain to detect the irregularity and to trace home my own perception of the strange. I examined the contour of the lofty and pale forehead. It was faultless. How cold indeed that word when applied to a majesty so divine. The skin rivaling the purest ivory, the commanding extent and repose, the gentle prominence of the regions above the temples, and in the raven black, the glossy, the luxuriant and naturally curling tresses, setting forth the full force of the Homeric epithet hyacinthine. I looked at the delicate outlines of the nose, and nowhere but in the graceful medallions of the Hebrews had I beheld a similar perfection. There were the same luxurious smoothness of surface, the same scarcely perceptible tendency to the aquiline, the same harmoniously curved nostrils speaking the free spirit I regarded, the sweet mouth. Here was indeed the triumph of all things heavenly. The magnificent turn of the short upper lip, the soft voluptuous slumber of the under, the dimples which sported in the colour which spoke, the teeth glancing back with a brilliancy almost startling, every ray of the holy light which fell upon them in her serene and placid, yet most exultingly radiant of all smiles. I scrutinized the formation of the chin, and here too I found the gentleness of breadth, the softness and the majesty, the fullness and the spirituality of the Greek, the contour which the god Apollo revealed but in a dream to Cleomenes, the son of the Athenian. And then I peered into the large eyes of Ligeia. For eyes we have no models in the remotely antique. It might have been too that in these eyes of my beloved lay the secret to which Lord Verulum alludes. They were, I must believe, far larger than the ordinary eyes of our own race. They were even fuller than the fullest of the gazelle eyes of the tribe of the valley of Nurjahad. Yet it was only in intervals, in moments of intense excitement, that this peculiarity became more than slightly noticeable in Ligeia. And at such moments was her beauty, in my heated fancy thus appeared perhaps the beauty of beings either above or apart from the earth, the beauty of the fabulous houri of the Turk. The hue of the orbs was the most brilliant of black. Far over them hung jetty lashes of great length. The brows, slightly irregular in outline, had the same tint. The strangeness, however, which I found in the eyes was of a nature distinct from the formation or the colour or the brilliancy of the features, and must after all be referred to the expression. Word of no meaning, behind whose vast latitude of mere sound we entrench our ignorance of so much of the spiritual. The expression of the eyes of Ligeia. How for long hours have I pondered upon it? How have I, through the whole of a midsummer night, struggled to fathom it? What was it that, something more profound than the well of Democritus, which lay far within the pupils of my beloved? What was it? I was possessed with a passion to discover those eyes, those large those divine orbs, they became to be twin stars of Leda, and I to them, the devoutest of astrologers. There is no point among the many incomprehensible anomalies of the science of mind more thoroughly exciting than the fact, never I believe noticed in the schools, that in our endeavours to recall to memory something long forgotten, we often find ourselves upon the very verge of remembrance without being able, in the end, to remember. And that's how frequently in my intense scrutiny of Lycia's eyes have I felt approaching the full knowledge of their expression, felt it approaching, yet not quite be mine, and so at length entirely depart. And strange, oh strangest mystery of all, I have found in the commonest objects of the universe a circle of analogies to that expression. I mean to say that subsequently to the period when Lycia's beauty passed into my spirit, there dwelling as in a shrine, I derived from many existences in the material world a sentiment such as I felt always aroused within me by her large and luminous orbs. Yet not the more could I define that sentiment or analyse or even steadily view it. I recognised it, let me repeat, sometimes in the survey of a rapidly growing vine, in the contemplation of a moth, a butterfly, a chrysalis, a stream of running water. I have felt it in the ocean, in the falling of a meteor. I felt it in the glances of unusually aged people, and there are one or two stars in heaven, one especially a star of the 6th magnitude, double and changeable, to be found near the large star in Lyra, in a telescopic scrutiny of which I have been made aware of the feeling. I have been filled with it by certain sounds from stringed instruments, not unfrequently by passages from books. Among innumerable other instances, I will remember something in a volume of Joseph Glanville, which, perhaps merely from its quaintness, you shall say, never failed to inspire me with this sentiment. And the will therein lieth, which dieth not. Who knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigour? For God is but a great will, pervading all things by nature of its intentness. Man doth not yield unto the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. Length of years and subsequent reflection have enabled me to trace, indeed, some remote connection between this passage in the English moralist and a portion of the character of Lycia. An intensity in thought, action, or speech was possibly in her a result, or at least an index, of that gigantic volition which, during our long intercourse, failed to give other and more immediate evidence of its existence. Of all the women whom I have ever known, she, the outwardly calm, the ever placid Lycia, was the most violently a prey to the tumultuous vultures of stern passion. And of such passion I could form no estimate, save by the miraculous expansion of those eyes which at once so delighted and appalled me, by the almost magical melody, modulation, distinctness, and placidity of her very low voice, by the fierce energy rendered doubly effective by contrast with her manner of utterance, of the wild words which she habitually uttered. I have spoken of the learning of Lycia. It was known in woman. In the classical tongues was she deeply proficient, and as far as my own acquaintance extended in regard to the modern dialects of Europe, I have never known her at fault. Indeed, upon any theme of the most admired, because simply the most abstruse of the boasted erudition of the Academy, have I ever found Ligeia at fault. How singularly, how thrillingly this one point in the nature of my wife has forced itself, at this late period only, upon my attention. I said her knowledge was such as I have never known in woman, but where breathes the man who has traversed, and successfully, all the wide areas of moral, physical, and mathematical science? I saw not then what I now clearly perceive, that the acquisitions of Ligeia were gigantic, were astounding. Yet I was sufficiently aware of her infinite supremacy to resign myself with a childlike confidence to her guidance through the chaotic world of metaphysical investigation at which I was most busily occupied during the earlier years of our marriage. With how vast a triumph, with how vivid a delight, with how much of all that is ethereal in hope, did I feel, as she bent over me in studies but little sought, but less known, that delicious vista by slow degrees, expanding before me, down whose long, gorgeous, and all untrodden path I might at length pass onward to the goal of a wisdom too divinely precious, not to be forbidden. How poignant then must have been the grief with which, after some years, I beheld my well-grounded expectations take wings to themselves and fly away. Without Ligeia, I was but as a child groping benighted. Her presence, her readings alone rendered vividly luminous the many mysteries of the transcendentalism in which we were immersed. Wanting the radiant lustre of her eyes, letters, lambent and golden, grew duller than Saturnian lead. And how those eyes shone less and less frequently upon the pages over which I pored. Ligeia grew ill. The wide eyes blazed with a too glorious effulgence. The fingers became of the transparent waxen hue of the grave, and the blue veins upon the lofty forehead swelled and sank impetuously with the tides of the gentle emotion. I saw that she must die, and I struggled desperately in spirit with the grim Azrael, and the struggles of the passionate wife were, to my astonishment, even more energetic than my own. There had been much in her stern nature to impress me with a belief that to her death would have come without its terrors, but not so. Words are impotent to convey any just idea of the fierceness of resistance with which she wrestled with the shadow. I groaned in anguish at the pitiable spectacle. I would have soothed, I would have reasoned, but in the intensity of her wild desire for life, but for life. Solace and reason were the uttermost folly, yet not until the last instance, amid the most convulsive writhings of her fierce spirit, was shaken the external placidity of her demeanour. Her voice grew more gentle, grew more low. Yet I would not wish to dwell upon the wild meaning of the quietly uttered words. My brain reeled as I hearkened entranced to a melody more than might not have doubted, and I might have been easily aware that in a bosom such as hers, love would have reigned no ordinary passion. But in death only was I fully impressed with the strength of her affection. For long hours detaining my hand which she poured out before me, the overflowing of a heart whose more than passionate devotion amounted to idolatry. How had I deserved to be so blessed by such confessions? How had I deserved to be so cursed with the removal of my beloved in the hour of her making them? But upon this subject I cannot bear to dilate. Let me say only that in Lygia's more than womanly abandonment to a love, alas, all unmerited, all unworthily bestowed, I at length recognised the principle of her longing with so wildly earnest a desire for the life which was now fleeing so rapidly away. It is this wild longing, it is this eager vehemence of desire for life, but for life, that I have no power to portray, no utterance capable of expressing. At high noon of the night in which she departed, beckoning me peremptorily to her side, she bade me repeat certain verses composed by herself not many days before. I obeyed her. They were these: Lo, 'tis a gala night, within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng, the winged bedight, in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra plays fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly mere puppets they, who come and go, and bidding all vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings, invisible woe. That motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the self-same spot. Much of madness, more of sin, and horror, the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic crowd, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that rise from out the scenic solitude. It rise, with mortal pangs, the mimes become its food, and the seraphs sob at vermin fangs, in human gore imbued. Out of the lights, out all, and over each quivering form, the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm. And the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising and veering affirm that the play is the tragedy, man, and its hero, the conqueror, worm. Oh God! Shrieked Lygia, leaping to her feet and extending her arms aloft with a spasmodic movement as I made an end of these lines. Oh God! O divine Father! Shall these things be undeviatingly so? Shall this conqueror be not once conquered? Are we not part and parcel in thee, who knoweth the mysteries of the world with its vigour? Man doth not yield unto the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. And now, as if exhausted with emotion, she suffered her white arms to fall, and returned solemnly to her bed of death. And as she breathed her last sighs, there came, mingled with them, a low murmur from her lips. I bent to them my ear and distinguished again the concluding words of the passage in Glanville. Man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble will. She died, and I, crushed into the very dust of sorrow, could no longer endure the lonely desolation of my dwelling in the dim and decaying city by the Rhine. I had no lack of what the world calls wealth. Ligeia had brought me far more, very far more, than ordinarily falls to the lot of mortals. After a few months, therefore, of weary and aimless wandering, I purchased and put in some repair an abbey, which I shall not name, in one of the wildest and least frequented portions of fair England. The gloomy and dreary grandeur of the building, the almost savage aspect of the domain, the many melancholy and time-honoured memories connected with both, and much in unison with the feelings of utter abandonment which had driven me into that remote and unsocial region of the country. Yet although the external abbey with its verdant decay hanging about it suffered but little alteration, I gave way with a childlike perversity, and perchance with a faint hope of alleviating my sorrows to a display of more than a regal magnificence within. For such follies, even in childhood, I had imbibed a taste, and now they came back to me, as if in the dotage of grief. Alas, I feel how much even of incipient madness might have been discovered in the gorgeous and fantastic draperies, in the solemn carvings of Egypt, and the wild cornices and furniture, in the bedlam patterns of the carpets of tufted gold. I had become a bounden slave in the trammels of opium, and my labours and my orders had taken a colouring from my dreams. But these absurdities I must not pause to detail. Let me speak only of that one chamber ever accursed, where, in a moment of mental alienation, I led from the altar as my bride, as successor of the unforgotten Ligeia, the fair-haired and blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Tremaine. There is no individual portion of the architecture and decoration of that bridal chamber which is not now visibly before me. Where were the souls of the haughty family of the bride when, through thirst of gold, they permitted to pass the threshold of an apartment so bedecked, maiden and daughter so beloved? I have said that I minutely remember the details of the chamber, yet I am sadly forgetful on topics of deep moment, and here there was no system, no keeping in the fantastic display to take hold upon the memory. The room lay in a high turret of the castellated abbey, few, so that the rays of either the sun or moon passing through it fell with a ghastly lustre on the objects within. Over the upper portion of this huge window extended the trellis work of an aged vine, which clambered up the massy walls of the turret. The ceiling of gloomy-looking oak was excessively lofty, vaulted and elaborately fretted with the wildest and most grotesque specimens of a semi-Gothic, semi-Druidical device. From out the most central recess of this melancholy vaulting depended, by a single chain of gold with long links, a huge censer of the same metal, Saracenic in pattern, with many perforations so contrived so that there writhed in and out of them, as if endued with a serpent vitality, a continual succession of party-coloured fires. Some few ottomans and golden candelabra of Eastern figure were in various stations about. And there was the couch too, the bridal couch, of an Indian model and low and sculptured of solid ebony, with a pall-like cabin canopy above. In each of the angles of the chamber stood on end a gigantic sarcophagus of black granite from the tombs of the kings over against Luxor, with their aged lids full of immemorial sculpture. But in the draping of the parliament lay, alas, the chief fantasy of all. The lofty walls, gigantic in height, even unproportionately so, were hung from summit to foot in vast folds, with a heavy and massive-looking tapestry of a material which was found alike as a carpet on the floor, as a covering for the ottomans and the ebony bed, as a canopy for the bed, and as the gorgeous volutes of the curtains which partially shaded the window. The material was the richest cloth of gold. It was spotted all over at irregular intervals with arabesque figures, about a foot in diameter, and wrought upon the cloth in patterns of the most jetty black. But these figures partook of the true character of the arabesque only when regarded from a single point of view, by a contrivance now common and indeed traceable to a very remote period of antiquity. They were made changeable in aspect. To one entering the room, they bore the appearance of simple monstrosities. But upon a farther advance, this appearance gradually departed, and step by step, as the visitor moved his station in the chamber, he saw himself surrounded by an endless succession of the ghastly forms which belonged to the superstition of the Norman, or arise in the guilty slumbers of the monk. The phantasmagoric effect was vastly heightened by the artificial introduction of a strong continual current of wind behind the draperies, giving a hideous and uneasy animation to the whole. In halls such as these, in a bridal chamber such as this, I passed with the Lady of Tremaine the unhallowed hours of the first month of our marriage. Passed them with but little disquietude, that my wife dreaded the fierce moodiness of my temper, that she shunned me and loved me but little, I could not help perceiving. But it gave me rather pleasure than otherwise. I loathed her with a hatred belonging more to demon than to man. My memory flew back, oh, with what intensity of peculiar nature of her passionate, her idolatrous love. Now then did my spirit fully and freely burn with more than all the fires of her own in the excitement of my opium dreams, for I was habitually fettered in the shackles of the drug. I would call aloud upon her name during the silence of the night, or among the sheltered recesses of the glens by day, as if through the wild eagerness, the solemn passion, the consuming ardour of my longing for the departed, I could restore her to the pathway she had abandoned, could be forever upon the earth. About the commencement of the second month of the marriage, the Lady Rowena was attacked with some illness, from which her recovery was slow. The fever which consumed her rendered her nights uneasy, and in her perturbed state of half-slumber, she spoke of sounds and of motions in and about the chamber of the turret, which I concluded had no origin save in the distemper of her fancy, or perhaps in the phantasmagoric influences of the chamber itself. She became at length convalescent, finally well. Yet but a brief period elapsed ere a second, more violent disorder again threw her upon a bed of suffering, and from this attack her frame, at all times feeble, never altogether recovered. Her illnesses were, after this epoch, of alarming character, and a more alarming recurrence, defying alike the knowledge and the great exertions of her physicians. With the increase of the chronic disease which had thus apparently taken too sure hold upon her constitution to be eradicated by human means, I could not fail to observe a similar increase in the nervous irritation of her temperament, and in her excitability by trivial causes of fear. She spoke again, and now more frequently and pertinaciously, of the sounds, of the slight sounds, and of the unusual motions among the tapestries to which she had formerly alluded. One night, near the closing in of September, she pressed this distressing subject with more than usual emphasis upon my attention. She had just awakened from an unquiet slumber, and I had been watching with feelings half of anxiety, half of vague terror, the workings of her emaciated countenance. I sat by the side of her ebony bed upon one of the ottomans of India. She partly arose and spoke in an earnest low whisper of sounds which she then heard, but which I could not hear, of motions which she then saw, but which I could not perceive. The wind was rushing hurriedly behind the tapestries, and I wished to show her what, let me confess that I could not all believe that those almost inarticulate breathings and those very gentle variations of the figures upon the wall were but the natural effects of that customary rushing of the wind. But a deadly pallor overspreading her face had proved to me that my exertions to reassure her would be fruitless. She appeared to be fainting. No attendants were within call. I remembered where was deposited a decanter of light wine which had been ordered by her physicians, and hastened across the chamber to procure it. But as I stepped beneath the light of the censer, two circumstances of a startling nature attracted my attention. I felt that some palpable, although invisible object had passed lightly by my person. I saw that there lay upon the golden carpet, in the very middle of the rich lustre thrown from the censer, a shadow, a faint, indefinite shadow of angelic aspect, such as might be fancied for the shadow of a shade. But I was wild with the excitement of an immoderate dose of opium and heeded these things but little, nor spoke of them to Rowena. Having found the wine, I recrossed the chamber and poured out a gobletful, which I held to the lips of the fainting lady. She had now partially recovered, however, and took the vessel herself while I sank upon an ottoman near me, with my eyes fastened upon her person. It was then that I became distinctly aware of a gentle footfall upon the carpet and near the couch. And then a second thereafter, as Rowena was in the act of raising the wine to her lips, I saw, or may have dreamed that I saw, fall within the goblet as if from some invisible spring in the atmosphere of the room. 3 or 4 large drops of a brilliant and ruby-coloured fluid. If this I saw, not so Rowena. She swallowed the wine unhesitatingly, and I forbore to speak to her of a circumstance which must, after all, I considered to have been but the suggestion of a vivid imagination, rendered morbidly active by the terror of the lady, by the opium, and by the hour. Yet I cannot conceal it from my own perception that immediately subsequent to the fall of the ruby drops, rapid change for the worse took place in the disorder of my wife, so that on the 3rd subsequent night, the hands of her menials prepared her for the tomb. And on the 4th, I sat alone with her shrouded body in that fantastic chamber which had received her as my bride. Wild visions, opium engendered, flitted shadow-like before me. I gazed with unquiet eye upon the sarcophagi in the angles of the room, upon the varying figures of the drapery, and upon the writhing of the party-coloured fires in the censer overhead. My eyes then fell, as I called to mind the circumstances of a former night, to the spot beneath the glare of the censer where I had seen the faint traces of the shadow. It was there, however, no longer. And breathing with greater freedom, I turned my glances to the pallid and rigid figure upon the bed. Then rushed upon me 1,000 memories of Lycia, and then came back upon my heart with the turbulent violence of a flood, the whole of that unutterable woe with which I regarded her thus unshrouded. The night waned, and still, with a bosom full of bitter thoughts of the one only and supremely beloved, I remained gazing upon the body of Rowena. It might have been midnight, or perhaps earlier, or later, for I had taken no note of time when a sob, low, gentle, but very distinct, startled me from my reverie. I felt that it came from the bed of ebony, the bed of death. I listened in an agony of superstitious terror, but there was no repetition of the sound. I strained my vision to detect any motion in the corpse, but there was not the slightest perceptible. Yet I could not have been deceived. I had heard the noise, however faint, and my soul was awakened within me. I resolutely, perseveringly, kept my attention riveted upon the body. Many minutes elapsed before any circumstance occurred tending to throw light upon the mystery. At length it became evident that a slight, a very feeble and barely noticeable tinge of colour had flushed up within the cheeks and along the sunken small veins of the eyelids. Through a species of unutterable horror and awe for which the language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression, I felt my heart cease to beat, my limbs grow rigid where I sat. A sense of duty finally operated to restore my self-possession. I could no longer doubt that we had been precipitate in our preparations, that Rowena still lived. It was necessary that some immediate exertion be made, yet till it was altogether apart from the portion of the abbey tenanted by the servants. There were none within call. I had no means of summoning them to my aid without leaving the room for many minutes, and this I could not venture to do. I therefore struggled alone in my endeavours to call back the spirit still hovering. In a short period it was certain, however, that a relapse had taken place. The colour disappeared from both eyelid and cheek, leaving a wanness even more than that of marble. The lips became doubly shrivelled and pinched up in the ghastly expression of death. A repulsive clamminess and coldness overspread rapidly the surface of the body, and all the usual rigorous illness immediately supervened. I fell back with a shudder upon the couch from which I had been so startlingly aroused, and again gave myself up to passionate, waking visions of Lycia. An hour thus elapsed. When could it be possible I was a second time aware of some vague sound issuing from the region of the bed. I listened in extremity of horror. The sound came again. It was a sigh. Rushing to the corpse, I distinctly saw an tremor upon the lips. In a minute afterward they relaxed, disclosing a bright line of the pearly teeth. Amazement now struggled in my bosom with the profound awe which had hitherto reigned there alone. I felt that my vision grew dim, that my reason wandered, and it was only by a violent effort that I at length succeeded in nerving myself to the task which duty thus once more had pointed out. There was now a partial glow upon the forehead and upon the cheek and throat. A perceptible warmth pervaded the whole frame. There was even a slight pulsation at the heart. The lady lived, and with redoubled ardour I betook myself to the task of restoration. I chafed and bathed the temples and the hands, and used every exertion which experience and no little medical reading could suggest, but in vain. Suddenly the colour fled, the pulsation ceased, the lips resumed the expression of the dead, and in an instant afterward the whole body took upon itself the icy chilliness, the livid hue, the intense rigidity, the sunken outline, and all the loathsome peculiarities of that which has been for many days a tenant of the tomb. And again I sunk into visions of Lygia, and again marvel that I shudder while I write. Again there reached my ears a low sob from the region of the ebony bed. But why should I minutely detail the unspeakable horrors of that night? Why should I pause to relate how time after time, until near the period of the grey dawn, this hideous drama of revivification was repeated? How each terrific relapse was only into a sterner and apparently more irredeemable death. How each agony wore the aspect of a struggle with some invisible foe, and how each struggle was succeeded by I know not what of wild change in the personal appearance of the corpse. Let me hurry to a conclusion. The greater part of the fearful night had worn away, and she who had been dead, once again stirred, and now more vigorously than hitherto. Although rousing from a dissolution more appalling in its utter hopelessness than any, I had long ceased to struggle or to move, and remained sitting rigidly upon the ottoman, a helpless prey to a whirl of violent emotions, of which extreme awe was perhaps the least terrible, the least consuming. The corpse, I repeat, stirred no more vigorously than before. The hues of life flashed up with unwonted energy into the countenance. The limbs relaxed, and save that the eyelids were yet pressed heavily together, and that the bandages and draperies of the grave still imparted their charnel character to the figure. I might have dreamed that Rowena had indeed shaken off utterly the fetters of death. But if this idea was not even then altogether adopted, I could at least doubt no longer when, rising from the bed, tottering, trembled not, I stirred not, for a crowd of unutterable fancies connected with the air, the stature, the demeanour of the figure rushing hurriedly through my brain had paralysed, had chilled me into stone. I stirred not, but gazed upon the apparition. There was a mad disorder in my thoughts, a tumult unappeasable. Could it indeed be the living Rowena who confronted me? Could it indeed be Rowena at all? The fair-haired, the blue-eyed Lady Rowena, Trevanion of Tremaine. Why? Why should I doubt it? The bandage lay heavily about the mouth, but then might it not be the mouth of the breathing Lady of Tremaine? And the cheeks, there were the roses, as in her noon of life. Yes, these might indeed be the fair cheeks of the living Lady of Tremaine, and the chin with its dimples as in health, might it not be hers? But had she then grown taller since her malady? What inexpressible madness seized me with that thought. One bound and I had reached her feet, shrinking from my touch. She let fall from her head, unloosened the ghastly cerements which had confined it, and there streamed forth into the rushing atmosphere of the chamber huge masses of long and dishevelled hair. It was blacker than the raven wings of the midnight. And now slowly opened the eyes of the figure which stood before me. At least I shrieked aloud. Can I never be mistaken? These are the full and the black and the wild eyes of my lost love, of the lady, Lychina. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once, upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, when I noted, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Oh, only this and nothing more." Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember rubbed its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow for the lost, Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. before, so that now to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating it to some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more. Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. Sir, said I, or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before, but the silence was unbroken. The darkness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word. Lenore, this I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word. Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Tonight, I heard again a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Then my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not an instant stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat. Nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore, and tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, much I marvelled this ungainly vow to hear discourse so plainly, those answers of meaning, with relevancy more. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore! Startled at the stillness broken by a reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock in store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs won burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and busted door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl, whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet fileth lining with the lamplight gloating o'er. She shall press nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by angels, whose faint footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent me, by these angels he hath sent me respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff this kind nepenthe and forget this lost Lenore, quoth the raven. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed the year ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God who built the door, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, quoth the raven. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door, quoth the raven. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting still was his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Thank you. The story we're going to read next is King Pest, a tale containing an allegory. About 12 o'clock one night in the month of October, and during the chivalrous reign of the third Edward, two seamen belonging to the crew of the Free and Easy, a trading schooner plying between Sluys and the Thames, and then at anchor in that river, were much astonished to find themselves seated in the tap room of an alehouse in the parish of St Andrews, London, which alehouse bore for sign the portraiture of a jolly tar. The room, although ill contrived, smoke-blackened, low-pitched, and in every other respect agreeing with the general character of such places at the period, was nevertheless, in the opinion of the grotesque crooks scattered here and there within it, sufficiently well adapted to its purpose. Of these groups our two seamen formed, I think, the most interesting, if not the most conspicuous. The one who appeared to be the elder, and whom his companion addressed by the characteristic appellation of Legs, was at the same time much taller of the two. He might have measured 6 feet and a half, and a habitual stoop in the shoulders seemed to have been the necessary consequence of an altitude so enormous. More than accounted for by deficiencies, and he was exceedingly thin, and might, as his associates asserted, have answered when drunk for a pennant at the masthead, or when sober have served for a jib boom. But these jests and other of a similar nature had evidently produced at no time any effect upon the cachinnatory muscles of the tar. With high cheekbones, a large hawk nose, retreating chin, fallen under jaw, and huge protruding white eyes, the expression of his countenance, although tinged with a species of dogged indifference to matters and things in general, was not the less utterly solemn and serious, beyond all attempts at imitation or description. The younger seaman was, in all outward appearance, the converse of his companion. His stature would not have exceeded 4 feet. A pair of stumpy bow legs supported his square, unwieldy figure, while his unusually short and thick arms, with no ordinary fists at their extremities, swung off, dangling from his sides like the fins of a sea turtle. Small eyes of no particular colour twinkled far back in his head. His nose remained buried in the mass of flesh which enveloped his round, full and purple face, and his thick upper lip rested upon the still thicker one beneath, with an air of complacent self-satisfaction, much heightened by the owner's habit of licking them at intervals. He evidently regarded his tall shipmate with a feeling half wondrous, half quizzical, and stared up occasionally in his face as the red setting sun stares up at the crags of Ben Nevis. Various and eventful, however, had been the peregrinations of the worthy couple in and about the different tap houses of the neighbourhood during the early hours of the night. Funds, even the most ample, are not always everlasting, and it was with empty pockets our friends had ventured upon the present hostelry. At the precise period then, when this history properly commences, Legs and his fellow Hugh Tarpaulin sat each with both elbows resting upon the large oaken table in the middle of the floor, and with a hand upon either cheek. They were eyeing from behind a huge flagon of unpaid for, humming stuff, the portentous word, no chalk, which to their indignation and astonishment were scored over the doorway by means of that very mineral whose presence they purported to deny. Not that the gift of deciphering written characters, a gift among the commonalty of that day, considered little less cabalistic than the art of inditing, could in strict justice have been laid to the charge of either disciple of the sea, but there was, to say the truth, a certain twist in the formation of the letters, an indescribable leelurch about the whole, which foreboded, in the opinion of both seamen, a long run of dirty weather, and determined them at once, in the allegorical works of Legs himself, to pump ship, clew up sail, and scud before the wind. Having accordingly disposed of what remained of the ale, and looked up the points of their short doublets, they finally made a bolt for the street. Although Tarpaulin rolled twice into the fireplace, mistaking it for the door, yet their escape was at length happily effected, and half after 12 o'clock found our heroes ripe for mischief and running for life down a dark alley in the direction of St Andrew's Stair, hotly pursued by the landlady of the Jolly Tar. At the epoch of this eventful tale, and periodically for many years before and after, all England, but more especially the metropolis, resounded with the fearful cry of plague. The city was in a great measure depopulated, and in those horrible regions in the vicinity of the Thames, where amid the dark, narrow, and filthy lanes and alleys, the demon of disease was supposed to have had his nativity. Oh, terror and superstition were alone to be found stalking abroad. By authority of the king, such districts were placed under ban, and all persons forbidden under pain of death to intrude upon their dismal solitude. Yet neither the mandate of the monarch, nor the huge barriers erected at the entrances of the street, nor the prospect of that loathsome death which, with almost absolute certainty, overwhelmed the wretch, whom no peril could deter from the adventure, prevented the unfurnished and untenanted dwellings from being stripped by the hand of mighty rapine of every article, such as iron, brass, or leadwork, which could in any manner be turned to a profitable account. Above all, it was usually found upon the annual winter opening of the barriers that locks, bolts, and secret cellars had proved but slender protection to those rich stores of wines and liquors, which, in consideration of the risk and trouble of removal, many of the numerous dealers having shops in the neighbourhood had consented to trust during the periods of exile to so insufficient a security. But there were very few of the terror-stricken people who attributed these doings to the agency of human hands. Pest spirits, plague goblins, and fever demons were the popular imps of mischief, and tales so blood-chilling were hourly told that the whole mass of forbidden buildings was at length enveloped in terror as in a shroud, and the plunderer himself was often scared away by the horrors his own depredations had created, leaving the entire vast circuit of prohibited district to gloom, silence, pestilence, and death. It was by one of the terrific barriers already mentioned, and which indicated the region lay to be under the pest ban, that, in scrambling down the alley, Legs and the worthy Hugh Tarpaulin found their progress suddenly impeded. To return was out of the question, and no time was to be lost, as their pursuers were close upon their heels. With thoroughbred seamen to clamber up the roughly fashioned plank work was a trifle, and maddened with the twofold excitement of exercise and liquor, They leapt unhesitatingly down within the enclosure, and holding on their drunken course with shouts and yellings, were soon bewildered in its noisome and intricate recesses. Had they not indeed been intoxicated beyond moral sense, their grueling footsteps may have been palsied by the horrors of the situation. The air was cold and misty. The paving stones, loosened from their beds, lay in wild disorder amid the tall rank grass which sprang up round the feet and ankles. Fallen houses choked up the streets. The most fetid and poisonous smells everywhere prevailed, and by the aid of that ghastly light, which even at midnight never fails to emanate from a vapoury and pestilential atmosphere, might be discerned lying in the bypaths and alleys, or rooting in the windowless habitations, the carcass of many a nocturnal plunderer arrested by the hand of the plague in the very perpetration of his robbery. But it lay not in the power of images or sensations or impediments such as these to stay the course of men who naturally brave, and at that time especially, brimful of courage and of humming stuff, would have reeled as straight as their condition might have permitted, undauntedly into the very jaws of death. Onward, still onward, stalked the grim legs, making the desolate solemnity echo and re-echo with yells like the terrific war whoop of the Indian. And onward, still onward, rode the dumpy tarpaulin, hanging on to the doublet of his more active companion, and far surpassing the latter's most strenuous exertions in the way of vocal music by bull roarings in basso from the profundo of his stentorian lungs. They had now evidently reached the stronghold of the pestilence. Their way at every step or plunge grew more noisome and more horrible, the paths more narrow and more intricate. Huge stones and beams falling momently from the decaying roof above them gave evidence, by their sullen and heavy descent, of the vast height of the surrounding houses. And while actual exertion became necessary to force a passage through frequent heaps of rubbish, it was by no means seldom that the hand fell upon a skeleton or rested upon a more fleshy corpse. Suddenly, as the seamen stumbled against the entrance of a tall and ghastly-looking building, a yell more than usually shrill from the throat of the excited legs was replied to from within in a rapid succession of wild laughter-like and fiendish shrieks. Nothing daunted at sounds which, of such nature, at such times, and in such a place, might have curdled the very blood in hearts less irrevocably on fire. The drunken couple rushed headlong against the door, burst it open, and staggered into the midst of things with a volley of curses. The room within which they found themselves proved to be the shop of an undertaker, but an open trap door in a corner of the floor near the entrance looked down upon a long range of wine cellars, whose depths the occasional sound of bursting bottles proclaimed to be well stored with their appropriate contents. In the middle of the room stood a table, in the centre of which again arose a huge tub of what appeared to be punch. Bottles of various wines and cordials, together with jugs, pitchers, and flagons of every shape and quality, were scattered profusely about the board. Around it, upon coffin trestles, was seated a company of 6. This company I will endeavour to delineate one by one. Fronting the entrance and elevated a little above his companions sat a personage who appeared to be the president of the table. His stature was gaunt and tall, and legs was confounded to behold in him a figure more emaciated than himself. His face was as yellow as saffron, but no feature excepting one alone was sufficiently marked to merit a particular description. This one consisted in a forehead so unusually and hideously lofty as to have the appearance of a bonnet or crown of flesh superadded upon the natural head. His mouth was puckered and dimpled into an expression of ghastly affability, and his eyes, as indeed the eyes of all at the table, were glazed over with the fumes of intoxication. This gentleman was clothed from head to foot in a richly embroidered black silk velvet pall, wrapped negligently round his form after the fashion of a Spanish cloak. His head was stuck full of sable hearse plumes, which he nodded to and fro with a jaunty and knowing air, and in his right hand he held a huge human thigh bone, which he appeared to have been just knocking down some member of the company for a song. Opposite him, and with her back to the door, was a lady of no the less extraordinary character. Although quite as tall as the person just described, she had no right to complain of his unnatural emaciation. She was evidently in the last stage of a dropsy, and her figure resembled nearly that of the huge puncheon of October beer which stood with the head driven in close by her side in a corner of the chamber. Her face was exceedingly round, red, and full, and the same peculiarity, or rather want of peculiarity, attached itself to her countenance, which I before mentioned in the case of the President. That is to say, only one feature of her face was sufficiently distinguished to need a separate characterization. Indeed, the acute Terpolan immediately observed that the same remark might have applied to each individual person of the party, every one of whom seemed to possess a monopoly of some particular portion of physiognomy. With the lady in question, this portion proved to be the mouth. Commencing at the right ear, it swept with a terrific chasm to the left. The short pendants which she wore in either auricle continually bobbing into the aperture. She made, however, every exertion to keep her mouth closed and look dignified, in a dress consisting of a newly starched and iron shroud, coming up close under her chin, with a crimpled ruffle of cambric muslin. At her right hand sat a diminutive young lady whom she appeared to patronize. This delicate little creature, in the trembling of her wasted fingers, in the livid hue of her lips, and in the slight hectic spot which tinged her otherwise leaden complexion, gave evident indications of a galloping consumption. An air of extreme haute tone, however, pervaded her whole appearance, as she wore in a graceful and dégagé manner a large and beautiful winding sheet of the finest Indian lawn. Her hair hung in ringlets over her neck, a soft smile played about her mouth, but her nose, extremely long, thin, sinuous, flexible, and pimpled, hung down far below her underlip, and in spite of the delicate manner in which she now and then moved it to one side or to the other with her tongue, gave to her countenance a somewhat equivocal expression. Over against her, and upon the left of the dropsical lady, was seated a little puffy, wheezing and gouty old man, whose cheeks reposed upon the shoulder of Verona like two huge bladders of Oporto wine. With his arms folded and with one bandaged leg deposited upon the table, he seemed to think himself entitled to some consideration. He evidently prided himself much upon every inch of his personal appearance, but took more especial delight in calling attention to his gaudy-coloured surtout. This is to say the truth, must have cost him no little money, and was made to fit him exceedingly well, being fashioned from one of the curiously embroidered silken covers appertaining to those glorious escutcheons which in England and elsewhere are customarily hung up in some conspicuous place upon the dwellings of departed aristocracy. Next to him, and at the right hand of the President, was a gentleman in long white hose and cotton drawers. His frame shook in a ridiculous manner with a fit of which Terpolan called the horrors. His jaws, which had been newly shaved, were tightly tied up by a bandage of muslin, and his arm being fastened in a similar way at the wrist, prevented him from helping himself too freely to the liqueurs on the table. A precaution rendered necessary in the opinion of Legs by the peculiarly Scottish and wine-bibbing cast of his visage. A pair of prodigious ears, nevertheless, which it was no doubt found impossible to confine, towered away into the atmosphere of the apartment and were occasionally pricked up in a spasm at the sound of the drawing of a cork. Fronting him, sixthly and lastly, was situated a singularly stiff-looking personage who, being afflicted with paralysis, must, to speak seriously, felt very ill at ease in his unaccommodating habiliments. He was habited somewhat uniquely in a new and handsome mahogany coffin, its top or headpiece pressed upon the skull of the wearer and extended over it, the fashion of a hood giving the entire face an air of indescribable interest. Armholes had been cut in the side for the sake, not more of elegance than of convenience, but the dress nevertheless prevented its proprietor from sitting as erect as his associates, and as he lay reclining against his trestle at an angle of 45 degrees, a pair of huge goggle eyes rolled up their awful whites towards the ceiling in absolute amazement at the enormity. Before each of the party lay a portion of a skull, which was used as a drinking cup. Overhead was suspended a human skeleton by means of a rope tied round one of the legs and fastened to a ring in the ceiling. The other limb, confined by no such fetter, stuck off from the body at right angles, causing the whole loose and rattling frame to dangle and swirl about at the caprice of every occasional puff of wind, which found its way into the apartment. In the cranium of this hideous thing lay a quantity of ignited charcoal, which threw a fitful but vivid light over the entire scene. Their coffins and other wares appertaining to the shop of an undertaker were piled high up around the room, against the windows, preventing any ray from escaping into the street. At sight of this extraordinary assembly, and of their still more extraordinary paraphernalia, our two seamen did not conduct themselves with that degree of decorum which might have been expected. Legs, leaning against the wall near which he happened to be standing, dropped his lower jaw still lower than usual and spread open his eyes to their fullest extent, while Hugh Tarpaulin, stooping down so as to bring his nose upon a level with the table, and spreading out a palm upon either knee, burst into a long, loud, and obstreperous roar of very ill-timed and moderate laughter. Without, however, taking offence at behaviour so excessively rude, the tall president smiled very graciously upon the intruders, nodded to them in a dignified manner with his head of sable plumes, and arising, took each by the arm and led him to a seat, which some others of the company had placed in the meantime for his accommodation. Legs, to all this, offered not the slightest resistance, but sat down as he was directed, while the gallant Hugh, removing his coffin trestle from its station near the head of the table, to the vicinity of the little consumptive lady in the winding sheet, plumped down by her side in high glee, and pouring out a scull of red wine, quaffed it to gain better acquaintance. But at this presumption, the stiff gentleman in the coffin seemed exceedingly nettled, and serious consequences might have ensued had not the president, rapping upon the table with his truncheon, diverted the attention of all present to the following speech. It becomes our duty, upon the present happy occasion— Avast there, interrupted Legs, looking very serious. Avast there a bit, I say, and tell us who the devil ye all are and what business ye have here. Rigged off like the foul fiends and swilling the snug blue ruin stowed away for winter by my honest shipmate, Will Wimble the Undertaker. At this unpardonable piece of ill breeding, all the original company have started to their feet and uttered the same rapid succession of wild, fiendish shrieks which had before caught the attention of the seamen. The president, however, was the first to recover his composure, and at length turned to us with great dignity, recommenced. Most willingly will we gratify any reasonable curiosity on the part of guests so illustrious, unbidden though they be. Know then that in these dominions I am monarch and here rule with undivided empire under the title of King Pest the First. This apartment, which you no doubt profanely suppose to be the shop of Will Wimble the undertaker, a man whom we know not, and whose plebeian appellations has never before this night thwarted our royal ears, this apartment, I say, is the day chamber of our palace devoted to the councils of our kingdom and to other sacred and lofty purposes. The noble lady who sits opposite is Queen Pest, our serene consort. The other exalted personages whom we behold are all of our family and wear the insignia of blood royal under their respective titles of His Grace the Archduke Pestiferous, His Grace the Duke Pestilential, His Grace the Duke Tempest, and Her Serene Highness of the Archduchess Anna Pest. As regards integrity, your demand of the business upon which we sit here in council, we might be pardoned for replying that it concerns alone our own private and regal interest, and is no matter important to any other than ourselves. But in consideration of those rights to which, as guests and strangers, you feel yourself entitled, we will furthermore explain that we are here in this night prepared by deep research and accurate investigation to examine, analyse, and thoroughly determine the indefinable spirit, the incomprehensible qualities and mere of those inestimable treasures of the palace, the palate, the wines, ales, and liqueurs of this goodly metropolis. By so doing, to advance not more our own designs than the true welfare of that unearthly sovereign whose death is over us all, whose dominions are unlimited, and whose name is death. Whose name is Davy Jones? Ejaculated Tippon, helping the lady by his side to a skull of liqueur, and pouring out a second for himself. Profane varlet, said the president, now turning his attention to the worthy Hugh. Profane and execrable wretch. We have said that in consideration of those rights, which even in thy filthy person we feel no inclination to violate, we have condescended to make reply to thy rude and unseasonable inquiries. We nevertheless, for your unhallowed intrusion upon our counsels, believe it our duty to mullet 3 of thy companion in each, a gallon of black strap. Having imbibed which to the prosperity of our kingdom, at a single draught, and upon your bended knees, ye shall be forthwith free to either to proceed upon your way, or remain and be admitted to the privileges of our table, according to your respective and individual pleasures. It would be a matter of utter impossibility, replied Legs, whose assumptions and dignity of King Pest I had evidently inspired with some feelings of respect, and who rose and steadied himself by the side of the table as he spoke. It would please your majesty be a matter of utter impossibility to stow away in my hold even 1/4 part of that same liqueur which your majesty just mentioned, to say nothing of the stuffs placed on board in the forenoon by the way of ballast, and not to mention the various ales and liqueurs shipped this evening at different seaports. I have at present a full cargo of humming stuff, taken in and duly paid for at the sign of the Jolly Tar. You will therefore please your majesty, be so good as to take the will for the deed. For by no manner of means either can I or will I swallow another drop, least of all that villainous bilge water that answers to the hail of Blackstrap. Delay that, interrupted Tarpaulin, astonished not more at the length of his companion's speech than at the nature of his refusal. Delay that, you lubber, and I say, legs none of your palaver. My hull is still light, although I confess you yourself seem to be a little top-heavy, and as for the matter of your share of the cargo, why, rather than raise a squall, I would find storage room for it myself. But this proceeding, interposed the President, is by no means in accordance with the terms of the bullet or sentence, which is in its nature median, and not to be altered or recalled. The conditions we have imposed must be fulfilled to the letter, and that without a moment's hesitation, in failure of which fulfilment, we decree that you do here be tied neck and heels together, and duly drowned as rebels in yon bog's head of Trowbridge. A sentence, a righteous and just sentence, a glorious decree, a most worthy and upright and holy condemnation, shouted the pressed family altogether. The king elevated his forehead into innumerable wrinkles. The gouty old man puffed like a pair of bellows. The lady of the winding sheet waved her nose to and fro. The gentleman in the cotton drawers pricked up his ears. She of the shroud gasped like a dying fish, and he of the coffin looked stiff and rolled up his eyes. Chuckled Tarpaulin, without heeding the general excitation. Yup, ab. I was saying, said he, I was saying when Mr. Kingpest poked in his marlin spike, that as for the matter of 2 or 3 gallons more or less of Blackstrap, it was a trifle to a tight seaboat, like myself, not overstowed. But when it comes to drinking the health of the devil, whom God assoils, is going down upon my marrow bones to his ill-favoured majesty there, whom I know, as well as I know myself, to be a sinner, to be nobody in the whole world. But Tim Hurley-Gurley, the stage player, why, it's quite another guess sort of a thing, and utterly and altogether past my comprehension. He was not allowed to finish this speech in tranquillity. At the name of Tim Hurley-Gurley, the whole assembly leapt from their seats. Treason! Shouted His Majesty King Pest the First. Treason! Said the little man with the gout. Treason! Screamed the Archduchess Anna Pest. Treason! Muttered the gentleman with his jaws tied up. Treason! Growled he of the coffin. Treason! Treason! Shrieked Her Majesty of the Mouth, and seizing by the hinder part of his breeches the unfortunate Tarpaulin, who had just commenced pouring out for himself a skull of liqueur. She lifted him high into the air and let him fall without ceremony into the huge open puncheon of his beloved ale. Bobbing up and down for a few seconds like an apple in a bowl of toddy, he at length finally disappeared amid the whirlpool of foam, which in the already effervescent liquor his struggles easily succeeded in creating. Not tamely, however, did the tall seaman behold the discomfiture of his companion jostling King Pest through the open trap. Their valiant legs slammed the door down upon him with an oath and strode toward the centre of the room. Here, tearing down the skeleton, which swung over the table, he laid it about him with so much energy and goodwill that as the last glimpses of light died away within the apartment, he succeeded in knocking out the brains of the little gentleman with the gout. Rushing then with all his force against the facial hogshead full of October ale, rushing then with all his force against the fatal hogshead full. Rushing then with all his force against the fatal hogshead full of October ale, and pewter bowling, he rolled it over and over in an instant. Out burst a deluge of liquor so fierce, so impetuous, so overwhelming that the room was flooded from wall to wall. The loaded table was overturned, the trestles were thrown upon their backs, the tub of punch into the fireplace, and the ladies into hysterics. Piles of death furniture floundered about, jugs, pictures, and carboys mingled promiscuously in the melee, and wicker flagons encountered desperately with bottles of junk. The man with the horrors was drowned upon the spot. The little stiff gentleman had floated off in his coffin, and the victorious legs, seizing by the waist the fat lady in the shroud, rushed out with her into the street and made a beeline for the free and easy, followed under easy sail by the redoubtable Hugh Polly, who, having sneezed 3 or 4 times, panted and puffed after him with the Duchess Anna Prince.
Thank you very much, Helen. That's great, thank you. So you want to get yourself comfortable, just watch that your cushion there. There's another cushion there if you need it on your back, Jamie. And just introduce yourself to camera and read whenever you're good to go.
Hello, I'm Jamie Adams, and this is the Mask of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, process, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons. There were improvisatori. There were ballet dancers. There were musicians. There was beauty. There was wine. All this and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of the seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn, a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose colour varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That of the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of that same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the colour of the window failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood colour. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there lay any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or suspended along the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room, and thus reproduced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the black dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang. And when the minute hand made a circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to each other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But, in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lust. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he knew not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which gave him character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman's fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams. And these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon, there strikes the ebony clock, which stands in the hall of the velvet. And then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent, save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away. They've endured it but an instant. And a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking cue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the seven, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-coloured panes. And the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the most remote gaieties of the other apartments. These other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted. And there was an uneasy cessation of all things, as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence, having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur expressive of disapprobation and surprise, and then finally of terror, of horror, of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger, neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. The mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon the spectral image, which with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder, either of terror or distaste, but in the next, his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand, It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, but the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if one impulse, shrank from the centres of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber, to the purple, through the purple to the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly, afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the light of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. This is the cask of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled. But the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity even. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Australian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. In the manner of old wines, he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells, I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of the carnival." "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing the bargain. Amontillado? I have my doubts. Amontillado! And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! As you are engaged, I'm on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry. And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go. Whither? To your vaults. My friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese, I have no engagement. Come. My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They're encrusted with nitre. Let us go nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Oh, Amontillado, you have been imposed upon. And as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roculare closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them then that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit instructions not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I knew well, to ensure their immediate disappearance once and for all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells on his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," said he. "It is farther on," said I, "but observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. "Nitre?" he asked at length. "Nitre," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision. "We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchese." "Enough," he said. "The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I will not die of a cough." True, I replied. "And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle, which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him with the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us." "And I to your long life." He again took my arm and we proceeded. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive." "The Montresors," I replied, "were a great and numerous family. I forget your arms." A huge human foot door in a field azure, the foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel. "And the motto?" Nemo me impune lacessit," Good, he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Madoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. The nitre, I said. See, it increases, it hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drops of moisture trickle along the bones. Come, we will go back ere it's too late. Your cough. It is nothing, he said. Let us go on, but first, another draught of the Medoc. I broke and reached him a flagon of Big Red. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. You do not comprehend? He said. Not I replied. Well, then you are not of the Brotherhood. How? You are not of the Masons. Yes, I said, yes. You? Impossible. A Mason? A Mason, I replied. A sign, he said. It is this, I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. You jest, he exclaimed, recalling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt in which the fowls of the air caused our flambeaux rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt, there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault above in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the fourth, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in which 3, in height 6 or 7, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no special use in itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavoured to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination of feeble light did not enable us to see. Proceed, I said. Herein is the Amontillado. And as for Lucchesi, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant, he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. Pass your hand, I said, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return. No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power. The Amontillado! Ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. True, I replied. The Amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones, of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had, in a great measure, worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depths of a recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth. And then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labours and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh tier. The wall was nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the masonwork, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamoured. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamourer grew still. It was now midnight. My task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There but remained a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs on my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will they not be awaiting us at the palazzo? The Lady Fortunato and the rest. Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montresor." "Yes," I said, "for the love of God." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato?" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato?" No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end to my labour. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. This is the pit and the pendulum. I was sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period. Presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white whiter than the sheet upon which I trace these words, and thin even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt for human torture. I saw the decrees of what was to me my fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first, they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once, there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, where the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent as of the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness, night for the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all consciousness was lost. What of it there remained, I will not attempt to define, or even to describe. Yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arising from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet in a second afterward, so frail that web may have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon, there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the two? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet after a long interval they do not come unbidden, or we marvel whence they come. He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow. Is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view. Is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower. Is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavours to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness to which my soul I had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me with the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They also tell of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this, I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence, without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then, very suddenly, thought and shuddering terror, an earnest endeavour to comprehend my true state, then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility, then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of judges, of sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon, then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that later day and much earnestness of endeavour had enabled me vaguely to recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay on my back, unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly. I made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos de fe. One of those had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents from my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly about and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore and stood cold, big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onwards, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumours of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I as always deemed, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more customary bitterness I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands, at length, encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I folded it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. Pardon me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led to the inquisitorial chamber. It was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial. Although in the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. I drew part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So, at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon, or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awaking, and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterwards, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil, came at last upon the fragment of the serge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more when I arrived at the rag. There were, in all then, 100 paces, admitting 2 paces to the yard. I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess as the shape of the vault I could not help supposing it would be. I had little object, certainly no hope, in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavouring to cross in a direct line if possible. I advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnants of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently upon my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, but yet, in a few seconds afterwards, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this: my chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose in my nostrils. I put forward my arm and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of the circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and a rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom, and as suddenly faded away. I clearly saw the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, the world had seen me no more, and the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in tales of respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, There was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I'd been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terror of the wells, of which my imagination had pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had courage to end my misery at once by plunge into one of those abysses. But now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits. The sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. I must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when, once again, I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild sulphurous lustre, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble, vain indeed. What could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me, than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? My soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavours to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces up to the period when I fell. I must then have been a pace or two with the fragments of the surge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon awaking, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit was nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron or some other metal, in huge plates whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks had given rise. The figures of fiends in aspects of menace, with skeleton forms, and other more really fearful images overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colours seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor too, which was of stone. In the centre yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly, and by much effort, my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a circingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head, and my left arm to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. The thirst, it appeared, to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate. for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upwards, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held, what at a casual glance, I suppose to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief, and of course slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor, I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hung hurriedly with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. For this it required much effort and attention to scare them away. Might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upwards. What I saw then confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn. The horns upwards, an under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massive and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents. The pit, whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself. The pit, typical of hell and regarded by rumour as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise, or entrapment in torment, formed an important portion of all the grotesqueries of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and milder destruction awaited me. Milder! I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such an application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror is more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with the descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down and still down it came. Days passed, it might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odour of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I felt suddenly calm, and like smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon and could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery too, I felt inexpressibly sick and weak as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful efforts, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bond permitted. I took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy. of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such, which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I had struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would turn and repeat its operations again and again, notwithstanding its terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron. Still, the fraying of my robe would be all that, for several minutes, it would accomplish. And at this thought, I paused. I dare not go further than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down, it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. To the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternatively laughed and howled as the one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly relentless down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow hand. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent. Although death would have been a relief, oh, how unspeakable! Still I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death condemned even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations within the steel, 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe. And with this observation, there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought. It now occurred to me that the bandage, or surcingle, which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent, athwart any portion of the band, would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful, in any case, the proximity of the steel. The result of the slightest struggle, how deadly. Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of my pendulum? Dreading to find my faint and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely as I dropped my head back into its original position, when there flashed in my mind what I could not better describe than the unformed half of that idea of deliverance, to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with the nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. For many hours, the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I had lay I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness to my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into a habitual seesaw or weight of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathless still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well. This was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leapt upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it, and leapt in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat, their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the word has no name, swelled my bosom, and chilled with a heavy clamminess in my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that struggle would be over. Plainly, I perceived the loosening of that bandage. I knew that in more than one place it was must be already severed. With a more than human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, or ribbons, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe, it had cut to the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free, and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison, when the motions of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free! I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes, my eaves nervously around on the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which, at first, I could not appreciate distinctly. It was obvious had taken place in my apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared, and were, completely separated from the floor. I endeavoured, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colours seemed blurred and indefinite. These colours had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes, of a wild and ghastly vivacity, glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid lustre of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal! Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of vapor of heated iron, A suffocating odour pervaded the prison. A deeper glow encircled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted, I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt the design of my tormentor was almost unrelenting, almost demoniac of men. I shrank from the glowing metal to the centre of the cell. With the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself in upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak, oh, horror, oh, any horror but this. With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as if with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell. Another change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavoured to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the king of terrors. The room had been square. I saw that two of its iron angles were now acute. Two, consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant, the apartment shifted its form into that of a lozenge. The alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death, but that of the pit. Fool, might I have not known that into the pit was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now, flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its centre, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back. The closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, from my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch or foothold of the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one long, loud, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell fainting into the abyss. It was that of General Lassalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. There's a little bit of water. Thank you very much. Cheers. Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. This is von Kempelen and his discovery. After the very minute and elaborate paper by Arago, to say nothing of the summary in Silliman's journal, with the detailed statement just published by Lieutenant Maury, it will not be supposed, of course, that in offering a few hurried remarks in reference to von Kempelen's discovery, I have any design to look at the subject in a scientific point of view. My object is simply, in the first place, to say a few words of von Kempelen himself, with whom, some years ago, I had the honour of a slight personal acquaintance, since everything which concerns him must necessarily, at this moment, be of interest, and in the second place, to look in a general way and speculatively at the results of discovery. It may be as well, however, to premise the cursory observations which I have to offer by denying very decidedly what seems to be a general impression, gleaned as usual in the case of this kind from newspapers, viz. That this discovery, astounding as it unquestionably is unanticipated. By reference to the Diary of Sir Humphrey Davy, Coquelin Munro, London, pp. 150, it will be seen at pages 53 and 82 that this illustrious chemist had not only conceived the idea now in question, but actually made no inconsiderable progress, experimentally, in the very identical analysis now so triumphantly brought into an issue by von Kempelen. Although he makes not the slightest allusion to it, is without doubt, I say it unquestioningly and can prove it if required, indebted to the diary for at least the first hint of his own undertaking. The paragraph from which the Courier and Inquirer, which is now going the rounds of the press, and which purports to claim the invention for a Mr. Kissam of Brunswick, Maine, appears to me, I confess, a little apocryphal for several reasons, although there is nothing either impossible or very improbable in the statement I made. I need not go into details. My opinion of the paragraph is founded principally upon its matter. It does not look true. Persons who are narrating facts are seldom so particular as Mr. Kissam seems to be about day and date and precise locations. Besides, if Mr. Kissam actually did come upon the discovery he says he did at the period designated nearly 8 years ago, how happens it that he took no steps on the instant to reap the immense benefits from which the merest bumpkin must have known would have resulted to him individually, if not to the world at large, from the discovery? It seems to me quite incredible that any man of common understanding could have discovered what Mr. Kissam says he did, and yet have subsequently acted so like a baby, so like an owl, as Mr. Kissam admits that he did. By the way, who is Mr. Kissam? And it's not the whole paragraph in the Courier and Inquirer a fabrication got up to make a talk? It must be confessed that it has amazingly moon-hoaxy air. Very little dependence is to be placed upon it, in my humble opinion. And if I were not well aware from experience how very easily men of science are mystified on points out of their usual range of inquiry, I should be profoundly astonished at finding so eminent a chemist as Professor Draper discussing Mr. Kissam's, or is it Mr. Quizham's, pretensions to the discovery in so serious a tone. But to return to the Diary of Sir Humphrey Davy, this pamphlet was not designed for the public eye, even upon the decease of the writer, as any person at all conversant with authorship may satisfy himself at once by the slightest inspection of the style. At page 13, for example, near the middle, we read, in reference to his research about the protoxide of azote, in less than half a minute, the respiration being continued, diminished gradually and were succeeded by analogous to gentle pressure on all the muscles. That the respiration was not diminished is not only clear by the subsequent context, but by the use of the plural were. The sentence, no doubt, was thus intended. In less than half a minute, the respiration, being continued, these feelings, diminished gradually and were succeeded by a sensation, analogous to gentle pressure on all muscles. 100 similar instances go to show that the MS, so inconsiderately published, was merely a rough notebook meant only for the writer's own eye. But an inspection of the pamphlet will convince almost any thinking person of the truth of my suggestion. The fact is, Sir Humphrey Davy was about the last man in the world to commit himself on scientific topics. Not only had he a more than ordinary dislike to quackery, but he was morbidly afraid of appearing empirical, so that however fully he might have been convinced that he was on the right track in the matter now in question, he would never have spoken out until he had everything ready for the most practical demonstration. I verily believe that his last moments would have been rendered wretched could he have suspected that his wishes in regard to burning this diary, full of crude speculations, would have been unattended to, as it seems they were. I say his wishes, for that he meant to include this notebook among the miscellaneous papers directed to be burnt. I think there could be no manner of doubt. Whether it escaped the flames by good fortune or by bad, it remains to be seen. But the passage quoted above with the other similar ones referred to, gave von Kempelen the hint, I do not doubt in the slightest degree question. But I repeat it, it remains to be seen whether this momentous discovery itself, momentous under any circumstances, will be of service or disservice to mankind at large. That von Kempelen and his immediate friends will reap a rich harvest, it would be folly to doubt for a moment. They will scarcely be so weak as not to realize, in time, by large purchase of houses and land, and other property of intrinsic value. In the brief account of von Kempelen, which appeared in the Home Journal, and has since been extensively copied, several misapprehensions of the German